It's alive! It's alive! Delirious shouts come from the cluttered room. The most notable elements are the glass containers full of mysterious liquids and disgusting body parts, and the cables connecting creepy contraptions with bloodied machines. From time to time, lightning courses through the cables, briefly illuminating a small area. A disfigured shadow reflects on the wall, its arms raised up high, laughing. At first glance, it seems humanoid, a broken bar, until you realize it's impossible for a human to have a head like that. Finally, I did it. I'm sure this time will work. Come on, my newest creation. There's a job you must fulfill. The man starts walking, the shadow disappearing from sight. Following him, another shadow starts moving too. A shadow so large that, before moving, anyone would think it was part of the room itself. The deformed humanoid appears from the right side of the screen, alternating between chuckling and talking to himself. Ha ha ha. This time me a broken bar I'll show you, foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Today, finally, I'll finally force you to your inexistent knees, as I promised that dreadful day. Ha ha ha. As his shadow anticipated, this isn't a normal human. A grotesque rat-like head, the same size as a human's head but with a snout, fur, ears, and repugnant appearance of a rat. Glowing red eyes, drool dripping from its open mouth. From the black claws, a corrupted-like substance, releasing dark smoke tendrils, extends until it reaches the elbows. Whoever created such a monstrosity must be as crazy, if not worse, than the creature itself. Impatient, the man stops and turns around, stomping his feet on the ground a few times. Hey, why are you so slow? Can't you see I'm trying to achieve something important? A 2-meter-tall turtle head appears from the right, walking slowly until the turtle reaches its creator. Its size isn't the only unusual part of it, as it also has purple spots all over its body including the shell, and a mushroom on top of its shell. Yuja. At the same time the man is about to pat the turtle's head, a horrifying scream makes him jump in fright. It's CC coming, a broken bar, it's coming. He panics. But then, he remembers he's right next to the turtle and starts laughing again. Ha, what am I afraid of? TT, there's no way we can lose TT. This. Like a broken doll, he turns round to look in the direction the scream came from. His legs trembling so much it's incredible he doesn't fall to the ground. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The man stays there, squeezing his eyes, waiting for something. Not yet a broken bar, not yet a broken bar now. Shoot. At his order, the turtle opens its mouth, and the light beam shoots from it. Is it, dead, a broken bar? No. It isn't. Shoot, shoot, shoot. The man screams orders like a madman, pointing at something in the air, and the turtle fires 2 more light beams in that direction. When the dust settles, the man falls to his butt, denying what's happening. It's impossibly broken bar. How can it still be alive? A broken bar. The man scrambles away in a very undignified posture, running in the same direction he came from. Why, you'll never get to me. And next time, I'll surely win. Foo fa foo. Ha. Just wait and see. My revenge will be legendary. The man's voice fades away. At the same time a weird space distortion settles on top of the turtle's head. Color slowly drains from the turtle until it collapses, dead. Then, the small distortion starts moving again, in the same direction the disgusting humanoid ran away. This was yet another failure of the mad rat to eliminate his first and worst mistake, the death butterfly, which continued to haunt him to that day. The followers of the It's Alive video series were eagerly awaiting the time when the death butterfly would finally be defeated. Though, in fact, they didn't mind if the mad rat never got rid of it. Regardless of the outcome, it was funny to watch his new creations. Having finished the creation of the beam turtles, I move to the next ones. The monsters I'll create using the earth elementals. Before I create them, I must decide what exactly I want to do with them. A broken bar, random places, or fixed spawning. This is hard to decide. A broken bar. I want them to be special monsters that will stay hidden instead of actively defending the dungeon. They're a reward for curious players. They're for players who want a harder challenge or those who poke every nook and cranny searching for Easter eggs. So I have 2 options here. to put them in a fixed place but hide them very well, or to camouflage them in a random spot. Both have their own advantages and disadvantages, but I think I'll go with the first one for a very simple reason. There's too much randomness in my dungeon already, and Marta told me to reduce it as much as possible. Also, a broken bar who doesn't like the idea of a secret area filled with monsters? Having this settled, I have to think where to put them and how to hide them. I open a top-down view of the big cavern area and start looking for a good place. Here would be good. A broken bar. This place is okay too. A broken bar, not this one, but this other one, with some changes, would be amazing. A broken bar. In total, I select 4 suitable places. The first is the island between the two halves. It is isolated, and players don't need to go there to clear the dungeon. But it's too evident. It screams hey, players. The secret area is here, and I don't want that. For broken bar, this is a perfect place to place some decoys for the exact same reasons. Yes, I'm going to put decoys. If I only create the monsters, their weird shapes will clearly attract attention, but if there are several more rocks that look the same, players won't identify them as monsters immediately. To hide a tree in the forest, they say. The second place is close to the entrance. This is good for another decoy, as it'll make the players used to the weird rock shapes without revealing the monsters, in case they decide to inspect and analyze them. Then, on the left side, there's this elevated platform that's hard to reach but easy to see from the surrounding area. Another perfect place for a decoy and to make the players used to seeing the weird rock shapes. So, where am I going to put the real ones, if I'm putting decoys everywhere, you ask? The real ones will be on a cliffside, on an elevated rocky platform hanging over the right side of the underground lake. Similar to the others, they'll be visible from a certain distance. But this time, there's no reason for the players to go near this place because all the entrances to the tunnels are far away. Who would want to inspect some rocks that look similar to those you've already found 3 times? And then, thanks to my plan, they'll miss the secret monsters. They'll miss the monster who left the claw marks all over the entrance. Ha ha ha. Now that I've finished deciding where they'll go, it's time to create them. Let's start with the ads. I open the templates menu and select the monstrous hybrid. It's a shame I made that mistake because I wanted to give them the Eternal Pain skill. All chimeras get a broken bar, and what's worse, they'll cost an extra 50 CP. Of course, I could go and capture a few non-humanoid earth elementals, but no thanks. I don't want to spend even more time with this. I put the Geodes as the humanoid unit, and select a new and fascinating monster. A new for me, not new to the game, called Splitting Slime. There's a simple reason why the second unit had to be a slime, and it's because I want them to look like rocks when still. The slime's amorphous nature makes this very easy to do. I could have used a mimic instead, but then they would look exactly like a rock, and I don't want that. Also, mimics, outside of their niche, are weak and useless. The Splitting Slime, as I've said, is a fascinating and unique monster. As far as I know, it's the only monster that can create copies of itself thanks to the Split innate skill. Well, the higher versions of this slime, like the Swarm Slime, do so too, but they're the same family so it doesn't count. Split, innate triggered skill. When you take more than 10% of the maximum HP as damage from a single source and don't die, you split into 2 identical, smaller units with 50% of your base stats. SPD, INT, and COM don't get affected. Yep, split. Split as in dividing into 2 units half your original size. It's a unique design that forces the enemies to choose wisely how they want to approach the fight, because fighting against multiple weaker copies of the same enemy can be an advantage or a huge drawback. Players usually give them skills that take advantage of the increased numbers, so killing them with repeated and weak attacks is the general consensus. Of course, for a build like mine is the opposite. The best is to make them pop as soon as possible and take advantage of the increased numbers. Oh, just so it's clear and you don't misunderstand later when it says a base stats, it doesn't include those stats given through skills. So skills like strong or spiritual, which increase the stats by a flat amount before the level bonus is applied, still add the same stats to every slime. Crazy combo, don't you think? And yes, I'm going to give them such skills. In fact, I'll give them the generalist one for sure. Maybe some more too. Generalist, passive skill, increase HP, EP, and MP by 10 and all the other stats except SPD, INT, and Com by 1. The added stats from generalist greatly surpass any other flat bonus from the other skills. But the usefulness is debatably broken bar unless you're like me and want to make them as versatile as possible. Also, if you upgrade the skill, the combo is even greater. I'll show you later. A fun fact about the splitting slimes is that players can't use them as champions. I know I've said before that the amorphous players can use any unit as a champion, but it wasn't accurate. They can use any unit, as long as it's compatible with the players, and a slime that splits and creates multiple copies clearly isn't. We don't have multiple bodies, after all. We wouldn't know how to control them. The same applies to us, the flesh monstrosities. I couldn't use them to create a champion even if I wanted to. But it isn't a problem here. So who cares? I sure don't. The units are selected and I can now move to the skills. A broken bar. If I want to upgrade their skills, I must give them at least one of each. I already have the passive one, generalist, so this leaves me with the active and triggered. For the active, it must be a melee one, and for the triggered, death burst, maybe? No, too cliché tilde copyright. I don't want to abuse it. Then, some kind of retribution skill. A broken bar. I search for skills that will work well with the split skill, both before splitting and after, and find two I like. Indomitable will, triggered skill. When you are reduced to less than 10% HP, recover 20% of your maximum HP. You can't be killed until this skill is triggered. If you would be killed, this skill is triggered instead. Can only be triggered once per dungeon invasion or dungeon battle. If you have a good memory, you should remember this indomitable will. It was a skill I was considering picking for myself, to counteract the effects of Maniac. With this skill, the smaller slimes will be harder to kill. They'll survive one lethal attack, maybe splitting at the same time indomitable will triggers, further increasing their numbers. The ones that haven't split yet will be a pain too, because 20% extra HP when you can't use powerful attacks is a lot. The way skills that trigger only one time can only trigger once, regardless of how many times the slime split, so no infinite loops here. I checked it beforehand. It's a shame, but it's fair. The other skill increases the damage output instead of their survivability. It's called Vengeance. Vengeance, triggered skill. Receive a buff that increases all damage you deal by 5% every time an enemy kills an allied unit within 5 meters. This skill can stack and the buff lasts until combat ends. This is a nice, decent skill. A 5% increased damage that can stack is especially good on monsters that split and multiply by themselves. Buffs and debuffs are kept when splitting, so broken bar. I'm sure you know where I'm going. Now comes the dilemma. Offense or defense? A broken bar. This is hard. A broken bar. On one hand, I want them to survive more time, but I also like the idea of them being dangerous. Wait, can't I solve this with an active skill? Something like a broken bar. Draining touch? Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Draining touch will solve all my problems. If I give them draining touch, they'll heal as they deal damage, increasing the time they stay alive as well as the chances to split. The thing is, Vengeance doesn't work with it because draining touch doesn't deal a damage, it reduces the target's HP directly. This leaves me with indomitable will only. I imagine the scene of multiple rocky slime-like creatures endlessly healing and multiplying, creatures that can survive lethal damage once, instead splitting and healing back up. A broken bar. I feel my lips going upwards as a grin appears on my face. It's settled. Draining touch and indomitable will it is. Oh, I'll also give them bash, because a melee attack with a chance to stun on so many monsters at the same time is going to be fun. As you can see, unlike usual, I'm not pulling my punches back with them. They're supposed to be extra, secret monsters. Monsters only those players who seek extra challenges should fight. So broken bar. I don't need to care for their well-being. If they die, it's their fault. They can't complain the dungeon is too difficult, because there's no need to fight them at all. You wanted a challenge? A challenge you shall have. Ha ha ha. I chuckle while upgrading the template to level 4 and selecting the skills I mentioned. Now for the skill upgrades. I need at least this one, like a rock. Earth Elemental, LV2, innate passive skill, while not moving. Reduce all damage dealt and received by 50%. Upgrades like a rock. Reduce all damage taken to 0% after not doing anything for at least 30 seconds. All other skills are disabled while this is active. This is the skill I must give them if I want the players to mistake them for real rocks. Otherwise, they could be killed before combat starts. Oh, yes. They also need the unidentifiable skill. I almost forgot. With this, they are now level 6. I can level them up to level 7 maximum. The thing is, I want to upgrade the generalist skill, so I upgrade them one last time and give them the upgrade. Generalist, LV2, passive skill, increase HP, EP, and MP by 10 and all the other stats except SPD, INT, and Com by 1. Upgrades proficient, triple this skill's bonus stats. With this upgrade, all the slimes, including those after the split skill triggers, will have all their stats increased by 3 and their HP, EP, and MP increased by 30. It doesn't seem like much, but it adds quickly. Let's not forget the AI. The changes I want to make are simple but significant. First of all, they'll never start combat unless they receive the order to do so from the big, boss-like monster I'm going to create soon. Then, during combat, they'll swarm the closest enemy. If there are 2 or more enemies that are at a similar distance, they'll choose the one with more slimes around. Also, to prevent players from abusing their behavior, I make them avoid area of effect skills and enemies with aura skills. Basically, they'll try to avoid all damage over time effects that aren't targeted. I also give them a preference to target any enemy who uses healing skills. You know what? It's thanks to the GRDs that I could make all those AI changes. Because they're humanoids, they have an intelligence of 5. The splitting slimes aren't the smartest monsters. I couldn't have done so many changes with only Thema Broken Bar, and it's the same with non-humanoid earth elementals. So, in the end, my epic failure turned into a boon. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. Aren't I amazing? I do things right even when I fail. As for their looks, they're humanoid earth elementals as the base. You know, made of rock and soil, 2,5 meters tall, wide torso, and heavy arms and legs. But since I used a slime to create them, I can change their looks. They can also freely change shape, up to a certain point. And it's precisely this feature I'm going to use. When they stand still, they'll meld into a single volume, resembling a weird but believable cave element. There won't be any visible extremities, just a tall, cylindrical, irregular boulder. Of course, due to its shape and size, it'll catch the invader's attention. But this is why I'll create the decoys, which will look exactly the same as them. Then, when in combat, they'll return to the earth elemental's basic shape, but they'll look as if they were melting. As if the stone was liquid instead of solid, dripping everywhere, ripples all over their surface. In my opinion, they're very good. Ha ha ha. The only remaining thing is the name. I kind of like Liquid Stone Broken Bar. It defines them pretty well, so let's go with it. Liquid Stone, LV7, HP 672, 420, STA 48, 30. SU 41, 26, EP 496, 310, MP 332, 270, STR 43, 27, Con 64, 40, AGA 24, 15, SPI 36, 23, Will 33, 21, Dex 17, 11, SPD 4 INT 5 Com 1 Skills active, Bash. Draining Touch. Triggered, Indomitable Will. Passive, Generalist, LV2. Proficient, Unidentifiable, Earth Elemental, LV2, like a rock. Innate, Split, Innate. A total of 350 CP to create them, plus 385 CP to level them up to level 7. A Broken Bar certainly not cheap, but they're worth the cost. I have 9 GRDs, and the same amount of splitting slimes. So of course I'm going to create 9 liquid stones. Now, I can finally move to the new boss-like monster. Consider adding secret rooms, monsters, and areas. They will not only increase the number of times players will dive into your dungeon, but also enhance their experience in them. Feel free to experiment. There's no need to follow the rest of the tips because as long it's clear it's optional, players shouldn't complain about them. But keep in mind they're still a part of your dungeon, so don't go too crazy. 9th point from A10 things to do to improve your dungeon. A broken bar. AI or looks? I've started with the creation of the non-boss boss-like monster, but I struggle to decide what to do first. This is getting annoying. A broken bar, you know what? I know it's technically not a boss monster, but for simplicity, I'll refer to it as a boss from now on. I'm still not sure what skills I want to give to it, but I'm sure they'll come along naturally as I work on the other parts. The order is important because it'll lead the monster in one direction or the other as I create it. The problem is I can't decide which one to start with. Well, I suppose that since I want the boss to work together with the ads, it's best to start with a broken bar. Yes, let's start here. I changed the AI so that the liquid stones will swarm the closest targets and target healers. To make things as hard as possible for the invaders, the obvious is to make the boss target the damage dealers and squishy backline. This way there won't be any safe position or tactic. If the players focus on stopping the ads from reaching the weak units, the boss will be free to massacre them as it pleases. If they stop the boss in its tracks instead, the ads will wreak havoc and swarm the unprotected. So, the boss will switch targets to the enemy that deals the highest damage, or to the one who has the least HP, as long as it is below 30%. Of course, I also make it stand completely still like the others when outside of combat. I plan to give it the same upgrade that makes it take no damage. As for the trigger to start combat a broken bar, I'll think about it later. For now, I'll just make him give the order to the liquid stones to start combat. Maybe I'll come back to adjust 1 or 2 settings, and to set the trigger to start combat, but this will do for now. Now that I've finished with the AI, it's time to set how it'll look. It'll be highly aggressive, as I set in the AI, and it'll also have a focus on strength. I must display it properly. A broken bar, I'm using a bear-like earth elemental as the base, and the other unit is another slime for camouflaging purposes, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Also, this one is a basic chimera, the unit with the most flexibility when it comes to body parts. For starters, let's make the front claws huge, as big as possible. If this is the monster who left the claw marks, inside of which a person can fit, they must be huge. Bigger, more. A broken bar, even more. Oh, I can't animate a broken bar well. This will do. For now a broken bar, They're about a meter in size now, but I plan to make them even bigger in the future. How? You'll see it soon. The rest of the body will be based on the earth bear, so it'll have the same shape and limbs as a bear does. But with the huge claws, which are bigger than its head, it looks extremely aggressive. I changed the material of the front paws to stone. There's some dirt in the joints to make it look organic. I do the same with the head, but I leave the original orange eyes. They glow, as happens with all elementals, so all players should know what they're facing. As for the rear legs and torso, I change it to a mix of earth and stones that protrude from it. Some look like spikes and some like armor plates. The bear, with the exception of the front paws and head, is continuously morphing the earth, and the stone fragments float around, swimming, thanks to the slime's amorphous body. This is only aesthetic, of course. There's no real effect on gameplay except for slight differences in the hitbox. And, done. Now I can safely move to the skills. As this won't be an actual boss monster, it won't start with 3 skill points they have at level 1. But with 1, and given 2 of them will go into upgrading the earth elemental skill and giving it unidentifiable. It'll leave me with only 5 if I level it up to the maximum level. It would be enough, I believe. I'll start with the obvious one, enlarge. Didn't I just say I would make the claws even bigger? This is the easiest and the most effective way to do so. With the enlarge skill, the bear turns from a 2-meter beast, when on all fours, into a 4-meter tall titan. 6 when standing. Foo. Look at this beauty. Now, Nobody can question who left those claw marks anymore. I'll also upgrade the enlarge skill to make the boss stronger. I can technically only do it after I pick one skill of each category, but I've decided on it already, so I'll upgrade it as soon as possible. Enlarge, LV2, passive skill, increases this unit's size by a considerable amount. The only change to stats is an increase of 10% in the base HP. Upgrades overpower, increase the stats by 20% when fighting smaller units. In Dungeon Master's Arena, there's a general rule that the bigger the monster is, the stronger it is. Though for obvious reasons, this doesn't apply to humanoids. Thanks to Enlarge's upgrade, the Stone Tyrant yes, I've already decided on its name. Will have the strength it should have proportional to its size. Only against smaller enemies, sure a broken bar, but what units can the players bring that are bigger than a 4-meter tall bear? I'm sure there aren't that many. I don't think anybody will bring a giant or anything similar. In fact, even when Marta came to my dungeon, she only brought humanoids with her. 3 skill points remaining, 2 of which must be for an active and a triggered skill. I scratch my head in thought. Should I pick a tricky one, or an offensive and a broken bar? Unless I have a clear idea of what active skill I want to give to a monster, I prefer to pick the triggered first because it defines the monster better. What about this near broken bar? This is nice, even chaotic, perfect for what I want. And it fits the theme. Yes, let's give it this skill. The skill I'm reading is Frightening Presence, a perfect choice to cause chaos in the enemy lines. Frightening Presence, triggered skill. When another unit attacks you in melee, there's a 10% chance to inflict fear for 5 seconds. This skill can only apply fear to the same enemy once every minute. The timer resets after the fear effect ends. 2 skill points left. Should I pick 2 active skills, or only one and upgrade it to broken bar? I'm no expert in melee skills. I'm a mage and only interested in spells. This means I'll have to spend some time browsing for a decent melee skill for the Stone Tyrant. No, this one is trash. A broken bar. Oh, this one? Well, an earthquake-like skill would be nice, but it would also damage the liquid stones, so discarded a broken bar. I'm looking for a specific type of skill. One that will represent the Stone Tyrant. The one that'll give it the A skill to leave claw marks on the rock. Lacerate a broken bar? This one sounds nice. Lacerate, active skill, cost, 60 EP. Deal, 5 + 1,2 STR, physical damage to a single unit. There's a 20% chance to inflict bleeding for 50% of the damage dealt as HP loss during 5 seconds. Nice, neat. Simple, devastating. I can only say one word, perfect. Now for the last skill point. I could always upgrade Lacerate, but a boss-like monster with a single attack other than basic attacks would be too lame. A utility skill would be nice. Oh, I know. Why don't I give it the Earth Wall skill? Earth Wall, active skill, cost, 100 MP. Create a 2-meter tall and up to 5-meter long earth wall. The wall is impassable, can't be seen through, and lasts up to 1 minute. The wall can be destroyed by hitting it 20 times or dealing more than 200 damage with a single strike. Another nice, simple, but very effective skill, if I say so myself. And very thematic too. The best about the Earth Wall is that, with it, the Stone Tyrant can isolate the enemies from the rest of their group. In general, this is one of those skills players never give to a monster because they're dumb and it's hard to predict how or when they'll use them. Most of the time, the monsters are better without them. This is because most players don't know how to change the monster's broken bar. But I do. If I change its AI so that it only uses the wall to isolate the target from the rest of the group, the story is completely different. This change turns the useless and potentially self-harming skill into something extremely dangerous. At least, I hope so. Stone Tyrant, LV7, HP 1104, 690, STA 89, 56, SU 76, 48, EP 784, 490, MP 720, 450, STR 81, 51, Con 104, 65, AGA 44, 28, SPI 67, 42, Will 57, 36, Dex 32, 20, SPD 4 INT 4,1 skills active, Lacerate, Earth Wall triggered, Frightening Presence passive, Enlarge, LV2, Overpower, Unidentifiable, Earth Elemental, LV2, Like a Rock, Innate, Eternal Pain, Innate, Regeneration, Innate. Okay, so this is it. The Stone Tyrant is finished, I say, pressing the button to save the template. The only thing remaining is to put the liquid stones and Stone Tyrant into the dungeon. This, and set the trigger that'll start the fight. Shit, I almost forgot to tell you the names of the units I used. The Earth Elemental, the bear, is called Stone Bear. I know a broken bar, it's kind of lame. But it's literally a stone bear, you can't say the name is wrong. As for the slime, it's called Regenerating Slime. Yet another simple yet accurate descriptive name. No, you're not mistaken. Regeneration. Yes, you read it well. Who said only trolls could have regeneration? Of course, they're the most iconic ones, and maybe the most famous. But there are hydras with regeneration, and other monsters, like a broken bar. Well, slimes. Slimes might be the weirdest faction in regard to innate skills. Most factions have innate skills that follow a theme, but the amorphous faction doesn't. I'm sure you could find a slime that can do whatever crazy stuff you can come up with. Teleportation, regeneration, fear a broken bar. There's even one that causes instant death. But let's stop talking about slimes, shall we? Where was a broken bar? Ah yes, the regenerating slime. The regenerating slime is green. This is why the Stone Tyrant has green tints here and there, though only in combat mode. I expressly made it so that there's no green when it's immobile and camouflaging as a rock. This slime is the greatest punching bag in the whole game. It can survive for a long time thanks to the regeneration and the slime's naturally high HP. All the other stats are mediocre at best. As I said, the greatest punching bag. And, at the same time, the greatest nightmare. Broken bar if you have to kill them to get to the slimes that are attacking you from behind them. I swear, I've never hated any monster so much a broken bar except for the stitched. I don't know how they do it, but they're the exception to everything. If I had known there were slimes with the regeneration skill, and that they were easier to find and capture, I wouldn't have lost such a long time looking for a troll in my shopping trips. Well, what's done is done. There's no use complaining about it now. Ugh, it hurts, I say, checking the cost of this monster. 270 CP for the slime, 310 for the bear, 20 for the basic chimera, plus 385 CP for the level ups. Almost 1000 CP for a single monster. A broken bar. I complain because I like to do it, but the liquid stones were way worse in comparison. All thanks to the extra 50 CP for the monstrous hybrids. Fuck my mistake. I start the creation of the Stone Tyrant and open the Dungeon Edition menu. I'll put them where they go, and they'll automatically move there when they're created. First I create the look-alike rocks. I create exactly 9 that look like the liquid stones surrounding a bigger one, the same size as the Stone Tyrant. I didn't plan for it to end like this, but it looks like a ritual place. Then, I place the 10 monsters in the last area, the one with the platform hanging over the underground river, in the exact same position as the fakes. Now I realize it's possible for the invaders to fall over the cliff too. Maybe I'll take it into account for the future. I also put a small stone slate right in front of the Stone Tyrant. It says who made the claw marks? When a player reads it out loud, the Stone Tyrant will awaken and call for the surrounding liquid stones to join the fight. What's more, since the player who reads it will be right in front of the Stone Tyrant when the fight starts, that player will probably receive a free lacerate on her face. And this is all, folks. I say, clapping my hands. Maybe, in the future, I'll turn the Stone Tyrant into a real boss. We'll see how it goes. I also have to decide if I want to add a real boss to the failed experiments area, or to turn the tunnel's nightmare into one instead. A broken bar. Sigh. So many decisions and options. I dramatically raise my arms to the ceiling. This is what's called analysis paralysis. Oh, gods, please send me a signal, so I know how to proceed. Diring. You have reached level 7. Okay, broken bar. This wasn't what I was expecting. but it sure is a signal of some sort. The problem is a broken bar. This isn't what I was asking for. I complain. More options. More choices. It's even worse. A smile appears on my face. But I'll take it on away. A broken bar, foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. I'll repeat it as many times as needed. Don't touch anything. Do you see some text? Don't read it. Ignore it. Do you see a lever? Don't touch it. Ignore it. Do you see a button? Don't touch it. Ignore it. What's more, if possible, don't even look at them. Everything you see is a trap, waiting for you to come and activate it. So for FK's sake, unless you don't mind dying, don't touch anything. Extract from the chapter A, Relearning Exploration from A, How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rats Lab. Let's see what present the game gave me. A broken bar. I talk to myself as I open the level up message. I love the invading players and their steadily increasing numbers. I don't need to do anything to get XP and reach the next level. Ha ha ha. Of course, the A-shopping trips also helped a lot. I've gone A-shopping a lot this week. And since every time you complete a dungeon, you receive a large XP boost. A broken bar. It isn't weird I leveled up so fast. I say fast, but it isn't as ridiculous as you might think. You might have the impression it was recently when I last leveled up, but it isn't. It was almost 2 weeks ago. If you're confused, it must be because I forgot to upgrade my champion until recently. Reached player level 7. Monster Arena unlocked. Safe zones unlocked. Healing Fountain unlocked. Maximum boss monsters increased to 2. Maximum invaders in a party raised to 4. Received 6x stasis chamber. Received 1x giant stasis chamber. Received 7.500 CP. Oh ooh. I exclaim. Interesting. Very interesting. A broken bar. I stroke my non-existent beard as I read the new features. This is a broken bar. This is a broken bar. I'm not going to use any of them, except for the extra boss. But the CP bonus is welcomed. It'll help me recover from my recent expenditure. A broken bar. KHM. Fucking mutation vats. Slot machines. KHM. The extra boss monster is extremely welcome. As for the increased invaders, a broken bar, what can I say? A broken bar? The monster arena is, as its name suggests, a place where the invaders have to fight against a horde of monsters before they can leave. It can be set so they have to survive for a certain amount of time, so that they have to defeat all the monster waves, or so they have to reach an exit point before they die. They have a drawback, though. As the dungeon owner, you have to create every single monster that will spawn in the monster arena. Otherwise, the arena will stop spawning monsters in the middle. If you can remember, my first invasion with Ricard, the one into the orc camp with the troll that almost crushed us, had one of these. Also, do you remember the labyrinth with the rising water level and the unending stream of metallic gilliam-like fish? The fish that I kept at bay thanks to my shared voltage skill. That part was also a monster arena. Monster arenas are one of those topics players will never agree upon. Some hate them, some love them. I believe the main problem with them is that it's too easy to make them too deadly, turning them into something bad for your dungeon instead of making it better. As I said before, I have no intention of putting a monster arena into my dungeon. If I ever decide to use one, I'll first have to think about it very carefully. I don't want to turn away all my invaders because of an undesired kill box. Regarding the other two broken bar, do I really need to explain what a safe zone is, or a healing fountain? No, right? As I expected. I don't want to use them either. But this is more because of personal reasons and player expectations than because I'm afraid to make a huge mistake. From what I've seen so far, and according to the players' complaints, putting a healing fountain or safe zone in my dungeon in the wrong place would break the immersion. All the random stuff, monster chasing, the poison mushrooms and traps, and even the monster train would lose their meaning if the players had a safe area where they could shake them off. After all, safe zones not only stop monsters from entering them but also remove all damage over time skills and status effects. I need to think very carefully about where to put them. and this is if I decide to use them at all. One place I think could be a good place for a healing fountain is right next to where the Minotaur Queen spawns. As a reward for those daring to risk their lives, healing fountains don't prevent monsters and other stuff from attacking the invader or for those who defeat the boss. But I'm not sure about it yet. I already have the safe areas in my dungeon. So what if I turn them into actual safe zones? This is such a crazy idea. The sleep won't work on enemies inside the safe area, but if they have to cross the sleeping area to go inside, as well as to leave at our broken bar. Foo. Ha 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 ha. I want to see somebody trapped inside. I can't wait. Okay, I take back my words. Just for the laughs it can bring, I'm going to put a safe zone in every eternal resting area in my dungeon. Maybe a broken bar about 2 meters in diameter. A broken bar? Yeah, it should be enough. Before I forget, I opened the Dungeon Edition menu and put a small safe zone inside every eternal resting area. From now on, players can't complain about the safe areas. Ha ha ha. They're now actually safe. As long as they're lucky to reach them before they fall asleep and never leave. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. Okay, me. Now that I've done something stupid, let's do something useful for once. This useful stuff is, of course, leveling my champion. But you did it recently, you say. So what? I don't want to postpone it again and end up forgetting it. I also know exactly which skill I'm going to pick. I gave it to the liquid stones a few minutes ago, remember? It's the Indomitable Will 1. The one that recovers HP the first time it gets below 10%, or the first time you would die. Since I upgraded the Maniac skill, I haven't made any blunders called accidental suicide. Haha, broken bar, you got me. It did happen, but not many times. But now, with the Indomitable Will, it shouldn't happen. A broken bar at least. I will survive the first time it happens every dungeon invasion. Indomitable will also help me with the grand finale. From now on, there won't be any chance for me to kill myself with my strongest, last resource skill, a broken bar, unless Indomitable Will has already been triggered. Level up the Mad Rata broken bar. Here it is. Yuga broken bar, 175 CP for level 8. This is getting absurdly expensive. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. A broken bar. I reluctantly press the level up button. Then, I quickly select the Indomitable Will skill and confirm my decision. I'm so powerful now. Compared to my early days, I could beat 4 of me at the same time. Ha ha ha. This is my new status screen. Of course, you must double all the stats except the speed one when I have the champion's buff. Madrat, LV8, HP 629, 370, STA 44, 26. Su 54, 32, EP 510, 300, MP 697, 410, STR 42, 25, Con 59, 35, AGA 59, 35, SPI 71, 42, Will 52, 31, Dex 54, 32, SPD 7. Madrat, skills active triggered passive rat transformation. Innate, Chain Lightning, Chaotic Beam, Cold Blast, Grand Finale, Indomitable Will, Lightning Shield, Shared Voltage, LV2, Battery, Maniac, LV2, Expert, Mana Attuned, Innate, Mana Core, Innate. Once again, I'm the strongest in my own dungeon. Ha ha ha. Eat this, you weakling mobs, you can't do shit against me. This only includes my level. So the Minotaur Queen and a few others could still kill me in a straight fight. A broken bar, but who cares? It's a minor detail, the level is all that matters. Level is power. 8 tunnels map, ASAP, urgent, help with the monster train. Nothing new here. Broken bar 8 top 10 deaths. This one promises. I must take a look. I'll save it for later. A broken bar. I scroll down the list of posts related to the Mad Rats lab. More of the same. A broken bar. ATMRL Victim Association. What the hell's this shit? Curiosity etched on my face. I open the post and start reading. It's just another post for defeated players to care for their mental health. For a moment I thought I was in deep trouble. There, broken bar, nothing new to see. Let's move on, I say while dismissively waving my hand. I didn't have too much time before supper, so I decided to exit the game and check what the other players say about my dungeon. The computer's light illuminates my face. Although I could do this inside the game too, I like to check the posts in real life because this way, I also do some exercise. Well, a broken bar as much exercise as you can do by sitting on a chair. Still, it's better than laying on the bed, and you can't convince me of the contrary. Also, every time I do this I feel like a hidden mastermind, observing what my victims A and the future ones A are saying behind my back to improve my plans and inflict greater pain on them. Maybe the evil mastermind nickname wasn't as unsuitable as I first thought. A broken bar. I stop myself from thinking about weird things. Let's continue. The next post I saw broken bar at the how to style broken bar guide is bullshit. Here's why. So it's about that guide. Huh. I don't care about a random player's opinion about that guide, so I'll ship it. Still, a broken bar the A how to stay sane in the Mad Rats lab. Q a broken bar. As far as I know, this is the most famous guide about my dungeon. As my dungeon gets more popular, so does that guide. The author keeps it up to date, though not everything is covered. It seems he doesn't know everything, and some well-hidden traps and the best secrets are missing. I have no idea if that guide helps players to actually clear my dungeon, but it sure is an interesting read. If there's a problem with it, Thor for broken bar is its writer an orc. I mean, if the name of the guide starts with a how to stay sane, why does the author sound, like a madman? If it were me, I wouldn't trust a guide that is supposed to teach you how to keep your sanity if the guide itself is written by somebody who has clearly lost it. As I said, I'm not entirely sure of the guide's usefulness either, but even if so, I'm glad it exists. It's thanks to this guide that most players dare to dive into my dungeon, hoping to achieve success. A broken bar and die trying. The players believe knowing about the dangers is enough to surpass them, and they're wrong. Very wrong. But who am I to take away their delusions and stop them from giving me some free XP and CP? I've even mentioned this guide in one of my videos to drive more people into my dungeon, of course. Okay, Andreu, enough with that guide. Let's continue. Let's see a broken bar ATMRL's 7 mysteries. Aha, this one promises. I start reading the post. The first mystery I saw broken bar the claw marks. Well, it won't be a mystery anymore. I see, the others are the mysterious apparitions that cross the walls, the secret movement patterns of the monsters. A broken bar. What a bunch of bullshit. What's worse, those that are true, I already knew. As the creator, it's no wonder I know everything in my dungeon, don't you think? What a letdown. A broken bar. I expected something funnier and interesting, but it turned out it was just a bunch of random bullshit. I slump on my chair. It's annoying when you expect something and receive something else. But there's nothing I can do about it, so let's move on. The next one I saw broken bar. The time has come. Recruiting for all. Sure. I freeze in the middle of reading. I rub my eyes. Then, I close them and grab my head. Why are they everywhere? I start pulling my hair. I was having a nice time. Why did they have to appear? It's so annoying. Every time I want to know about the player's thoughts, I end up finding something about the Mad Rats cult. They're everywhere. Shit. If this goes on, I might turn crazy myself. Or broken bar. The only sensible option I have left is to deny everything. A broken bar. You didn't see anything, Andreu. What cult? What post? There's clearly nothing here. Yes, I was wrong. What a relief. For a moment, I thought there was a cult that followed everything I said as if I were a god or something similar. A broken bar. Haha, broken bar. Maybe I should spend less time playing the game. I'm starting to hallucinate. A broken bar. There's nothing there, so I decide to skip the imaginary post about the all shall something, which is something that clearly only exists in my imagination, and read the next post. Watch and learn, you noobs. A broken bar. This must be another bragging post. I need to cleanse my mind and eyes, So what a good chance. I'm sure there are funny reactions to this post. Ha ha ha. In response to the players who brag about reaching the end of my dungeon, there's always a stream of players spouting bullshit and calling each other noob, broken bar and way worse things. They're my favorite posts. I take out my imaginary popcorn before I start reading. Reading about other players' complaints and watching them insult each other is my guilty pleasure. Champions Mad Rat, LV8, upgraded hybrid, High Elf plus Rat plus Shadow. Active, Rat transformation, innate, Chain Lightning, Chaotic Beam, Cold Blast, Grand Finale. Triggered, Indomitable Will, Lightning Shield, Shared Voltage. LV2, Battery. Passive, Mana Attuned, innate, Mana Core, innate, Maniac. LV2, Expert. Dungeon Area's entrance, forest that gradually turns red as if it absorbed the blood of uncountable victims as it approaches the entrance to the cave. It sets the mood and has no dangers. Giant caves, interconnected large caves creating a mostly open space. The giant and glowing mushrooms create secret paths and places perfect for ambushes. Constant screams can be heard while inside. Monsters, Beam Turtle, Stone Tyrant, Liquid Stone, Goblin Pest, Silent Kidnapper. Traps, Falling Corpse. Tunnels, connects the giant caves to the rabbit area and the laboratory. It's a series of interconnected tunnels with an underground river. Contains secret entrances to the sealed area. Monsters, Demonic Swarmer, Tunnel Mimic, Goblin Pest, Silent Kidnapper, The Tunnel's Nightmare, Hauntling. Traps, Falling Corpse, Mushrooms. Special, Eternal Resting Areas. Laboratory, filled with chaotically distributed laboratory equipment. Contains the dungeon core, and the storage room protected by the Minotaur Queen. Serves as a central hub connecting several other areas. Monsters, Lab Assistant, Panicky Spitter, Minotaur Queen. Traps, Falling Corpse, Lightning Rod. The Freezer, interconnected rooms, partly natural and partly excavated in the rock. It's filled with corpses, blood, and body pieces. A superficial ice sheet covers most of its contents. Serves as an alternative route to the dungeon core connecting the laboratory to the sealed area. Monsters, Braindead Mob, Braindead Leader, Braindead Assassin, Hidden Enemy Trap. Traps, Exploding Corpse. Field Effect, Freezing Cold. Rabbit Area, Mountain Valley filled with grass and innocent bunnies. Connects the tunnels with the laboratory, working as a shortcut. Monsters, Curse Rabbit, Not a Rabbit. Sealed Area, abandoned laboratory with several holding and containment cells. It's filled with mold, water covers the ground, and most lights are broken. It contains the key to reach the dungeon core. Monsters, Corrosive Choker, Monster Key, Invisible Horror, Blip, all a failed experiments. Bosses Minotaur Queen, LV5, Hybrid, Minotaur plus Fairy Queen. Active, Trickster, innate, Acid Bubble, Light Arrow. Triggered, Fierce Charge, innate, Fast Recovery, Survival Instinct. Passive, Presence Detection. Monsters Lab Assistant, LV5, Hybrid, High Elf plus Runesmith. Active, Fireball, Jumping Smash. Triggered, Frosty Retribution, LV2, Double Snap. Passive, Mana Attuned, innate, Stone Skin, innate, Fire Aura. The Tunnel's Nightmare, LV5, Basic Chimera, Terra Slime plus Maggie Loif. Active, Alpha's Howl, Corrosive Goo. Triggered, Your Worst Nightmare, innate, Mind Break, Paranoia. Passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Terrifying Presence, innate, Too Gross to Look At. Beam Turtle, LV7, Basic Chimera, Giant Turtle plus Myconid. Active, Paralyzing Spores, innate, Light Beam, LV3, Light Absorption, Converging Rays. Triggered, Reflection, LV2, Reflecting Arrays. Passive, Eternal Pain, innate, Shell, LV2, Hardened Shell, innate, Sniper. Liquid Stone, LV7, Monstrous Hybrid, Geodes plus Splitting Slime. Active, Bash, Draining Touch. Triggered, Indomitable Will. Passive, Earth Elemental, LV2, Like a Rock, innate, Split, innate, Generalist, LV2, Proficient, Unidentifiable. Stone Tyrant, LV7, basic chimera, stone bear plus regenerating slime. Active, lacerate, earth wall. Triggered, frightening presence. Passive, earth elemental, LV2, like a rock. Innate, eternal pain. Innate, regeneration. Innate, enlarge, LV2, overpower, unidentifiable. Demonic swarmer, LV6, Siamese, scout plus minor. Scout half, active, dash. Triggered, death shield, demonic revenge, LV2, fueled rage. Passive, nature attuned. Innate, stone skin. Innate, commander, presence detection, strong, LV2. Proficient, minor half, active, bash. Triggered, death shield, demonic revenge, LV2, fueled rage. Passive, nature attuned. Innate, stone skin. Innate, commander, presence detection, strong, LV2. Proficient, not a rabbit, LV3, hybrid, rabbit plus hunter. Active, rabbit transformation. Innate, bleeding strike. Triggered, bloodlust. Innate, unexpected strike. Passive, berserker. Hauntling, LV3, fleshling, troll plus scout. Active, blink. Triggered, pounce. Passive, nature attuned. Innate, regeneration. Innate, shared senses. Corrosive choker, LV2, basic chimera, giant bat plus acid slime. Active, silence. Triggered, corrosive body. Innate, isolation. Passive, eternal pain. Innate, echolocation. Innate, invisible horror, LV7, basic chimera, Vosivs plus hydris. Active, draining touch, LV2, mana drain. Triggered, God's intervention, LV2, lasting protection. Passive, eternal pain. Innate, water elemental. Innate, what should not be seen. Innate, LV2, extreme horror, unidentifiable, weakening aura. Tunnel mimic, LV2, basic chimera, tunneler plus mimic. Active, mimicry. Innate, engulf. Passive, eternal pain. Innate, enlarge. Goblin pest, LV2, Siamese, goblin plus imp. Goblin half, active, corrosive arrow. Passive, opportunist. Innate, slippery. Innate, strong, spiritual. Imp half, active, shadow blast. Passive, opportunist. Innate, slippery. Innate, strong, spiritual. Panicky spitter, LV1, monstrous hybrid, SPA tilde negation to slime plus apprentice technomancer. Active, slime spit. Innate, passive, sprinter. Braindead mob, LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, too gross to look at. Braindead leader, LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, commander. Braindead assassin LV2, stitched. Active, toxic spit. Passive, blood power. Silent kidnapper, LV2, basic chimera, small myconid plus giant spider. Active, paralyzing spores. Innate, web throw. Innate, triggered, capture expert. Passive, eternal pain. Innate, unidentifiable. Monster key, LV1, basic chimera, mimic plus boulder. Active, mimicry. Innate, triggered, survival instinct. Passive, eternal pain. Innate, earth elemental. Innate, failed experiments. All failed experiments appear in random cells inside the sealed area. Not all will appear at the same time. They can be released from their cells by the blip critter. Bomber, LV, Siamese, succubus plus fairy. Succubus half, active, charming eyes. Innate, soul blast. Triggered, death burst. A dark, LV2. Passive, raised stats. Fairy half, active, trickster. Innate, soul blast. Triggered, death burst. A dark, LV2. Passive, raised stats. Failed clone, LV, hybrid, high elf plus rat. Active, rat transformation. Innate, chain lightning, cold blast. Triggered, shared voltage, lightning shield. Passive, mana attuned. Innate, maniac, LV2, expert. Kidnapper number 2, LV, basic chimera, big spider plus myconid. Active, paralyzing spores. Innate, web throw. Innate, bash. Triggered, frost shield. LV2, extreme cold. Passive, eternal pain. innate, heavy armor. Man-beasts, LV1. Multiple monsters with a human head and animal body. They do nothing other than talk shit to the invaders. Shown variants, man-sheep, man-chicken, man-pig. Infected, LV. Monstrous hybrid, soldier plus strangling ivy. Can grab enemies and drain their HP and EP. There are both male and female versions. Not a rabbit prototypes, LV. Hybrid, Rabbit plus. Failed versions of the Not a Rabbit, using the Rabbit with other random units. Critters. All critters that don't have a specific area assigned to them can be found anywhere, taking into account their characteristics. Death butterfly, LV2. Creepy, butterfly plus chameleon. Triggered, decaying touch. Passive, optic camouflage. Innate, fiery fly, LV3. Creepy, fly plus fire spark. Triggered, death burst, fire. Passive, fire elemental. Innate, in flames. Static lamb, LV3. Creepy, sheep plus electric spark. Triggered, death burst, lightning. Passive, lightning elemental. Innate, static discharge. Water ant, LV1. Creepy, giant ant plus water spark. Passive, water elemental. Innate, curse rabbit, LV1. Creepy, rabbit plus curse bug. Triggered, death curse. Innate, octocat, LV1. Creepy, cat plus octopus. Passive, optic camouflage. Innate, colored geckos, LV1. Creepy, gecko plus gel of the same color. Passive, sticky trail. Innate, stare shrub, LV1. Creepy, awakened shrub plus mass of eyes. Passive, eyes everywhere. Innate, enoia, LV1. Creepy, canary plus goat. Blip LV1. Weirdy, worm plus bird plus rabbit. Monster train. The driver or a conductor starts roaming the dungeon as soon as the players enter, slowly activating the hidden monsters all around the dungeon. The stats and speed of all the monsters in the monster train increase as more and more monsters start following the driver. 1x driver, LV2. Stitched. Triggered, follow my lead. Passive, intelligent. 50x passenger, LV2. Stitched. Triggered, random safeguard skill. Passive, unstoppable mob. 50x hidden enemy traps. Traps falling corpse, deals damage if it falls on an enemy. Exploding corpse, explodes when an enemy gets close. Lightning rod, strikes repeatedly with lightning. It can be destroyed. Poisonous mushroom, inflicts poison that stacks and deals damage. Sleeping mushroom, inflicts sleep on enemies. Hidden enemy, hides the monster inside until the trap is triggered, releasing it. Eternal resting area, contains sleeping mushrooms and no other dangers. Players can fall asleep and never wake up here. Support mobs and others, not in the dungeon. Stone Eye Kidnapper Ace I Am, LV2. Basic Chimera, Cockatrice plus Giant Spider. Active, Web Throw. Innate. Triggered, God's Intervention. Passive, Eternal Pain. Innate, Petrifying Eyes. Innate, Too Gross to Look At. Good Follower, LV2. Hybrid, Hunter plus Blacksmith. Active, Poison Sting. Triggered, Bloodlust. Innate. Passive, Stone Skin. Innate, Vitality Aura. Spitter, LV2. Basic Chimera, Tunneler plus Cockatrice. Active, Toxic Spit. Passive, Eternal Pain. Innate, Petrifying Eyes. Innate, Tunneling. Innate, Reduce. Mutated Stitched, LV1. Stitched. Stitched that got the random innate skill echolocation through mutations. So Broken Bar, why exactly am I here? You're here because I asked if you wanted to play with me and you immediately agreed, I reply. Her eyebrows twitch for a moment, then, she furrows and starts massaging her temples. I know that a Broken Bar, what I mean is why am I here, in this dungeon? She makes a gesture with her hand as if to encompass everything in our vicinity. Why did you have to drag me here of all places? Oh, come on. Don't be like this. It's you who made me pick the dungeon, so you can't complain now. Yuga Broken Bar, why didn't I choose instead a Broken Bar? Why did I bother offering you to choose a Broken Bar? Also a Broken Bar, it's because of you. I suddenly point at her with my finger. She flinches at my action. Me? I didn't do anything. But you did a Broken Bar. Remember the last time we came here? You broke through everything so fast, You couldn't experience most of it. Our broken bar, this and that are different things. Her eyes start swimming around. She knows I'm right, but she won't ever admit it. I'm sure you're only doing this for him, and don't care about me at all. A broken bar. She turns around and crosses her arms in annoyance. I suspect she's pretending, but I'm not sure. What can I do? I don't want our relationship to return to how it was before. A broken bar. I don't want to be a lone anima. A broken bar. Hesitating, I bring my hand closer to her. Should I grab her shoulder, or should I not? I don't know. A broken bar. The only way I know to show affection is to act cute and clingy, like a pampered little sister. No, I can't continue like this. I'm an adult now. I need to shake off my doubts. And this is the perfect chance to do so. When will I find a better situation than this? She's my sister. I shake my doubts and hug her from behind. That's not true, I whisper right next to her ear. I wanted to come with you, but it wouldn't be fair for him if you didn't experience his dungeon properly, don't you think? Is that so, broken bar? Okay, broken bar. I won't complain about the dungeon anima. A broken bar, but this doesn't explain why I have to use this weak champion. Why can't I use my main? And why can't I bring any of my good support mobs with me? Still not happy, she throws another complaint at me. He. How cute. She's trying very hard to dissimulate it, but anyone who knows her will recognize she's extremely flustered right now. I can see a shadow of fear deep in her eyes. Fear of messing it up because of our brother's unexpected traps and absurd schemes. Didn't I just tell you? I explain in a subdued tone. I don't want her to get angry at me. It's because you brought so much power the last time that you couldn't access his dungeon properly. It wasn't fair, and you know it. So now, we're going to do this again, but without him being present. Yuga broken bar. Fine. A broken bar. I'll do it. A broken bar B, but after this, you'll have to accompany me to another dungeon, okay? And I'll be the one choosing this time. Yay, sure thing. I can't contain my happiness and start skipping, following the path to the dungeon's entrance. I was afraid I could mess this up and she wouldn't like me anymore, but it worked out. I'm so happy. So broken bar relieved. Hey sis, I say. Can you tell me which champion are you using? Is it from the Divine Blood faction? Yes, it is. And please, don't call me Sis. A broken bar. It's weird. Oh, shit. Did I screw it up? Then a broken bar. How do I call you? Mackerel. A broken bar. I think it was the name you were using in the tournament. A broken bar. No, that's even worse. She waves her hand in denial. I was only using that name to see if you would recognize it. But none of you two did. A broken bar. What can I do? She's getting depressed because we didn't recognize her. I was very small, I say, trying to fix the situation. Also a broken bar. We stopped playing soon after because you were too busy with your friends. A broken bar. I believe my eyes glazed over for an instant. You're right. It's all my fault. A broken bar. She drops her head in shame. Shit. In the end, I did screw up. I didn't want to make her depressed. It's a thing of the past. I insist. Then, I grab her shoulders and gently shake her. Let's forget about it, okay? So broken bar, how do you want me to call you? She seems to recover a little from her regrets as she stares directly at my face. Anthemia. Call me Anthemia. This is my nickname. After a broken bar, the one and only Anthemia, one of the top players in the whole world. Ha. She proudly sticks her chest out as she strikes it a few times. Okay, I nod. I didn't recognize my sister during the tournament. I only recognized her when I was spectating her fight against our brother during the tournament. But I've been the most devout follower of Anthemia since I learned she was my sister. Maybe a broken bar, maybe it was because I yearned to restore our relationship. But I was too afraid to express my feelings, afraid she would reject me. And how do you want me to call you? She asks. You can call me Lemon. It's what our brother and every member of the League of Evil calls me. So Lemon it is. We're about to reach the entrance to the cave when I remember she didn't answer one of my questions. Broken bar, you didn't tell me which role you want to play. Melee damage dealer. Always. Why do you even bother asking? You should know it by now. A broken bar. A dry laugh escapes from my mouth. Why didn't I expect it already? She's always been like this. Aggressive, and wanting to be in charge of everything. It's also her best position. Almost no DMA player can compare to her when it comes to this role. It's no wonder she'd want to be a melee damage dealer today too. As soon as we reach the big cavern, we notice it isn't the same as before. I've come here a few times, so it's no wonder I recognize the changes. But it surprises me that Marta notices the changes as soon as I do. She's only been here once. Marta observes everything, trying to capture every detail before turning her head in my direction. It looks different, she says. It has a similar environment to Broken Bar. There are the same giant and glowing mushrooms, as well as the gummy geckos, but everything seems bigger. The silence gives me goosebumps, compared to the previous cries. It looks like she's still on edge. Usually, as Anthemia, she wouldn't get anxious for something as insignificant as that. I nod. You're right. It's clearly different. I point at a certain point. And look there, it's as if the area is now divided into smaller caverns. Yes, I already noticed. Do you think he only changed the layout, or also the monsters? Did he make all the changes we discussed the other day, already? I don't know, I reply. I don't say it out loud, but knowing Andreu, I'm sure he got tired of waiting and only did a part of the changes he planned. I don't know how far he went, but I'm sure we'll soon find an area that's still the same as before. I'm sure that, sooner or later, he'll make the remaining changes. It's just that he doesn't have the patience to wait until he can make them all at the same time. We don't know what awaits us, so get ready. Anything can happen. Marta gives me orders. Follow me. I lead. Sir. Yes, sir. When I reply, she furrows her eyebrows and turns around, ignoring me. Why? I'm just trying to be funny to make her like me more. But are you sure? I know the dungeon better, and you're using a weak champion now, one you're not used to. Broken Bar. Ha, ha, ha. As if something like that could stop me. Walking in front of me, Marta loudly proclaims. You'll see. Even with this weak champion and no useful support mobs, I'll crush everything in our way. The same as our previous time here. I'm sure you will. I agree with her, but I'm not so sure. This time she won't be able to crush everything with stats alone and will be forced to show her actual skills. As an Anthemia fan, I'm looking forward to it. Also, this will be the first time since forever I'll see a match between my brother and sister. I remember when we were kids and they bickered all the time, but they never stopped competing for who could beat the other at games. Usually, it was Marta who started everything, and Andreu always accepted any challenge. Then, she would complain about how unfair it was, that he wasn't supposed to do whatever he was doing. It was very funny, because he would always win, but only against Marta. Against anybody else, the victor was always Marta instead. It was then that I secretly started calling him a evil mastermind, because he always had a diabolically complex plan, ready to beat our sister with it. Those were fun times. It's a shame the evil mastermind himself isn't here with us today. If I told him and Marta discovered I told him, she would surely leave. The only thing I can do now is to force one of their matches, even if one of them isn't present. Invading the Mad Rat's lab will be enough. If Andreu discovered it was me who started using the evil mastermind nickname in the forums of Broken Bar. As far as I know, he doesn't like that name very much, saying he never planned even a quarter of the stuff that happens inside his dungeon. He's split between not deserving that title and being bothered due to the high expectations it generates. Oh, and recalling stuff he doesn't like. I'm sure he never expected me to pick the Abyss as my faction. He doesn't know I picked this faction on purpose because I knew he didn't like them. The Abyss monsters, cute. Some of them are cute, sure, with their tiny tentacles and weird mouths. But I'll never put them as the cutest. The slimes, with their jiggly, jelly-like shapes are a lot cuter. But I still picked the Abyss because, with them, I can playfully scare and torment him. I'm not afraid of him leaving me because of this. He's the only one who truly understands me, and the only one who never abandoned me. Apart from my parents, of course. But it isn't the same. Our relationships are too different. I stop reminiscing about the past and refocus on the current situation. Right now, Marta is leading the way, scouting ahead of me and our support mobs. We don't know anything about the changes Andreu did, so we're treading slowly, making sure to not fall into any traps or ambushes. So far, we've only encountered 2 goblins, which Marta quickly dispatched. Now that she's not using her Seraphim champion and is acting seriously, to me, she looks more powerful instead of weaker. Although it's true, she'll never admit she committed such blunders the other time because Andreu was watching and taunting her. Look there, Marta approaches me and points to our right. Did you see anything like that before? I look in that direction and see a clearly unnatural rock. It's more than 2 meters tall, and with a bit of imagination, it resembles a human. It doesn't have distinctive features, but it's certainly suspicious. And there's another one that looks very similar, a few meters from the first. No, it's the first time you're broken by. I say. Ah, I know. It's the perfect time to act cute and silly once again. ... How suspicious. Let's inspect it up close. Wait, you fool. Who knows what extremely dangerous trap he must have prepared. She tries to stop me, but I ignore her and leave her behind. With no other option left, she's forced to run after me, trying to catch up. What are you doing to do if you fall for one of his nefarious plots? No, don't touch it. I'm too far to protect you, so you touched it, huh? Don't worry, nothing happened. I happily tell her, it's just a rock. Sigh still. Why do you always do these kinds of things? He. Instead of answering, I put one hand behind my head and chuckle, acting as cute as possible. Why did I jump ahead? It's because I was sure this wasn't a trap. Contrary to you, I know Andreu and his traps very well, sister. This rock was too evident, and too close to the entrance. This is clearly one of his false traps, one that will make you lower your guard the next time you encounter the same rock. But that one will be another fake that will make you believe they're just rocks, so you end up falling for the real trap in the future. Convoluted, I know, although it's easy to understand once you understand it. But I'm not going to tell her, to maintain my silly image. Sigh, I'm ashamed, my dear sister. How could you not see something so evident? A broken bar. Aren't you the pro? How could I see it, but not you? He. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. It's clear it's because you're weak to Andrew's schemes. I'm sure you would have seen any other player's schemes before I did a broken bar. It's just you can't do anything against him. Don't worry, Marta. Your little sister will protect you today. He. And then you won't want to leave my side ever again. Nothing happened, so I won't say any more. But please, stop doing this in the future, Lemon. Sure thing. Anthemia. I make sure to stick my tongue out. He. It isn't weird for a whole dungeon invasion to end in failure because of a single mistake. An impulsive player, a trap you didn't see on time, an ambush, or even a missed skill shot. If you don't want surprises and take this seriously, you should try to minimize those factors the best you can. This is why I especially recommend avoiding those players who can't contain their urges and do random stuff. If you plan on succeeding, drop them before they make you drop to the ground, dead. A tip from a professional DMA player to newer players. Watch out, I shout. At the same time, I push Clara to the side. Wow, broken bar. A white light beam passes where my little sister was standing a second before, barely missing her. One of my minions, standing behind her, isn't so lucky, and more than half its HP disappears. TSK. This is why I didn't want to bring weak mobs with me. They're so useless. A broken bar. Clara looks around, trying to understand what happened. What's happening? Why did you suddenly push me? I'm sorry, but I can't explain the situation to you right now. I must improve our position first. Spread and hide. I give instructions to my minions. You too, Lemon. Tell your minions to hide behind the rocks. Why yes. My cute slippery minions, go and hide behind the rocks. Cute. A broken bar? No, Marta, I can't get distracted by this. I must show my expertise to my little sister. I decide to focus all my attention on the attacker. Hiding behind a close-by mushroom, I pop my head out. The beam came from that direction. A broken bar. I see it. A mushroom. A broken bar? No, it moves. It's a broken bar. A turtle with a mushroom on its back. What's wrong with your brain, Andreu? Why are you always creating such stupid-looking monsters? Can't you create a normal monster once in your whole life? Well, It isn't exactly true as that Goblin Imp mix and those guys with the lab coat look normal. A broken bar, at least they properly fit together. But the rest are full of suboptimal choices. Are you doing this on purpose, to trigger me off? Calm down, me. I shouldn't think about him right now. What we encountered is a turtle that can fire light beams. By how the beam looked, there's a high chance it was the light beam skill. If so, and given how much damage it dealt to my minion, the skill must be upgraded. Also, the delay from when I saw the light condensing to the time the beam was fired was slightly shorter than it should have been. A broken bar. The only way to achieve reduced casting times is by reducing the cost of the skill, so the turtle must have an upgrade that reduces the MP cost too. It's hard to notice the reduced casting time, but for a pro player like me, it's like the difference between the earth and the sky. I'm sure of it. We're dealing with a double upgraded light beam. But the turtle is too far away. A broken bar. It must have the sniper skill to a broken bar in less than 3 seconds. I've analyzed our enemy. Now, I have to plan how to deal with it. I can't see any more turtles, but this doesn't mean there's only one. Usually, against a powerful artillery unit, the best option is to get close and attack in melee range. But my fucking brother used a turtle for this unit, so who knows what defensive skills it has. At least, it must have the shell skill, a bad match for melee combat because melee attacks don't generally deal large amounts of damage. What's more, that mushroom on its back gives me a bad feeling. This is why I hate him so much. It's as if he always knew what I thought and planned accordingly. Even worse, sometimes it looks like a trap, but it isn't, and then I fall into his trap as soon as I believe I'm safe. Returning to our current situation, I don't want to risk being in the crossfire of multiple of those turtles' light beams. I could manage it, but I don't believe Clara could. And certainly not our mobs. I don't know if there are more or not, but the wise choice is to avoid this situation at all costs. Whatever we do, one thing is clear. We must get closer. We can't do anything as long as the turtle stays outside our attack range. I'll go deal with it, I say. You stay here and take care of our mobs. No, I'm going with you. Clara complains and crosses her tentacle arms to show her disagreement. This isn't the time to act spoiled. I'm serious here. I'm serious too. I don't want her to get angry at me now that we're finally playing together, so I don't have any other option but to agree. How a broken bar? Fine, a broken bar, come with me. But no fooling around. Sure thing. He. I'm not sure about these. A broken bar. Will she really behave? How does our stupid brother manage to keep her in check? I hate to admit this, but I might have to ask him someday. A broken bar. I give a few instructions to my support mobs before leaving them behind. I hope they're still alive when we come back. The only saving grace of today's invasion is that I could convince Clara to allow me to use the lowest of all the angel units, the angel itself. Even if it's the lowest, 500 CP isn't so bad. A broken bar, but it's so weak compared to my usual Seraphim. A broken bar. I wanted to go alone so I could fly and defeat the turtle, but now I can't do it with Clara following me. We now have to cross this treacherous, irregular terrain. Sigh. If only I could use my clairvoyance skill. A broken bar. What a shame I couldn't give it to this weak champion. I lead the way. It's my chance to show my little sister that I won't be defeated by Andreu anymore. 5 minutes later, we reach the place where the turtle attacked us. Since I memorized everything, it'll take less than half as much time to go back. The turtle isn't here. What are we going to do now? Clara grabs my arm and starts shaking it. Stop shaking me. At my reprimand, she immediately releases my arm. Look there, I say, pointing with my finger. It's the turtle. It didn't move very far away. You're right. I didn't see it because it's camouflaged with the other mushrooms. Ha. It's impossible to fool me. I boast. You're right. He. It feels good to be recognized by my little sister. But there's one thing bugging me. We didn't encounter any trap on our way. Maybe there aren't any traps here? No. I can't lower my guard. I can't assume there aren't any traps just because we didn't find any. Doubly so in Andrew's dungeon. I'll take its aggro. Wait until then to attack from behind. I'm a broken bar. Your dot skills might have little effect on the turtle because of the shell skill. Use as little EP and MP as possible. The shell skill reduces the damage every time the monster takes damage, so it's the perfect counter to dot skills. Okay, I'm sure she'll do fine. I've been the one to train her, after all. I rush at the turtle. As soon as it spots me, it casts another light beam skill, which I evade. It's easy to avoid such a skill from this close. It tries again, but I too avoid that light beam. Did you run out of gas? Pathetic. If my estimate is close enough, the turtle should have MP to cast the light beam spell 3 to 4 times in total. Let's see how you fight at close range. I step close to the turtle, make one attack, and step back. Immediately after, an orange cloud appears, surrounding the turtle in all directions. Luckily, I decided to move away. TSK. Paralyzing Spore S. A broken bar. I knew it couldn't be this easy. What's that? I hear Clara ask me, hidden behind a rock. Paralyzing spores, I warn her. Don't get close until I tell you. It would be a disaster if she gets the aggro before I do and gets paralyzed on top of it. Oh okay. The worst situation would be to be paralyzed and the turtle to shoot a light beam at that time. The problem is I don't have a lot of ranged options, and the same goes for Clara. There's always Divine Wrath remaining a broken bar, but the Divine Blood's exclusive skill is too expensive to use against such a monster. Divine Wrath, active skill, cost, 20% max MP. Deal, 5 plus 0,2 max MP. Light damage to every unit in a 5-meter radius area. Allied units aren't affected by this skill. Luckily, the turtle's MP won't allow it to continuously cast paralyzing spores. I'll wait until they disappear before attacking. It won't look amazing from Clara's perspective, but it's better than getting paralyzed and receiving a light beam. If only I had my Seraphim a broken bar, I wouldn't have to worry about the paralyzing spores at all. We're waiting until they disappear, I say to Clara. Then, we'll attack. Sir. Yes, sir. I keep the turtle in check by making rounds around it while avoiding the spores. 5 seconds sound like nothing, but in the middle of combat, it feels like an eternity. Finally, the spores fade off. I don't waste any more time and jump at the stupid turtle. I'm the best when it comes to melee combat. Nobody can beat me. Not as long as I have my parry. Parry, active skill, cost, 20 EP plus EP. If you hit an offensive attack or skill at the moment of impact, you negate it and take no damage. This skill costs 1 extra EP for every 10 damage negated. This skill can only be used if you wield a melee weapon. Parry has such a small window to activate it that is considered the hardest skill to use in the whole game. Most players that use it usually end up wasting the 20 EP and taking the hit anyway. Though, for a pro like me, it's an easy feat. Of course, there's the normal parry, which is completely different from the parry skill and only depends on the player's skill, ignoring stats. But the normal parry can only deal with physical attacks. Projectiles are very difficult to deal with, and there's nothing you can do against spells. Also, you can't parry a fist from a monster that's twice your size. It's physically impossible. But what you can't do with the normal parry, you can do with the parry skill. And since I've mastered both, there's nothing to fear. Ha, ha, ha. Lemon, you can come now. Clara starts attacking the turtle from behind. It doesn't work, she complains. As expected, her dot skills aren't capable of dealing a lot of damage. Don't worry, I calm her. Just keep your decaying touch activated, and make normal melee attacks. Alright, I'll try my best. If only she was this docile during the dungeon exploration. A broken bar. Plof. The turtle drops to the ground. It took longer than I expected. A broken bar, I say, inspecting the area, though we took no damage whatsoever. It's a perfect clear. Then, I notice Clara is covering her face. I feel so useless. Nothing I did worked. A broken bar. I want to cry. A broken bar. A broken bar. Isn't this the time to show my older sister awesomeness? I sprint to her side and pat her back. Don't cry, Lemon. It's normal to feel useless against a monster that counters your build. This is why you make teams or bring support mobs with you. And don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll solve any problem you can't. Hey, how is it? Do you feel my greatness? Be beauty. Broken bar. A broken bar. No, you don't feel it. A broken bar. Oh, I know what to do, and I'm sure that, when we find a situation I can't do anything about, it hurts to say there's a broken bar, you'll be the one to help me then. Yeah, broken bar, why yes. I'm sure I will. I'll help you and show everyone how good I am. He. That sudden mood change, a broken bar, suspicious. Did she fake it? Well then, shall we go back? I ask. Yes, I miss my babies. We decide to go back to where we left our support mobs. On the way back, Clara suddenly stops and points somewhere in the distance. There's a similar rock formation as the one that caught our attention earlier. A few tall rocks, surrounding a bigger one. It's like a holy site, but I'm sure Andreu wouldn't have put something so simple in his dungeon. The previous one was a fake trap, so this one must be the real one, or maybe this one is another fake trap. It could also be a real trap hidden behind a fake trap to make me think the trap isn't dangerous. But then it turns out the next rock formation is a deadly one. Or it might be this one that's deadly, a broken bar. Let's go. Clara starts running in that direction without waiting for me. What the fuck, Clara? Don't you see this might be one of his extremely convoluted traps? What am I going to do if I can't save you on time? It's hard to show my good side when you act like that. It's okay if you want to investigate it, but at least we must reunite with our support mobs first. I shout. She stops when she hears me. Oh, right. My babies. Ugh. Between her and Andrew's nefarious plans, I feel like my head's about to explode. And did you know all the dungeon invasions and dungeon battles are recorded? The game company decided they wanted to prevent abuses and other nasty stuff, and the best way to do so was to record them. Of course, this doesn't mean anybody can access the records, as you need permission from the company or the players to see those videos. A good thing about this is that you can access any of your replays whenever you desire, a quick and easy way to publish your games and show your fans how you play. This is why it's so important to use a nickname when inside the game, even if you're playing alone or with your friends. If the video somehow reaches the public, it's best if nobody uses your real name, unless you don't care about a broken bar, but it isn't recommended. Fragment of one of Ricard's random main knowledge drilling sessions. Stop running away without warning, Lemon. Marta is trying to make me stop, but I ignore her. I can't waste this chance to discover what secret Andreu has hidden behind the circular stone formations. I'm doing this because I'm curious, but I also want to brag about it later to him. Maybe, if I'm the first one to discover whatever he planned, he'll praise me and play with me a lot more. A broken bar. How excited I am. I'm not going to stop you, okay? Just wait for me, please. If Marta says this, I can only wait for her to catch up. I did all the running away and fooling around stuff because I didn't want her to stop me, but if she now says there's a broken bar, alright, I'll wait for you, I say. Also, it'll be safer if she's close when whatever Andreu planned starts. As I wait for Marta and our support mobs to catch up, I start reviewing my conclusions. I don't want to mess this up. It's very important. To start, we've defeated a few more of those turtles by using the same strategy. We didn't take any significant losses, but one of my cute little mobs was unlucky and died because of the light attacks. Poor guy, a broken bar. I couldn't do anything to save it. But Marta was amazing, living up to Anthemia's reputation. During our melee fights against the turtles, she didn't take a single hit. She also protected me from taking any damage. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, she played way worse the other time. Was it because Andreu was watching and she was nervous, or maybe because she fell for his taunting? In our first invasion, it was funny watching them argue as I was the one doing most of the work by guiding her through the dungeon. I'm sure she believed she was doing the heavy lifting, but if it weren't for me, she would have needed a lot more effort and time to clear Andrew's dungeon on a broken bar. But let's leave that behind. Let's return to my conclusions. Later, we also found a third stone formation on an island, in the middle of the lake. There were two bridges connecting it to the main cave. This cave system is so big, it even has an island inside it. I never expected something like this, even if it was a small island. I always enjoy discovering whatever my brother creates, but this time I was really surprised. But I only needed a single glance to know that that stone formation was another fake. I'm sure Andreu wouldn't put whatever he designed in such an obvious place. In contrast, Marta was really worried I was about to blow myself up. She tried to stop me by any means, to protect me, but since I knew there was no danger, I rushed ahead anyway. She can be so cute, sometimes. Why are you always like this? Can't you understand it's dangerous? As your teacher, I expect more from your broken bar. As soon as she catches up to me, Marta starts criticizing my behavior. It's alright. I was sure there was no danger. But, even so, broken bar, I won't be able to protect your broken bar. I don't have time for this. I must discover Andrew's secret. So I leave her behind, following, and start inspecting this fourth and last stone formation. It's clear as day this is the right place. This is the only one of the 4 stone formations that wasn't right next to the main path and wasn't visible from a long distance. I might not be the smartest, but I know my brother, and I'm sure this is where the secret is hidden. I'm 100% sure this is where something will happen. But I have no idea how to trigger it. A broken bar. Let's see. A broken bar. 9 stone pillars with weird shapes, over 2 meters tall. Then, a bigger but similar looking rock in the middle of the 9. As Marta said before, this does remind me of those prehistorical holy sites. But there's no way Andreu would create something like that without it having a higher purpose other than decoration. Since there are no monsters here, the secret must be in the stone pillars. I'm sure of it. But I didn't find any clue in the previous stone formations. A broken bar. Marta was against coming here. This is why I ran away, forcing her to follow me. But now that she's here, she's inspecting everything with a thoughtful look on her face. I'm sure she's interested in knowing what's hidden here too. She walks to the central, enormous stone pillar. Something catches her attention and bends her knees to inspect it. Isn't that a slate with words? It must be the key. Nice job, Marta. Who made the claw marks? Of course, it was you, you moron. Right as she insults her brother, the stone pillar in front of her starts moving. A giant claw appears from it and shoots in Marta's direction. Be careful. I try to warn her, but I'm too late. The claw is about to hit here. A broken bar. Bang! After the metallic sound made by the stone claw hitting Marta's sword, I can see the monster's paw being pushed aside. Marta deflected the attack away, even when she wasn't looking at the monster because she was reading the slate. TSK. Did you expect to get me with something as lame as this? Ha! Try harder the next time, jerk. She then shouts at me. Lemon, get ready for combat. I'll take this guy, you take the others. The others? What others? What do you mean? I want to ask, but stop in the middle when I notice movement all around us. What's this? The monsters with the stone pillars themselves? That's right, adds Marta. Don't dawdle, all our support mobs might die if you leave them alone. Car broken bar. I watch the 9 remaining pillars turning into some kind of liquid gillums as they get closer. But I'm not good against multiple opponents. A broken bar. Then, do you want to switch? Do you think you can take this one by yourself? Marta asks me as she parries another claw attack. The monster she's fighting is a colossal stone bear. It's so big that a single one of its claws is the same size as my whole body. I don't know if I can hold my ground against such a strong monster. A broken bar. I excel at killing resilient and strong monsters, but I've always had a tank to keep the monster from targeting me. If I have to switch positions with here. A broken bar. Gulp. I don't know. A broken bar. I stutter. Then let's see how you do against the others first. If you can't, we'll switch, okay? This'll be a good chance to practice for you. Okay, I'll do it. I'll suck the life out of all those stone-like bastards. Marta encourages me. Well said, Lemon. Slay all those stone-like bastards. What am I going to do? Broken bar. I only have 2 arms, so I can, at most, stack my dot skills on a maximum of 2 enemies. Will this be enough? I can only try. Andreu, why did you have to create such a thing? I wanted this to be an instant death trap, or something similar, but not a combat. I'm not very strong, I don't excel at fighting. After Marta's training I'm better, but still. A broken bar. I would have preferred something else. A broken bar. Well, at least I'm sure nobody else has found these monsters yet. If they did, the forums would only be talking about this, so I'm sure we're the first. I'm going to brag to Andreu after we go back. He. I'll try my best. Even if I die, I must protect my tentacled cute babies. I watch as Clara engages the rest of the monsters, keeping an eye on the bear-like bastard. It isn't as bad as I expected. Sure, it's a trap, and we're now surrounded by monsters. But it's a lot better than any other kind of trap Andreu could have designed. As long as it's a fight, there's nothing that can stop me. You made a huge mistake there, Andreu. If you wanted to defeat me, you should have planned something else. Ha. Where do you think you're going? I say, I won't let you run away. Since the first attack, this giant bear-like monster has been trying to rush at our backline mobs. I'm the one who dealt the most damage to it so far, but it continues to try regardless of its previous failures. It doesn't matter, as long as I'm here, there isn't a single chance it'll succeed. I open my wings to make a big leap, jumping over an earth wall the bear created to stop me, and appearing right in front of it with my sword held up high. Got you, I shout, slashing at it. The bear stops, abandoning its plan to attack one of my mobs, and attacks me instead. I'm forced to use parry to block its attack, but then I slash at it, taking away some of its HP. You did a good job with it, say I. Andreu, a broken bar. It's a shame it's me who the bear is facing against. It isn't common to see monsters that do actually intelligent stuff in the game, and most of them can only be found in the top players' dungeons. This is because you need some programming skills or lots of trial and error to do it properly. For example, having the strong, boss-like monster target the backline while the ads swarm the front line makes this fight very difficult for most new players. Even veterans will find this fight difficult. But as long as they don't let the monsters do as they please, the players will win, and this is what I'm doing right now. On the other side, for broken bar, I take a look at Clara and our support mobs. They're struggling against the onslaught of smaller monsters. Wait, why are there more enemies than before? Lemon, what are you doing? I shout. Why are there more enemies than before? I don't know. They keep splitting and multiplying. I can't do anything against them. There are too many of them. A broken bar. I'm so useless. Yet another time a broken bar. I parry another claw attack and strike back, taking another chunk of HP with me. I can't allow Clara to be so depressed. I must do something. A broken bar. But if I leave the bear to her, I don't think she can hold it back as well as I can. A broken bar. Also, I've already reduced it to less than half its broken bar. Ugh, you know what? She comes first. If the bear monster runs amok and we die, that's it. As much as I hate being defeated by Andreu, she comes first. A broken bar. I will never repeat the same mistakes as before. Let's switch, I say to the disheartened Clara. You take care of the bear and I'll take care of this mess. No. It's fine. A broken bar. What if I make a mistake here? I don't care. I interrupt her. Just do it, okay? If you can, don't allow the bear to reach our backline, but don't overdo it. Prioritize your survival. Car broken bar. Thanks, Anthemia. You're welcome. I force the bear to step back one last time before running in Clara's direction, switching places with her. I couldn't pay attention to this side of the fight, but I'm sure of one thing. If the enemies are multiplying, they must have the split skill. This means they should be weaker after dividing, and I have the perfect skill for this. I didn't want to use it yet. I wanted to save my MP for the actual boss fight. A broken bar. But I have no choice. After they've multiplied so much, the only way to beat them is with a no skill. Regret your actions, for you've committed the gravest sin. You've made my sister cry. Now, face the divine wrath. A large, shining orb appears on top of me as I use the skill. I throw it to the ground, right next to where most enemies are, and it explodes in a burst of light. Oh, you're more resilient than I expected, I mutter. It isn't like I expected them all to die. I was sure the ones that didn't split yet wouldn't and would instead split. But I'm surprised half of the smaller ones survived too. In fact, between now and before I used Divine Wrath, the number of enemies is more or less the same. I don't want to waste any more MP until I know what's going on, so I'll have to do this the old way, getting up close and personal. Don't let them swarm you. I give orders to the support mobs. Split up and continue moving around. Some players, especially the new ones, find it hard to control the support mobs in the middle of combat. But if you ever get to the top, it's a skill that comes naturally. It becomes as easy as breathing. I was expecting Clara to take care of them while I focused on the bear, but it seems she was overwhelmed by the enemy. Now, our current situation doesn't look good. We have 3 dead mobs, and they'll soon increase if I don't intervene. I jump into the enemies at the same time our mobs disengage. Soon, I find myself swarmed by them, about 20 enemies, all attacking me at the same time. This is one reason to hate slimes. They don't have a fixed body shape, so they can squeeze themselves to focus on a single enemy. Instead of a maximum of 5 or 6 medium-sized slimes, a lot more can fit in the same space, overwhelming the enemy with numbers. Even I can't avoid so many simultaneous attacks, though only 1 or 2 every now and then manage to land. At the same time, I keep a close eye on my surroundings. Thanks to this, I catch an important detail. I see a broken bar. They have a stunning attack. This is why our mobs are struggling so much. A broken bar. I keep ordering our mobs to disengage, making the enemies swarm at me when I'm the closest target. I too keep a close eye on my sister's fight. She still has a lot to improve, but thanks to her tentacles and the innate skill that allows her to grab the enemy, the bear can't shake her off. From time to time, it still tries to kill our mobs if they get close enough, but Clara continues to deal continuous damage to it, forcing the bear to strike back or risk being killed. If this continues, it won't take too long for her to emerge victorious. I can't let this happen. As the older sister, I must end this first. My pride is at stake here. There are at least 30 slimes surrounding me right now. It's like a wall. Not even slimes can squeeze that much, so some of them are waiting for their chance to come at me without doing anything. This is now better. I exhale, relieved. I can easily manage this. But we got 2 more deaths. There's nothing I could do to prevent our mobs' deaths, but thanks to their sacrifices, I now know what's going on. First, they focus on the one who's closest to them unless you use healing spells. The situation got a lot easier to control since I ordered my healers to stop using their skills. Second, they have the indomitable will skill. This is what was giving Clara so much trouble, as well as the reason my divine wrath didn't work as expected. The first time they should die, they instead split up. Third, they have some kind of healing skill themselves. This is why they keep splitting all the time instead of dying. And fourth, they also have a skill that gives them flat bonuses. I'm not sure which one, or if they have multiple, but at least their HP is increased for sure. If only I could inspect them, this would have been so much easier. A broken bar. Andreu, why the fuck did you have to create such monsters? They're too hard to deal with unless you're really good, or you already know how they work. Dumbass, jerk, stupid, idiot. Though I'll admit these monsters are well designed, I'll absolutely never say it out loud. I'd rather cut my tongue than praise my brother, not as long as he keeps bothering me so much, mocking me every time we play together. But now that I know how they work, and that I'm surrounded by almost all of them, it's time to finish this. I don't need to fear wasting MP by using Divine Wrath anymore. It was hard to get to this point because the bear has some kind of fear skill, and the slimes like chasing after our running mobs, but it won't happen anymore. I'm about to end this fight. You dare surround me? You made a foolish mistake. Eat this, you shitheads. After the light burst, there are quite a few monsters remaining, so I cast it yet again. There's no need to save MP. I'm sure I won't need to use MP until the actual boss fight, and, most importantly, I must finish this fight before Clara does. Only 4 enemies remain in close proximity. They must come from an enemy that hadn't split up yet and was at full HP. Other than these, there are 2 more that weren't inside my. I finish the remaining enemies with leisure with a few sword strikes and the help of the support mobs. Now, the only remaining enemy is the bear. I'll let Clara deal with it, she needs the experience. Meanwhile, I check my current status. A broken bar. 20% of my HP is gone. A broken bar. Not bad. For having taken the full brunt of the attack with this weak champion, it's a reasonable amount. I put on a serious expression and dust my clothes while saying, I'm finished here. How are you doing? Do you need my help? The bear is still trying to get to our backline. But even if Clara makes a mistake, there's no way I'll allow such a thing now that I'm free. No, it's fine, she answers. I'll do this myself. It's my job to take care of the strong enemies. Well said, Lemon. I praise her. But really, this fight a broken bar. This fight was a little bit too much. Andrew, are you crazy? Do you want to kill every invader, and make them complain about your dungeon? No, but they're hidden a broken bar. The monsters do nothing until you wake them up. They must be optional, so it should be a broken bar. Ugh. Why do I worry so much for his sake? Why should I care if he makes a blunder or not? As his older sister I want him to improve, but every time I remember his smug face after defeating me I have to stop myself from caving his face in our broken bar. My fists start trembling as rage fills me. I hate him so much. Overwhelming them with numbers can be more effective than you might expect. But if you decide to go for this, do it properly. Don't try to overwhelm them with a few tens of monsters, do so with hundreds, even thousands. The more, the better. No, really, I'm not kidding. 1,000 dragons are too much, but if they're very weak, 1,000 monsters is a reasonable amount. Just keep in mind that, when you use this tactic, the objective isn't to kill them, but to make them cry. You want them to feel useless, defenseless, weak. You want to force them to use those skills, squeezing all their remaining EP and MP. Make them feel they have no choice but to use all those skills they have or they'll die. Then, bring some more monsters out, and they'll surely cry. Even if they survive the new batch of monsters, they're sure to have wasted most of their resources on them. Use this chance to beat them with something even nastier. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. Fragment from A. Making them cry, one part of A. The Dark Teachings series. Annihilation. No. This isn't enough to express my current situation. It's utter annihilation. There's no hope to overcome this. The corpses of my goblins and orcs litter the ground. It doesn't matter where I look, there are corpses, and more corpses. Those few goblins and orcs that are still alive, A2 to be exact, one of each, are soon to join their comrades. Thank God this is a game, because I'd be puking if I had to see the mutilated dead bodies, bloodied, filled with holes and wounds. I move my head in time to avoid a light beam coming at me, but I can't do the same with a giant bear's attack. I start bleeding. My HP will soon to reach a dangerous number. Why? Just why? I grab my head and start shouting. Today was the day I was supposed to finish my investigation inside the failed experiments area. What am I going to do now? A broken bar. My orc pride is at stake here. I can't disappoint my followers, who are eagerly awaiting me to update my guide. The ongoing battle? There's nothing I can do about that, so I might as well stop struggling and accept my death. This isn't fair. My voice echoes through the whole cavern system. If there's any enemy that isn't attacking us already, it'll soon join the battle. Not that it matters. This isn't a fair duel, everyone ganging up on us like this. I demand an apology. I demand a rematch. Fuck you, evil mastermind. Ha, ha, ha. I've just committed one of the biggest taboos. Usually, insulting the dungeon owner while inside the Mad Rat's lab is the last thing you want to do, broken bar, but if don't do this, I'll explode. Come and have a duel with me, if you dare. Coward. Weakling. I'm sure you're useless in a straight fight. I'll accept a fight with you anytime. Ha, ha, ha. I feel better. Refreshed. Though it's only a little. Shouting obscenities at the top of your lungs sure helps with stress. I hope this doesn't impact my next invasions. A broken bar. I calmly watch as 2 more light beams come at me. Goodbye, cruel world. A broken bar, I say as I let them hit me. You have died. I slowly open my eyes in my recently acquired phantasmal form. Sigh. Next time, I should stop talking to myself during the dungeon exploration. A broken bar. Slowly, I reach for my biceps and kiss them. First the right arm, then the left one. I can feel the energy slowly returning. Next time, a broken bar. Next time I'll surely beat this damn dungeon and recover my lost orc pride. I'll defeat every single monster by myself. Ha, ha, ha. What a bad luck I had today to end like these. A broken bar. Why am I always so unlucky? Aren't I way too unlucky? It isn't normal at all. I checked it with the other players in the forums, and it's something that only happens to me. I'm starting to think the evil mastermind has an alarm that warns him every time I come into this dungeon, to manipulate the traps and monsters and put me in the worst situation possibly. Broken bar. No, no, number. Stop thinking weird stuff, me. I'm strong. I'll surely beat it next time. Ha, ha, ha. After all, it can't always be the evil mastermind's fault. A broken bar. Today my downfall came because of my own error. I shouldn't have done what I did. A broken bar. It all started when my handsome and muscular self entered the big cave and found everything changed. The manly me was preparing for the dungeon invasion, stretching as usual. A broken bar. Ha, ha, ha. My muscles are twitching in anticipation. Today, I'll face all the horrors in the new area and emerge victorious. Finally, a broken bar. Finally, I'll be able to proclaim myself as the king of this dungeon. Ha, ha, ha. As I walk, my eyes naturally drift to the claw marks left in various places. They're so deep that if I stand inside one, only my head and shoulders will be visible. I'm so looking forward to the day I can fight the monster that made them. The thing is, I'm not sure if I can fight it. Is it that it doesn't exist, or that nobody found it yet? I hope it's the latter, but it's weird nobody encountered it yet with so many players participating in the search, myself included. The tunnel opens into the usual big cavern, signaling the real start of this dungeon invasion. Something's wrong. A broken bar. I look around, but I don't recognize where I am. Please, don't tell me. A broken bar. Did I end up somewhere else? But I swear I was following the path. A broken bar. It can't be. Broken bar. Today was the day I was going to clear this damn dungeon once and for all. I even memorized all the tunnels and passages, so how come I don't recognize anything? I don't like this. Changes mean I'll suffer. Changes mean new, unknown stuff. Changes mean death. Ha, ha, ha. Everything is fine, I say. But deep inside, I can't stop the fear from growing. I came yesterday. There can't be that many changes, can they? What am I scared of? Ha, ha, ha. My valiant goblins and orcs keep staring at the void, unperturbed by the changes. What am I, a chicken? If my mobs aren't afraid, then I, who is stronger, shouldn't either. Ah, I know. This is it, the chance to show my prowess. It won't be like all the previous times when I died a horrible death. This time, I'll surpass the unknown and be victorious. Ha, ha, ha. My laughter echoes inside the cave, or should I say 8 caves, now that there are a few of them. Ah, shit. The nearby monsters. A broken barn. I'm close to the entrance. I'm sure there aren't any monsters nearby. And talking about loud sounds. A broken bar. Where are those screaming guys? I can't see or hear any of them. Their cries were annoying, so I'm not complaining. But more changes mean more uncertainties, which usually leads to my death. A broken bar. No, stop. I can't fall into this thought spiral. Today, it won't happen. I'm sure of it. I won't allow it to happen. Everyone, let's move, I say, taking the first step forward. Come on, weaklings. Stop hiding and come face me. Ha, ha, ha. Who am I talking with? Nobody. Unless there's some monster actually hiding somewhere. A broken bar. I hope there isn't. I'm simply trying to alleviate some of the build-up tension. Walking for about 5 minutes, not knowing when an enemy will strike, isn't something pleasant. And it's even worse in this dungeon. Every second you spend here without trouble means that when trouble finds you, and believe me when I say it'll find you, it'll be more dangerous. Goblins. If you're near, show yourselves, I say, expecting some reaction. Nothing. Cue her broken bar. Not even goblins, the worst pest in the whole game, have come to attack us. I hope they were removed, like those screaming guys, but if they're still here, broken bar, I want them to show up as soon as possible. The sooner you get rid of them, the better. Oh, how much I hate them. A broken bar. How long do I have to wait? I keep shouting and provoking them. I want to know what I'm facing, but at the same time, I don't. I'm scared of what might appear. Do I really have to? A broken bar. A light beam passes next to me, and hits one of my orcs, taking a huge chunk of HP with it. Finally, you showed up. I check the direction the beam came from and see a monster that looks like a giant turtle. Ha, ha, ha. Everyone, charge. There's nothing we can do from this distance. We must get into melee range first. so I start running and all my support mobs follow me. Wah! This is it. The excitement of battle. Ha, ha, ha. The turtle creates another light beam, shooting it from its mouth. I gladly receive it with my body, preventing it from hitting my orcs and goblins, who are behind me. Is this all you've got? You must try harder. It's all thanks to the impenetrable wall skill, a heavily underestimated skill most players think is useless. But this is one of the best skills for a champion like mine. Orcs want to take damage. To trigger the bloodlust skill, an impenetrable wall allows me to do so while, at the same time, I can protect my weaker mobs. It's simply incredible. Impenetrable wall, passive skill. Reduce the damage you receive from all attacks and skills by 20%. When they hit you, you stop them from expanding in the direction you're blocking. Thanks to the impenetrable wall's damage reduction, and the fact I have higher stats than the turtle, I didn't check it, but I'm sure of it, I take very little damage from the light beams. Is this all? Then, now it's my turn. I raise my battle axe up high before slamming it on the turtle's head. Resilient, ain't ya? Then, I'll just have to strike harder. Ha, ha, ha. As expected from a turtle, it takes little damage. This makes it an ideal punching bag to relieve my accumulated stress. I must thank the evil mastermind for giving me this chance. Wahaha. You're too slow to hit me. Eat this, you shithead. Engrossed in the fight, it takes me some time to notice something's off. Why aren't you coming? This is an easy broken bar. I turn my head to my support mobs, and I see a barrage of light beams coming from several directions. My poor orcs and goblins are struggling to avoid them. This isn't good. A broken bar. Let's retreat. We'll move to a better place and strike again. As much as I enjoy battle, I can't allow them to die like this. They're my sworn brothers, my dear subordinates. They rely on my strength, and I rely on theirs. I can't allow them to die such a pointless death. A broken bar. I'd rather lose my orc pride than allow it. March forward. I'll take the rear and protect you, I shout. We run and run. We go from the left side of the cave system to the right, but there's no end to those light beams. The turtles can attack from so far, it's very hard to shake them off. And once we do, there's another one waiting in front. I knew it. This is why I hate the new monsters. You never know what to expect or how to deal with them. If I had known about their behavior, I would have tried my best to avoid getting the aggro of multiple turtles at the same time. A broken bar. Now it's too late. I can only regret it. There must be a way to shake them off. We can't continue like these. A broken bar. There have already been 2 goblin deaths. 2 more than they should. Something a broken bar. The underground lake. It should prevent the turtles from following us. I immediately make everyone turn in the lake's direction. If we jump inside, we can swim until the turtles stop targeting us, then come back safely and resume the dungeon invasion as if nothing happened. Ha, ha, ha. Aren't I a genius? As if to mock me, at this precise instant something small hits my back. Fucking goblimps. Why do you decide to strike right now? I turn around to use a phantasmal weapon in retaliation, but I do so with such bad luck, that I misstep and fall to the ground, headfirst. Fuck this bad luck. There's something written here. Broken bar. Who made the claw marks? I don't know, but I'd like to. No, I can't waste time with a uck. When I try to stand up, something enormous hits me and makes me fall to the ground again. I roll to take some distance before trying again. When I stabilize, I see a colossal bear-like earth elemental, already swinging its claw at me. A claw as big as my whole body. What's up now? Another enemy? I take the blow and then search for a way to run away. I would love to fight this monster, but now isn't the time. Phew. A broken bar? We're surrounded. Why a broken bar? How? I'm sure my reaction will sound stupid to anyone who watches in the future. When did they come? What happened? There were no enemies here. This is why I chose this path. But now, we're surrounded by golems. There's this giant bear in front of me. The goblimps are waiting for a chance to strike, and the turtles are getting closer. A broken bar. Aren't we doomed? Right as I think so, 4 light beams are fired at us, striking several of my orcs and goblins. No. This makes no sense. I deny the reality. but my orcs and goblins keep struggling and dying. Today I was going to win. It can't end like this. I start a murderous rampage, attacking every enemy in sight with my battle leaks. I don't spare a single EP or MP in my effort to save us, but the more I attack, the more enemies I have to face. They're multiplying. Finally, I realize it's because of my own attacks that the enemies keep increasing in number. This isn't fair. I drop to the ground in despair. My goblins and orcs, my comrades, they're falling, one after another. A broken bar. Evil mastermind. I swear I'll make you pay for all the times you've humiliated me. Even if it's the last thing I do before turning crazy, I'll make sure to crush your dungeon and show everyone how to beat your dungeon without taking any damage. In my delirious rage, I start laughing. Then, I stand up again and face the giant bear. At the very least, I'm going to enjoy this as much as possible. This bear monster has such big claws that it could actually leave those marks in the entrance area. Maybe, it's actually this monster. The monster I've been looking for so long. Then, does this mean that I fell for the evil mastermind's trap when I read that text? Was everything planned from the start? A broken bar? I'm sure of it. Since I said I would beat the dungeon this time, he must have prepared everything so that I would have no choice but to run away to the lake, then make me fall, accidentally read that slate, and activate the trap. I'm sure of it. You didn't outsmart me this time. I saw through your machinations. Ha, 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 ha. I'll show you a broken bar, just you wait. The new monster additions to the Mad Rats lab created a huge wave in the DMA forums, both from desperate and exhilarated players. If only they knew those were the tip of the iceberg of what was to come in the next days. A broken bar. I pick up all my stuff after the class ends. Today is Friday. This means we have 2 days to relax and do whatever we want in front of us. Ricard, Laura, I call them. Do you have any plans for this weekend? I plan to spend most of the time capturing more monsters for my dungeon. Own a broken bar. If you want to join me, help is always appreciated. They turn to look at me, their expressions brightening for a brief instant. But then, Laura gloomily counters my offer, ... Aren't you forgetting about the exams? And poof! As if by magic, Ricard's expression radically changes. Now, he looks as if his soul left his body. The exams. A broken bar. I tilt my head. What are those? Are they tasty? She hits my shoulder. Don't joke around with this. They're the final exams, they're important. Oh, you meant how those exams. A broken bar. I joke. I don't need to worry, I did well until now. Yes, but not everyone's the same. A broken bar. She points to the side, where Ricard is trembling with glazed eyes. Exams. A broken bar. Oh, no. The final exams are here. Broken bar. What am I going to do? Broken bar? And I was planning to level up this weekend. A broken bar. Yes, Ricard, they're here. It's funny that you, who's obsessed with the undead, is the one whose soul has left its body. You know what? This is what you get for fooling around by playing games so much that you never studied. Ha ha ha, look at me. I've played a lot too, but I did my homework, sometimes, and studied early so I wouldn't need a studying marathon later. Play smarter, not harder, like me. Ha ha ha. I don't think Laura will have any trouble either, so I ask her again. Ricard? He's already got his plate full. So broken bar, do you want to help me? Sure, but, my broken bar. She hesitates to continue, biting her lower lip. She fidgets with her hands, twirling her fingers around. Beauty broken bar, but only if we go alone, you and me. The two of you. Sab broken bar? I'm sure Clara won't like it, but it's okay. It isn't as if I have to do everything she wants. Fine by me. But is there a reason why you want to be alone with me? It can't be she wants a date with me, can it? No, number. A date inside a game isn't a date at all. It's impossible. She must want to practice something when only I am present. I'm sure that's it. She hesitates. No. It's just a broken bar. No, Pan. Ricard slams his fist on the nearest table. I swear I could hear something breaking, but the table seems fine. So was it Ricard's fist? I can't allow it. He continues. We're a team, so we must play as a team. I decide to taunt him a little. Aren't you angry because you must study and can't come with us? Maybe you shouldn't have spent so much time playing DMA. That's a broken bar. He turns his head around. avoiding eye contact. Don't try to change the topic. We're talking about the League of Evil here. How dare you break the rules and try to play without me? If I can't, then you can't either. No, regardless of how you look at it, it's you who's changing the topic to avoid being embarrassed. Also, your true intentions are showing. Didn't you notice? But we never made such rules. I counter. Of course we did. From the moment we created our team, we swore to stick together forever. This includes a broken bar. As he continues rambling on and on, Laura and I exchange a look and agree to stop talking about this. We'll continue when he isn't around. Why should we stick to his invented rules? It's his own fault if he's in this predicament. Okay, Ricard, stop. I stop him from continuing his eternal explanation. Do you really have no time free? It isn't a good idea to spend all the time studying either. Maybe you could spare 1 or 2 hours at a broken bar. When I stop him, he starts glaring at me. But then, when I mention the A breaks, he looks at me as if I was his savior. Oh, shit. He might start worshipping me now. A broken bar. I've already gotten my hands full with that stuff, so you better not join them. Ah, you're right. I'll need a break or two, of course. Maybe one every half a day. A broken bar. No. Every hour. A broken bar. Perhaps I can squeeze one every half an hour. A broken bar. 1 hour of playing for every half of study doesn't sound too bad. Tired of listening to Ricard, Laura hits him on the back. What are saying? Of course, this won't do. 1 break or 2 is fine, but using the breaks as an excuse to play instead of studying is completely different. Do you really want to suspend? No, I don't want to. Broken bar. Then, will you study or play this weekend? Laura pressures him by pointing at him. If you don't put your shit together, you're going to turn into a useless person. And, did you know a broken bar? She makes a nasty smile. ... Girls don't like useless guys. A broken bar. Foo. Ah, you are broken bar. Ricard stutters, his face bright red. Yeah, broken bar. Oh, wow, I didn't know you could convince him like that, Laura. Though I don't think it'll work if I were the one who did it. At least, I hope it won't work. A broken bar. It'd be scary if it did. So, are you going to study or not? She steps away, giving him some space to calm down. He gulps. Cue her. Broken bar. Yes, I'm going to broken bar. To study, of course. I can almost see bitter tears falling from his eyes. But this sure is amazing. I never thought I would live to see the day when Ricard didn't know what to say. I've never seen him struggling so much to talk. Usually, when he starts talking, it's like an unending stream, but now a broken bar. Both Ricard and Laura are putting on awkward expressions, so it's up to me to break this weird mood. And I have the perfect way to do so. Yes. I forgot to tell you before. A broken bar. I make a dramatic pause and they eagerly wait for me to continue. Hey, I feel important. I asked my older sister if she could help you to improve, and she said she's too busy. I calmly observe as their expressions dull before continuing. Instead, she said she would prepare an easy course inside her own dungeon for us to go and train. Yes, fucking yes. Ricard starts jumping around. Finally, it's my chance to show my knowledge that's comparable to a pro player to a so-called pro. I'll make sure to impress her, and then she'll admit I'm better, and my popularity will reach the sky. Yeah, broken bar. Good luck with that. But won't she need a lot of time to create the course? Laura asks, ignoring Ricard. Would it really save her any time at all? She said she'll reuse some of the stuff she prepared for me and Clara. I answer. She also said she wanted to show me my place, so she's in fact the one who's most interested in a broken bar. I understand. Laura stops and gives me a pitiful gaze. Your relationship isn't as good as I expected, huh? No, well, it's a broken bar. It's difficult to explain. I awkwardly scratch my head, recalling our love-hate relationship. So broken bar, when are we going? Ricard grabs my shoulders with so much strength I feel they're going to break. I can anytime you want. I have nothing to do this weekend. Didn't you say you were going to stew? Wait, we can talk about this later. Laura interrupts me in the middle of my retort. We're the last ones. We'll be late to the next class if we stay here. You're right. Let's go. I say. I'm ready. I was waiting for you, adds Ricard. Hey, Ricard, how do you have the nerve to say this when you're the one who was wasting our time a second ago? Let's talk as we walk. He continues. Andreu, what do you think will impress your sister the most? My battle skills or my game knowledge? My broken bar nothing? Should I pop his bubble now, or wait until later? My broken bar I'll be funnier if I wait, so I'll let him be happy for now. Impress here a broken bar? I put a hand on my chin to make him believe I'm taking this seriously. I'm sure you'll impress her if you beat her in a 1v1 combat. Is that so? Then, I guess I'll have to train and give my all. I pat his back. I'm looking forward to your victory. Thank you, my friend. Does anyone want to make a bet with me? I'll bet everything I have on Ricard's defeat a broken bar. Ha ha ha, what an easy way to make money. Laura stares at me, furrowing her brows, disapproval written on her face. Why do you look at me like that? What did you want me to say? Even if I know there's absolutely no way he'll win a fight against my sister, shouldn't I be cheering for him, as his friend? I put my index finger on my lips, making a signal for her to stay silent. She nods. Ricard never took me seriously when I said my sister was one of the top players. He's been playing along, but I'm sure he still thinks I'm bragging. He's so focused on his own greatness, that he can't see the reality around him. But Laura knows the truth. I'm sure Clara shared my sister's real identity with her, and she knows how deep of a hole Ricard is digging for himself right now. Well, a humility injection won't hurt him. Maybe, after losing like a pathetic worm, he'll start playing more seriously and will turn from a walking encyclopedia to an amazing player. Hey, a broken bar. Don't look at me like that. I can dream. Okay? This can't continue. A broken bar. I must do something or I'll be left behind. Think hard, Clara. Broken bar. I must solve this problem. I roll on top of my bed, hugging my favorite slime plushie. I must solve this problem soon, but I can't think of any solution. I'm being left behind by Andreu in DMA. He's already level 7, but I'm still at 5. His friends are leaving me behind too. Ricard was always the highest of us all, and Laura is managing to keep up somehow. A broken bar. I believe it's thanks to the succubi in her dungeon, but I can't be sure. At first, it was okay thanks to the nerds in my class, but I demanded too much from them and now they're avoiding me. It's partly my fault. I was too pushy. A broken bar, but I don't know how to approach somebody else. I'm scared of being hurt. I put on a nasty front and treated them harshly, so they wouldn't hurt me, but the only thing I achieved was making them scared of me. I regret my actions now. Didn't I act the same as those kids back then? The same they did to me. A broken bar. I hate myself for it now, but I don't know how to apologize. For the tournament, I received help from my brother and his friends. They all helped me level up to level 5, so we could have a good chance at winning. Andreu felt it was his duty, and Laura didn't dare say no when he asked her to help me level up. Ricard on the other side. A broken bar. As soon as I promised him to put lots of weak units in a special area for him to farm, he immediately agreed. He might know everything related to the game, but he's too easy to manipulate. But I can't keep asking them for help all the time. They have their own lives and stuff they want to do. Broken bar. Now the only one who regularly comes to my dungeon is Eva, the classmate who stopped me from putting pressure on the nerds. I'm sure she does so out of duty because she believes herself as the class representative, that she must help everybody. I'm fine with it. I don't care what she thinks. The problem is that it isn't enough if she's the only near broken bar. If I could spend as much time as I wanted inside the game, I might not have this trouble. I could be like Ricard, and forget about everything else. But I don't have so much free time. Next year when I'll start my university life, and I must spend as much time as possible preparing for the entry exams. Maybe I'll have to ask Marta for help. I'm sure she can help improve my dungeon, and if she puts in a good word, as Anthemia, my dungeon will surely gain popularity. Yes, let's do it. I decidedly stand up from my bed and walk to her room. Knock, knock. Fuck off, Andreu. I hear Marta shouting from the other side of the door. I'm not surprised by her shouts. I'm used to it. It's me. Oh, okay. She opens the door. You can come in, Clara. I'm sorry about that. Andreu just left and I thought he wanted to bother me. A broken bar. Did he tell you about your team training? Is this why you came? No, he didn't tell me anything. I came for something else. It looks like, after this, I'll have to go and pester Andreu until he tells me everything. Can you help me with something? You need my help. She tries to hide it, but she's happy I'm asking her. Sure. What do you need? You see a broken bar. It's about my dungeon own a broken bar. I start explaining my current situation. She listens calmly, but can't hide the smile growing on her face as I continue explaining. Most players create 1 or 2 private areas inside their dungeons, areas where their friends can farm, train, etc. If you're one of these players, be careful with them, since they must be connected to the main dungeon. If the players find them, either by luck or because somebody told them, they'll consider them as part of the dungeon and go inside. Depending on the private area you created, and the dungeon you've created, this will be very bad, and harm your dungeon's ratings. For example, you don't want players that dive into a realistic dungeon to find a farming area, or those that come to your farming dungeon to find a training passage filled with deadly traps. A tip from a veteran DMA player. I have some free time until the hour I agreed to meet with Ricard and the others for our dungeon training. The thing is that, right now, I'm in one of those situations when you have enough time that you don't want to waste it, but not enough to focus on anything. In short, I have no idea what I can do to avoid boredom. A broken bar. I suppose a broken bar. I could fix the demonic swarmers. It shouldn't take too long and I'll have them ready for when I update the rest of the dungeon on a broken bar. Yes, let's do this. It isn't as if I had anything better to do anyway. I open the templates menu and search for the demonic swarmers. Ha, they're still level 3. Poor, pathetic weaklings. A broken bar. They've stayed the same since I created them. And they were the first combat unit I created after the Stitchida broken bar. It's no wonder they were so useless. They were created when I still didn't know how to go about my dungeon. It doesn't help that I didn't put them where they were supposed to go, either. But if they're like this, even if I put them in the tunnels, they would be useless anyway. Don't worry, my useless and deformed babies. I'll fix you up now. Currently, all demonic swarmers are waiting in one of the warehouse rooms, empty rooms that aren't connected to the main dungeon, so invaders can never reach them. I put them there because I didn't want them disturbing my new cave area. I'm sure that, by now, they and the silent kidnappers are best friends. Poor, useless guys. A broken bar. They're more useless than the random creations in the failed experiments area. Well, the monsters in that area are just pretending to be useless, but they actually fulfill their respective roles. It isn't fair to compare them. I start by opening the template and reading their skills. It's been so long that I forgot what I gave them. Demonic Revenge, Strong, and Commander for the elf half. As for the dwarf half, it has bash instead of dash. Yes, I remember now. But why did I give them the commander skill? A broken bar. I remember. It was because without at least one they couldn't call for help at the start of combat. Okay, then. Let's start with the changes. The first thing I'm going to do is look at the upgrades of the Demonic Revenge skill. Marta told me I should upgrade this skill first, and that I'd recognize what upgrade she was talking about as soon as I read them. A broken bar. Yep. It's definitely this one. I'll give them this upgrade right away. There's one upgrade that increases the bonus stats, another that prevents them from dying as soon as the buff disappears, giving them a stat reduction penalty instead. One that increases the effective radius. A broken bar. There's even one that increases the duration. But there's only one that's actually useful for what I need. I level the demonic swarmers to level 4 and select the upgrade. I get 2 skill points, one for each half, but since both halves have the Demonic Revenge, I must spend both to upgrade both sides. The upgrade is called Fueled Rage. Demonic Revenge, LV2, triggered skill. When an ally dies within 1 meter, increase all stats by 100% for 5 seconds. When this skill ends, you die. Upgrades Fuel Rage. After this skill is triggered, each following ally death extends the duration by 2 seconds and the stats by another 10%. The idea behind the demonic swarmers was that they would call for help at the start of combat. Then, when one of them died. And keep in mind the two Siamese halves count as different units. Say they would get a buff, making them very dangerous until they died. But the main problem with this is that I never created lots of them, only about 10. There never was an actual A swarm. Another important reason they failed is that a strong monster with 100% bonus stats is dangerous, but a weak monster with 100% increased stats is still weak. Moreover, the players only needed to survive for 5 seconds and the buffed demonic swarmers would automatically die. With the fueled rage upgrade, 2 of the main problems will be solved. Now, as long as I create a lot more demonic swarmers, they'll turn from useless to extremely dangerous. Ha ha ha. And this is without taking into account they'll be in the tunnels filled with mushrooms. Nature Attuned will finally have a chance to shine. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Now that I've fixed them, it's time to improve them even further. For starters, and since they share passive skills, I'm going to give them something useful. I level them up another time and, with one of the skill points, I upgrade the strong skill. Strong, LV2, passive skill, increases the unit's strength stat by 5. Upgrades proficient, triple this skill's bonus stats. Now I have to decide what to do with the second skill point. I could always give them another stat rising skill, but I think I can give them something nastier. For example, what if I give them the shared senses skill? Wouldn't it make it so that the cries of one alert the closest ones, and those alert the others with the shared senses? Almost all the demonic swarmers in the entire dungeon would swarm the invaders at the same time. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Just imagine a broken bar, the invaders going crazy as enemies come from everywhere at the same time. A broken bar. Number. I can't do that. A broken bar, it would be too extreme. Also, I don't want to risk messing with the Hauntlings. They have the same skill and who knows what could happen. There's still another skill I can give them that'll help them find the intruders without making them too OP. Presence detection. If they know when an enemy is within 20 meters, they call for help, and those that hear the call, come closer. It can still turn into a chain reaction too, though not as big as with the shared senses. I guess I'll have to settle with the presence detection. They're level 5 now. I can level them up to level 8, but I won't do it unless I find skills I really like for them. Also, I don't want to make them too strong before testing how the changes work. Not this near broken bar. No. Number. Useless. A broken bar. This one's too broken. I scrutinize the skill list for the perfect skill. This a near broken bar. This ice a broken bar. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. This one is so good. What do the demonic swarmers want to do? They want to swarm the enemy, and they want to die, powering up their allies. Then, they want to inflict as much damage as possible before dying. So broken bar, what if I give them a skill that prevents them from dying prematurely? And what if this skill is more powerful the more deaths there are? Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce you to the Death Shield. The shield that activates when something close dies. Death Shield, triggered skill. When another unit dies within 1 meter, you obtain a shield that lasts for 10 seconds. The shield absorbs all the damage you would take from the first attack or skill. Similar to the demonic revenge, the Death Shield's effective radius is tiny. But, equally similar to the former, the tiny radius doesn't really matter once you take into account the Siamese's nature, as well as the fact that they'll swarm the enemy. And this combination is so stupidly broken. Every ally that dies will raise their stats, increase the buff's duration, and give them a shield. Sure, dot effects can easily pop the shield. And sure, it only triggers on ally deaths and can't accumulate charges. But stopping a free attack after every death, applied to multiple monsters at the same time. A broken bar. I wonder how much the players will hate them. Though I won't add them yet, I'll wait until I make the rest of the changes. Then a broken bar. Do I want to give them another skill? A broken bar? No, I think they're okay like this. Demonic Swarmer, Scout Half, LV6, HP 67, 45, STA 9, 6, SU 6, 4, EP 90, 60, MP 75, 50, STR 30, 20, Con 6, 4, AGA 9, 6, SPI 7, 5, Will 7, 5, Dex 7, 5. SPD6INT5Com1 skills active, triggered, demonic revenge, LV2, fueled rage, death shield. Passive, commander, presence detection, strong, LV2. Proficient, nature attuned, innate, stone skin, innate. Demonic swarmer, minor half, LV6, HP 97, 65, STA 7, 5, SU 4, 4, EP 75, 50, MP 60, 40, STR 31, 21, Con 9, 6, AGA 4, 3, SPI 6, 4, Will 9, 6, Dex 7, 5, SPD 6INT5Com1 skills active, triggered, demonic revenge, LV2, fueled rage, death shield. Passive, commander, presence detection, strong, LV2. Proficient, nature attuned, innate, stone skin, innate. You can argue all you want, saying it's a waste of skill points to give them both the same triggered skills. I disagree. It's precisely because of this that they'll be good. At least, this is what I hope. Piring. A message from a broken bar Ricard. He's asking if I'm ready. It seems everybody has logged in our broken bar. What a timely coincidence. I've just finished this. I reply to his message, saying I'll send the party request. First, I update the templates changes and then start a new party. After they join, I select my sister's dungeon from my favorite dungeons. After having to go into it so much the past 2 weeks, I saved it so I wouldn't forget its name. Here we go, to our team training session. A broken bar. I hope Martu isn't too hard on you. A broken bar. There's no need to choose which support mobs I'll bring with me because we're not using any. We're going only the 4 of us. It was both a request and a requirement my sister imposed on us if we wanted her help. After the flash of light, we find ourselves in Marta's dungeon entrance. We're floating in a dark space and right in front of us, there's a colossal, golden gate. It has engravings everywhere, and it shines with its own light. It's as if we were in front of the real Heaven's Gate. Every time I see it I feel tiny, insignificant. This gate sure fits my sister's personality. I'm not sure why, but I never get tired of this spectacle. But don't tell Marta, okay? As far as she knows, my opinion of her dungeon's entrance is on the level of a passable. Wow! Exclaims Ricard. I knew we were going into a divine blood dungeon called a Heaven's Path, but I never expected it to be so literal. Isn't it amazing? Our sister is the best. Clara chimes in. Buta broken bar. I don't know why a broken bar. This feels familiar. It's as if I've seen this before. I'm sure you saw it on some DMA videos, Ricard. Both this dungeon and my sister are famous. But I'll stay silent for now. I'll let you have your fun for now. Of course you have. Our sister is famous. Ricard rolls his eyes. If you say so. Broken bar then, he mutters to himself. She must have copied it from a famous player. I'm sure of it. A broken bar. Don't cry, Clara. I've tried it too. But he doesn't listen. Just let him fall for his own delusions. You're going to enjoy it more if you let him continue to embarrass himself. Alright, let's go. I clap my hands to get their attention. Our sister won't join us until later, but she told me how to get into our training area. I walk to the door and press a few of the ornaments in a certain order. When I press the last one, it makes a click sound, so it should have worked. Is this it? Asks Ricard. Will the door lead to a new area after this? No, this is only to activate the mechanism. After we enter, there'll be a column to the left. There's the actual door. Oh, I see a broken bar. A double lock. To prevent meddlesome players from accidentally triggering it. Our broken bar, says Laura. You're right. She used more awesome words to describe it, but it's basically the same. Letters engraved in the gate start glowing when we get close to it. It says, "A Heaven's Path is the last trial." I'm tired of reading it by now, but the first time I couldn't stop myself from thinking how appropriate it is. The celestial gate starts opening as soon as I press the glowing orb below the letters. Alright, let's go, I say. Clara runs past me, spinning her hands around. Today I'll show our sister how much I've improved. I'm sure she'll be surprised. It's a shame we won't go into the actual dungeon on a broken bar. I'm curious about the stuff inside a pro player's dungeon, comments Laura from my side. I'd instantly die if I came alone, so this is the first time I could give it a try. A broken bar, truly a shame. Meanwhile, Ricardo, broken bar. Hey, Andreu, when will your sister come? I'm itching to fight her. A broken bar is still in his own world. Let's hope he learns something today. When she comes, she'll watch our invasion, and come after we clear it, or when we die. She'll be evaluating your performance and will only accept the duel if you're good enough. What? How dare she? Does she believe she's some kind of god? Did the factions theme go to her head? It's decided. I'm going to give my best today. I'll put her in her place. Yeah, ha, broken bar, good luck with that. Laura and I exchange a knowing look before stepping inside, following after Ricard and Clara. I discovered this later, but when I updated the demonic swarmers, I didn't take into consideration the fact that presence detection works through walls. Given the nature of the tunnels, the demonic swarmers could create spontaneous swarms before the invaders knew they were close. They met the players in a massive group, unlike the original one at a time. A broken bar, which was exactly what I wanted, much to the invaders' dismay. As soon as we enter the training area, a light film appears, blocking the entrance. Well, a broken bar, I guess we can't go back until we clear this or die trying. I say, of course, since this is a game, we can always press the surrender button, but being locked inside a place like this is such a classic in fantasy dungeons. A broken bar. I like it. This is such a classic. Laura says the same thing I was thinking. But classics are classics because they work. If they're still used after a Hey, Clara interrupts. Do you think this is a warning for something worse to come? Our sister isn't this cheap. I'm sure that, later, I put my hand on her mouth. 8 to be more precise, where her mouth should be. After all, her champion doesn't have 1A to stop her from continuing. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to jinx things? Gross. It's slimy. After I release her, she turns her head away and crosses her arms. Hey, I'm sure she'd be pouting if her champion allowed her to do so. Stop fooling around. Ricard admonishes us with a stern voice. Take this seriously, we must surpass this training course to show your sister how good we are. Ha ha ha. No, Ricard, a broken bar, however you look at it, you're the least adequate to say this. I could maybe accept it from Laura. I might even accept it from Clara if she makes a puppy face. But I'll absolutely never accept it from you. But I hold back and ignore him instead of retorting. If he's like this, maybe he won't do any of his usual crazy stuff. For the first time since we entered here, I take a closer look at our surroundings. The white, marble walls, ceiling, and floor are simple and have no decorations, but somehow bring a feeling of purity to me. There are several windows from where bright white light comes in. When I try to see what's on the other side, my eyes burn and I must turn my head away. Because of it, I have absolutely no idea where this temple-like hall is supposed to be, but as long as there are more of those windows, we won't have any trouble with dark places and shadowy enemies, I'm sure of it. All right, let's go, team, I say. Baldy, you take the lead as usual. Then it'll be me and Lily, and you go last, Lemon. The hall is wide enough for 2 of us to walk and fight side by side, so this formation should be the best one to adapt to any situation. I'll take care of whatever comes at us. You can rely on me. All right. I'll protect your back as usual, brother. They reply in the same order I've called them. When Clara says it like this, with her current appearance, a shiver runs up my spine and I can't stop myself from wondering if my decision is the correct one. Nah, I'm sure it'll be okay. From previous experiences, it only backfired about half the time. Soon, we enter a wider room with similar decorations to the hall. On the opposite side, right in front of us, there's a closed door with a hole in it. On the side, there's a shining orb on top of a pedestal. There are some stairs leading to it. And here's yet another classic, comments Laura. And I'm sure there's a trap somewhere. I nod. I agree. Let's investigate. Laura and I approach the door to take a closer look. Meanwhile, Ricard moves to the orb to do the same. This is an unusual situation. Usually, instead of helping, he would start one of his ramblings about something related to the game in this situation. This shows how motivated he is. On my way to the door, I notice there are a few large holes in the walls, close to the ceiling. They're pointing next to the orb. Why are you hesitating so much? Isn't it clear we must take this orb here? I'll take it. He. I turn around in time to see Clara running toward the orb. Lemon, stop! I shout. It's a trap. A broken bar. Because of my shout, she tries to stop but instead trips, falling headfirst onto the stairs. With her tentacle arm extended as she falls, she hits the orb with enough force to push it out of its place. The orb rolls on the pedestal and falls down the stairs at the same time as Clara does. Boom! Several light orbs are shot from the walls, exploding as soon as they hit something, and blinding me for a few seconds. The only sounds I can hear are my sister's groans and the clinking of the orb as it continues to fall down the stairs. When the light finally clears up, I can see my sister, still alive, struggling to stand up. Yuga broken bar. What was that? She asks. The trap you triggered, I answer. But how is it that you didn't take any damage? Damage. Still confused, Clara tilts her head. She opens her status screen. Ah, you're right. I'm perfectly fine. I think I know what happened, explains Clara. The orbs missed her because she fell to the ground. They were aimed assuming the person who grabbed the orb would be standing. It's logical. Who would expect somebody to broken bar trigger the trap like that? A broken bar. You're right, a broken bar. I agree. Clara, do you understand now? You've been lucky so far. But this is the reason why you shouldn't act as you always do. But, yeah, broken bar. No buts. It's even worse that you're doing this only to get my attention, Why broken bar? She makes a surprised exclamation, not sure how to react. She starts fidgeting with her head lowered, raising it briefly to check my angry face before lowering it once again. Did you a broken bar? No. I nod. Yes, Clara. I knew. Did you really expect me to be so blind? I might let your cuteness blind me sometimes, but I'm not dumb. Well, a broken bar. Not that dumb. How a broken bar? I exhale. It's all right. It's just a game, so I forgive you. Just a broken bar. Stop doing it already, okay? Otherwise, I might have to kick you out of the party. A broken bar. No, I won't do it again. I promise. She jumps at me and starts hugging me. And a broken bar. Thank you for forgiving me. Let's see how long you can keep your promise. Broken bar. But anyway, is this a trap specifically designed to cure Clara's impulsive behavior? Because it sure looks like it is. Well, there's nothing we can do about the past, so let's think positively. Thanks to Clara, we don't have to waste time investigating the trap. We already triggered it. I decide to go and pick up the glowing orb that's now at the bottom of the stairs. It's at this moment that Ricard, who has stayed quiet until now, with his mouth hanging open, decides to snap out of his trance. Is your sister fucking crazy? He shouts. Do you know what those orbs are? Those are some of the strongest traps in DMA. And she used so many of them that they could instantly kill almost any of the strongest champions. Didn't you say this was a training course, and an easy one at that? What kind of training course starts with an instant death trap? A broken bar. I scratch my cheek. This is easy for her. I guess a broken bar? I don't know. The only thing I'm sure about is this trap was planned to try and fix Lemon's behavior. A broken bar. It still doesn't make any sense. He counters. Why would she want to kill one of us right at the start? What's more, her own sister? I too think this is a little bit too meek. A broken bar, adds Laura. But I'm sure she has her own reasons for this. Ricard shakes his head. You're wrong. This shows how much she's lacking. Pro player. She's only abusing her high level. If I was on the highest level, I would never abuse my powers like this, and would instead display my game knowledge and skills to train my juniors. I leave Ricard to his ramblings and introduce the orb into the door's socket. As soon as it's in, the door starts glowing and then it disappears, leaving only the door's frame. I'm about to cross to the other side when Laura pokes my shoulder. Hey, my broken bar mad rat, she says. Is it just me, or that light film is closer than before? She points back to the entrance, to the light film that blocked our way out. It sure looks like it is a broken bar. It's hard to say from here because of the angle, but it seems like the film has advanced about a meter. Ooh, it has moved. Let's see. Clara starts running away before suddenly stopping and turning to look at me. Can you a broken bar? I start rubbing my temples. It's fine, a broken bar. Go ahead and check a broken bar. Well, at least this time she stopped and asked for permission. Does this mean she actually learned something? As soon as Clara reaches the light film, she touches it with her tentacles. Ouch. It stings. I've taken damage too. She then checks its speed. Also a broken bar. It's moving very slowly. It's possible to cross it, but I take damage as soon as I touch it. Laura analyzes the situation. So we have a timer now. A broken bar. It's moving slowly, but depending on our actions or the dungeon layout, it could be a problem in the future. You're right. I agree with her. We'll have to move without wasting any time from now on. Then, I turned to Clara once again. I knew it. I blame her, joking. Why did you have to say that at the start? You jinxed it after all. If it had anything to do with this, Clara counters as she runs back to us. You know it would have happened anyway. Maybe it would, or maybe not. The only thing that's clear is that it's your fault. Ha ha ha. Mew you. It isn't. It is. No, it isn't. Okay. Broken bar. It's nobody's fault. I finally relent. Laura calmly waits for us to finish our foolish conversation, a thin smile on her lips. So broken bar, do we continue, or do you want to wait until the light film catches up? It'll raise the stakes and put us in extreme tension. No, I'd rather avoid it, I reply. Meanwhile, Ricard is continuing with his ramblings. I'd make sure to train my students every day. I'll also make them learn every single skill and unit that the game has, as well as all the combos and counters a broken bar. Let's ignore him for now. I clap my hands to get everyone's attention. All right, let's return to our previous formation and start moving. We can't waste time. What will the future hold for us? Who knows? But knowing Martu as well as I do, I'm sure it won't be easy. But you know, a broken bar, I say. The light film, a broken bar. It's clearly your fault, Lemon. No, it isn't. Hey, Baldy, I shout. I thought you were keeping them at bay. I'm doing what I can, okay? There's too many of them. I avoid an attack by twisting my body, and at the same time, I cast a cold blast. I'm lucky and the sacred cat is immobilized. So I take this chance to slam my staff on its head and push it out of the tiny platform. Ricard is supposed to keep them in check while I'm in charge of the Pegasi flying around. I raise my head to look upwards, scanning the area for enemies. There come two more, a broken bar, chaotic beam. The spell hits the frontmost Pegasi, taking a large chunk of HP out. TSK. Still alive? I guess I have no choice then. Chain lightning. The lightning hits the Pegasi and jumps to the other one. Thanks to the damage from my first spell and the transferred damage from the shared voltage skill, both Pegasi are paralyzed at 1 horsepower and fall to their deaths. Lily, Lemon, how are you doing? I don't think we can hold on for long. I look at the pillar in front close to the entrance, where Ricard is struggling to hold back an avalanche of sacred cats. Ricard's going to fall soon. There are several tall pillars in the room, only wide enough for 2 of us to stand on them at the same time. We must jump from one to the next to reach the other side of the room. The problem is those pillars are tall enough that if we fall, it's instant death. Also, there are only a few that are safe. If we step on the wrong one, the pillar disappears and we fall to our deaths. What's even worse, enemies aren't affected by this. They can freely stand on any platform. We discovered it by chance when Laura jumped on the first one and almost died. Thank God it was her and not any of you. Broken bar. She survived thanks to the blink skill. It would be nice and fast if we could check every pillar the same way, but we can only make 4 errors. And we already failed 2 times. How do we know we only have 4 chances? Because there are 4 towers on the other side of the room, and every time we stepped on the wrong platform, one of them lighted up. There's some kind of puzzle or clues to identify which are the good ones. Since Laura is the best of us at this stuff, and also the only one who can survive if she jumps on the wrong platform, she's the one in charge of finding the path. Clara is helping her, and at the same time protecting her from the enemies that reach them. Meanwhile, The task of stopping the majority of the enemies, the sacred cats, has fallen onto Ricard, as he's the tank and the best one of us at fighting multiple enemies at close range. And I'm in charge of the flying enemies, the Pegasi. As you can imagine, in this situation, the Pegasi are extremely dangerous because we can't get close to them, or easily avoid their attacks. They fly around and fire spells at us with impunity. But the sacred cats are even worse than the Pegasi. This is because they have 9 lives. No, I mean it literally. They're weak, on a similar level to the Stitched or even weaker, but they have the innate skill called 9 lives which, literally, revives them the first 8 times they would die. It doesn't matter what we do. We can blast them, smash their heads, or drop them to the ground below a broken bar. They simply don't die. Because of this, their numbers are slowly building up. They're about to overwhelm us with raw numbers. The only saving grace is that they can't fly or climb the pillars back up. When they fall, they must go back to the entrance first, where there's a ramp for them to climb. My shared voltage isn't very effective against them. They're naturally spread out, and the lightning can only hit a few every time. Because of this and the fact that the only one who can deal with the Pegasi is me, I've left them mostly to Ricard. I think I've got this one, replies Laura. If I'm not wrong, a broken bar, it's this one. She jumps to another platform. Yes, I was right. Only a few remaining now. Make haste, I say, jumping to the platform she was standing on until now. We can't hold much longer. I know, I'm doing my best to hey, look there, brother. Clara points back to the entrance. It's the light film. It's already reached this room. Ah, you're right. I look back, and surely, the light film that's been chasing us since the start is now right at the door leading to this room. Well, unless we waste a lot of time here, it won't catch up with us. If we don't make a huge mistake, we should be able to clear this room. But, at what cost? Will we have any EP or MP remaining for the rest of the training? If it weren't for the mana core skill, I would have run out of MP a long time ago. Broken bar. Thump, thump. The ground trembles rhythmically as if something huge is stepping on the ground. When I turn to the origin of the noise, I see something very large, as tall as the platforms we're standing on, coming our way. What the heck's going on now? I shout in annoyance. Lemon, this guy is on you. You'll have to deal with it on your own. Sure thing, brother. I'll stop it, whatever it is. He. That's it, problem solved. A broken bar, ha ha ha. As if. One of the first things you need to learn is to manage your EP and MP. Treat them as valuable resources and don't waste them. But don't get obsessed with saving them for later either. A good DMA player is one who knows how to balance their use and get the most out of them. And when you're low on them, don't hesitate to take a rest and recover. A tip from a veteran DMA player to newer players. Baldy, is that a Titan? What the hell's my sister thinking, sending one of those after us? Titans are one of the high-tier units. Just their size is enough for anyone to know how powerful they are. No, it isn't, explains Ricard, shouting so I can hear him. Look closely. Don't you see something that looks like wings on its back? It must be some tier of angel, but extremely enlarged. Oh, our broken bar. Now that you mention it, I can see something white on its back. Why did Marty use an angel here? Even in this large room, with enough room for Pegasi to freely fly around, it can't even fully open its wings. Unless a broken bar. She just wanted to make us panic. If that was her goal, she succeeded. But even if this isn't an actual Titan, I'm sure Marta buffed it quite a lot. I don't think Clara can stop it for long. Lily, think faster. I pressure her. We must get out of here before Lemon is defeated. I know a broken bar, but it isn't that easy. You know, I'm not an expert when it comes to these kinds of things, but if I'm not wrong, the puzzle to know which is the next platform is drawn on top of the current platform. Then, you need to match it with the possible next pillars, which have similar drawings on the laterals of broken bar. Yep, I have no idea how to solve it. How many are left? I ask while scanning our surroundings for the presence of more Pegasi. There are none right now. Can I help you somehow? I don't think I'll be of any help, but you never know. No, I believe I have this one. This pattern matches the one on the right. Hup. She jumps on the next platform and lands safely. It doesn't break and collapse, So she was right. Yes, only 2 remaining. Nice job, I say, making the jump too. How long will it take for the next one? A broken bar? I don't know. A broken bar, huh? It's the same as the first one? Then, the answer must be the square with 3 triangles. A broken bar? Surprised, Laura scans the 3 possible pillars we can jump on. What? Why are the 2 of them with the same pattern? It makes no sense. Same pattern? I observe the 2 patterns and sure enough, they look the same to me. No, there must be something I miss. A broken bar, but what? As she analyzes everything again, I take another look around us. Ricard is struggling to keep the sacred cats at bay. There are 3 of them that escaped his control and are now coming to us. I'm sure that soon, more will follow. Also, Clara's HP is getting dangerously low. 1 or 2 strong hits and she'll die. One cat comes at me, and I smack it with my staff, sending it flying to the ground below. The other 2 go at Clara, but they're stupid and smacked by the colossal angel, who sends them flying. TSK. We can't go like these. A broken bar? Lily, are you sure it must be one of those 2? Are you sure the last one is wrong? Huh, why a broken bar? Just answer me. Yes, it must be one of the 2. Buta. Then, just jump on top of one at random. I interrupt her. We can make one more error. Buta broken bar? I don't like to do things this way. Also, what about the last one? I just need a little bit more time to inspect the clues and I'm sure I'll find the right one. Just do it. We don't have time. If it comes to it, I'll take care of the last one. You take care. I said jump. I interrupt her again and gesture to her with my hand. We have no time. You can use blink if it breaks, so don't waste time. Okay, broken bar. She reluctantly nods and jumps on the central pillar. It doesn't break. Then this is the good. She was sure this was the good one because it didn't break as soon as she touched it like the previous ones, so she was surprised when it broke. She uses blink but doesn't aim properly and misses the platform I'm standing on. Luckily for her, I extend my arm in time and grab her, pulling her back. We fall to the ground. She's on top of me. We stare into each other's face. A broken bar? There's something soft touching me right now. A broken bar? No. We don't have time for this. If this one was wrong, then the other pillar must be the good one, right? I say, snapping her out of her daze. Go and start solving the last one. Right. I shall go. A broken bar? She reluctantly stands up, allowing me to follow suit. After sending me another look, she turns around and jumps on the platform. This time, it doesn't break. I watch as the 3rd tower lights up. We can't make any more mistakes now or we're done for. I have no idea what'll happen if we make a 4th mistake, but I'm sure Marta has something nasty ready for us. Maybe all the pillars will crumble at the same time, or some attack will wipe us out. The only thing I know for sure is that we'll all die. Luckily, since the giant angel appeared, there hasn't been any more Pegasi appearing, so I can focus on other stuff. Alright, only 1 pillar remaining. As for the rest a broken bar, I turn to the other's situation and start giving orders. Baldy, come here. We can't let you stay there anymore. I shout so that Ricard, who's blocking the sacred cats right next to the first pillar, hears me. Okay, he answers, but you'll have to tell me the good path. The good path? A broken bar? Sheet. A broken bar? I don't remember which platforms are the good on. Is a broken bar? I can't disturb Laura now. I guess I must rely on Clara's memory. Lemon, do you remember the good path? Clara, who's fighting the colossal angel in the central part of the pillars, answers me. Yes, I remember. But I can't guide him if I'm busy with this. It doesn't matter, I say. I was going to tell you to retreat anyway. I think the best way to proceed is to get the giant's aggro. Lemon, don't attack it anymore and help. Baldy. Chaotic beam. The beam hits the monster right on its head, but it isn't enough to get its attention. Another time. Chaotic beam. After the second one, it turns its head in my direction. The eyes, emitting golden light, are really intimidating. Then, with heavy steps, it walks in my direction. Shit. Am I going to die like these? A broken bar? For a moment, my heart stops. And then I remember I'm inside a game and recover my sanity. From the looks of its wings, this is just an angel, the weakest of them all. For broken bar it is a 20-meter one, so it's certainly not a normal one. An angel has higher base stats than I do, so we should be in a balanced situation after the champion's buff. But I can't lower my guard because it's an angel created by Marta, specifically designed to train us. There's no way it's weak. Also a broken bar. All angel-like units, from the angel, the basic one, to the seraphim, the strongest one, have the same innate skill, called Divine Mark. It's one of those skills that seem useless until you actually fight against one. Divine Mark might be the most flat-out broken innate skill in the whole game, and when I say this is because it's a skill that's always good, in any situation. Unlike with most other skills, there isn't a single situation when this skill is bad or useless. Divine Mark, passive innate skill. Increase all damage dealt by 10% and reduce all damage taken by 10%. Yep, you read it right. A flat 10% increase to everything they do, and a 10% reduction to everything against them. As if the fact they can fly wasn't broken by itself. They also have the most universally useful innate skill in the entire game. Fucking defs a broken bar. Why do they favor the Divine Blood faction so much? Though I won't complain because, thanks to this fact, once I can start using their units which are generally stupidly expensive, I'll be able to have all their perks, and even mix them with others, making my units invincible. Broken bar. Andreu, maybe you should stop dreaming about the future and refocus on the colossal angel that's about to smack you. A broken bar. What is this? My conscience. A broken bar? It's been a long time since focus on the fight. Oh, yeah. The fight. A mace as big as I am is falling, ready to turn me into a pulp. I jump on one of the safe pillars on time, avoiding the attack. The following shockwave makes me shiver. Oh my god. A broken bar. How did Lemon survive for so long? A broken bar? Won't I be dead as soon as that thing touches me? I observe the angel raising the mace again when Laura shouts at me, "Madrat, I'm a broken bar." We have another problem here. What problem? I managed to answer, barely avoiding the following attack. It's the last pillar. A broken bar this time. The three options look the same. It'll take some time to solve it. Our broken bar. What? The three options look the same? A broken bar. This does put us in a difficult situation. I guess there's no other option. It's time to reveal my incredible detective skills. It's okay, I'll take care of it. But I'll need you to keep this guy busy. Fine by me. A broken bar. Are you sure? Aren't you weak with puzzles? You didn't solve a single one of these. Don't worry. Aren't I the greatest leader? When have I disappointed you? Haven't I always surpassed all your expectations? Ha ha ha. Not sure what to say. She stays quiet and attacks the colossal angel, trying to grab its aggro. At the same time, I jump from platform to platform until I reach the last one. The one with the puzzle we need to solve. A broken bar. Interesting. A broken bar. If I'm right, then this means a broken bar. I intently stare at the three pillars in front of me. Yes, I'm checking the pillars and not the drawings and clues. What did you think I was going to do? Solve the puzzle? Ha ha ha. Did you expect me to solve it quickly when Laura couldn't? But I have a secret technique nobody else knows. An infallible cheat code that'll allow me to solve this. What's my secret technique? It's the knowledge of battling against Marta since we were kids. I know how she thinks, and I'll find the correct path without solving the puzzle. There are three pillars I can jump to from here. I've been calling them pillars until now, but they're irregular platforms of varying sizes and shapes. This is important because it's the reason it's impossible to predict the path without solving the puzzles. At least, it's the reason it should be impossibly broken bar if I weren't here. There's one platform very close to this one. I don't even need to jump to reach it. I can walk to it. Then there's a second one that's more than a meter away, and the third one will require a long jump to reach it. Knowing my sister, I'm sure this last jump can't be easy. I'm sure it's the third platform. Well, I'm not 100% sure, but there's a high chance it is. I take a last look behind me. Ricard is following Clara's instructions and hopping between platforms in my direction. There are dozens of sacred cats chasing after him, using any means necessary, like pushing other cats to the ground below or using the wrong platforms, to try to reach him. They'll soon reach Laura's position. It's impossible they'll survive the fight against both the cats and Angel, So we're done for if we don't leave this area soon. We don't have time to solve it properly, so I might as well leave it to chance, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Here I go, I shout, making the long jump to the last platform. As soon as I land, I stabilize myself and wait. It doesn't crumble. I guessed it right. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I stop laughing to tell the others. Come on, everyone. I found the last one. I see relieved expressions on their faces, but they're too focused on surviving to say anything. Laura is the first one to reach me. She doesn't make the jump and instead uses blink. I can understand her. It's safer to use blink if she isn't confident with making the jump. How a broken bar? How did you solve it so fast? She asks. Solve it? I didn't, I answer, avoiding one of the angel's attacks. As you might expect, it chased Laura all the way here. But now we have enough space to move around, so it isn't as dangerous as it was before. Then, how did you a broken bar? I just left it to my gut feeling. At my answer, she sends me a silent glare. What did you expect me to do, when we didn't have time? Ha! A broken bar. It's fine, it doesn't matter anymore. But to think you risked everything on luck. A broken bar. Well, we needed to do something or we were dead anyway. And it worked in the end, so it's fine, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Luck is also a skill. It might as well be the most important skill in the game because, with it, you can solve problems and surpass situations that you shouldn't be able to. If you don't consider yourself lucky, you should try to find a companion that does. I'm sure it'll help you in the most unexpected situations. Excerpt of an interview with a random DMA player. Go, go, you can do it. An enormous mace strikes the ground, sending Ricard flying a few meters away when he jumps to avoid it. Clara falls to the ground when the ground shakes. Go, team. Go, team. We're almost there. A little push and we'll win. Or we're done for, if there are more enemies. A broken bar. I make sure to lower the volume so only I can hear the last part. What the hell am I doing? You ask. I'm cheering for my team. Isn't it obvious? What else could I be doing? Then, why am I cheering instead of helping? You ask. It's because I'm useless right now. Let me recapitulate so you can understand a broken bar. After escaping the room with those pillars, we found ourselves assaulted by countless enemies in a narrow corridor. They shot arrows at us from the sides at the same time that more enemies rushed at us from the sky, falling in the middle of our ranks. We thought this was a dangerous spot to fight, so we decided to rush forward, ignoring the enemies, to avoid taking too much damage. We made the wrong decision. What we found at the end of the narrow passage wasn't a door leading to a new area, but a large arena. It didn't take long for all the monsters to surround us and continue the assault, this time without anywhere to hide or run to. What's worse, the same colossal angel from before dropped on top of us. Our chances to win, dwindling by the second. But, then, in a heroic and valiant sacrifice, worthy of the most epic fairy tales, I made my comrades retreat and sacrificed myself to save the world. I cast as many chain lightning as I could to get the monster's attention and then blew everything up with a grand finale. Enemies fell everywhere. The only ones left standing were me and the wounded colossal angel. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine how epic it was? And now, since I'm useless thanks to the reduced stats, the only thing I can do is cheer for the rest of my team. Give me an L. Give me an E. Give me an A. Give me a G. I open my eyes wide and stop myself before it's too late. What the heck was I doing? Why was I spelling that lame name? All my body shivers. I punch myself in the face as a punishment. Shit. It counted as an attack and I almost killed myself. Or broken bar. Well, at least it was worth it. Let's resume cheering. But this time, I'll avoid stupid and dangerous mistakes. Go, go, team. You can do it. You just need a last push. A broken bar. Why is it always me who ends up being useless? Why do I have to blow myself up so often? Is it my fault, or is it because of the rest of the team? A broken bar. Why am I making this question when it's obvious it's because of the rest? I don't have any fault. None at all. Ricard tries to parry one attack but is instead squashed into the ground. You can't parry attacks like that, Ricard. A broken bar. Well, he's making fewer mistakes than usual. Usually, he would have been sent flying 2 or 3 times because of his own mistakes, but today he's only been sent flying when it was an effect of the angel's skills. Also, there's no need to worry about him. He has the highest stats in our party, has skills that increase his resilience, and Laura is always keeping an eye to heal him when needed. He never dies easily, like a true undead should. Please, Broken Bar, don't tell him I said this or he won't stop talking until he turns me into a corpse. Meanwhile, Laura and Clara attack it from the sides and back. Clara's tentacles are latched onto it, so when the angel tries to shake her off, she spins round the monster instead, further entangling herself with it. Like right now. Do it again, do it again. What do you think this is, Clara? An amusement park? The angel grows angry, turning everything around itself into a sea of bright, white flames. As soon as they appear, everyone, including itself, starts taking continuous damage. Ah, shit, this isn't good. A Broken Bar, I comment. I guess I can only do one thing. Go, team. Don't mind the flames, you can do it. Ha ha ha, did you expect me to actually do something? Nah, it's impossible. Right now, I'm disabled. The fight continues. My team's HP starts dropping like there's no tomorrow, but the angel isn't doing well either. If it continues like this, our entire team won't be able to do anything from the rest of the dungeon invasion, but we'll win this fight. I'm sure of it. After all, what could go wrong? Shit, what am I doing? Did I jinx it? Our Broken Bar? Nah, don't worry, Andreu. I didn't say it out loud, so it doesn't count. Finally, the colossal angel drops to the floor with a loud thud. It almost falls on top of Clara, but luckily she manages to untangle herself and move away on time. We won. But it's only thanks to my initial grand finale, which took away more than a third of the boss HP at the start. Yes, I knew you could do it. Good job everyone. Ha! A Broken Bar, that was hard. Laura wipes her non-existent sweat and turns to Clara. Are you sure this is the last part? There won't be an impossible area after this one, right? Yes. I'm sure this is the last. My sister will never do something so shameless. It wasn't that hard. So, when is your sister coming? I'm itching for a fight. If she's half as good as you've said. A Broken Bar. Ricard trails off, distracted by the door that opens on one side of the arena. My sister comes in, clapping. Clap, clap. Good job. I didn't expect you to survive the first time you tried it, she says. Of course, there are lots of things you can improve, but a Broken Bar, we'll talk about it later. Clara jumps at Marta, grabbing her arm and shaking it. Sis, did you see how much I've improved? Didn't we agree you wouldn't call me a sis anymore? Ah. You're right. But a Broken Bar, did I do well? It was okay. Marta glares at Clara for a moment and asks her more importantly, did you learn your lesson? Clara flinches. You mean, to stop rushing at things? Marta doesn't say anything and keeps staring at her. I did. A Broken Bar, I won't do it. Anima. A Broken Bar, she finally says, lowering her head. Her voice fades off, to the point I have to strain my ears to hear it. Then it's fine. Marta then turns her head to me and snorts. HMPH. At least, you didn't disappoint me anymore, she adds after a pause. Is that all you have to say to me? Well, she didn't criticize me either. It could have been way worse. Getting off scot-free isn't that bad. The next one Marta speaks to is Laura. I can teach you later if you want, but puzzles aren't always straightforward. Sometimes you need to think outside the box, or leave it to your intuition, like he did with the final jump. She points at me before continuing. Did I actually get praised here? Marta praised me, though I'm sure he was just lucky. It's impossible he could decipher my code at all. Yeah, ha, Broken Bar, I knew it couldn't be real. Why did I even get my hopes up? I swear, the next time, I won't fall for her tricks. Laura agrees to Marta's proposal. Thank you. It's an honor to receive your teachings. A Broken Bar, I'm sure Ricard would die in ecstasy if he were to receive those words. Drop the formalities, it's annoying. Oh, and nice to meet you. Then, they exchange greetings. Immediately after, Marta scans Laura, then turns to look at me. She turns her head at Clara, who winks at her and ends up staring at me once again. Oh, I see. A Broken Bar, now I understand what all that fuss was about. What did you understand, Marta, tell me. I demand an explanation. I hope we'll see each other soon in real life. Laura giggles. I'll do my best. This isn't fair. I want to know it too. A broken bar, or maybe not. What if it's something it's best I don't know? What if I regret it later? Then, I better stay ignorant. Yep, ignorance is bliss. While I keep rejoicing in my ignorance, Marta turns to the last of us, the only one she hasn't greeted yet. Ricard, a broken bar since my sister came inside this room. He has been staring at her with his eyes wide open and his mouth hanging so low it almost touches the ground. I swear, I'm not exaggerating. Though, to be more precise, he's been staring slightly above my sister's head. Every time there's more than one player in the same dungeon instance, there's a symbol on top of its head for the other players to see. In general, you can choose between a symbol, your nickname, and your current champion's name. If you choose the champion's name, there's an extra icon in front of it to show it isn't the player's nickname. For example, on top of my head, I'm sure Marta can read a mad rat right now, with the champion's icon in front. This is true everywhere except in the tournament, where everybody gets the same symbol but with a different color, whether it's an ally or an enemy. Mostly to avoid cheating by using spaces to hide names and similar stuff. So, why is Ricard like this? It's because on top of Marta's head, in bright letters, there's the name Anthemia. There's no symbol in front of it, after all, so it means it's the player's nickname. Also, her champion looks exactly the same as the seraphim she uses as Anthemia when playing in the top ranks, except for the wings. The wings looks and their numbers are different for each angel type, to avoid player confusion. This is important because her current wings show she's using a normal angel unit instead of her seraphim. If it were only for how she looks, I'm sure Ricard would be spouting bullshit about how does she dare impersonate a top ranker. But since it's impossible for two players to have the same nickname, a broken bar, I'm sure you can get the rest by yourselves. Is this the guy who wants to fight with me? Marta asks me. Why is he looking at me like that? It's a broken bar, it's hard to explain. I say, is that so? She shrugs and waves her hand in front of his face. Hello, is there anyone inside? Or are you an empty husk? Ricard finally snaps out of his stupor. But instead of answering her, he turns to me and starts shouting, "Hey, Andreu! And you too, Clara! Why didn't you tell me your sister was Anthemia?" The Anthemia, the top player who slaughters everybody who dares fight her in melee. Ooh, you know your shit. That's me. Ha ha ha. She laughs. Hey, what about keeping our real identities a secret? Just in case the video gets exposed. You just called us by our real names. Though it isn't like I can't understand him, a broken bar, the shock he just suffered after ignoring us every time we told him in the past must be quite great. I, Clara, and Laura retort to him at the same time. I told you, a broken bar. I tried to tell you, but you never listened. He. They told you, Baldy, multiple times at that. Ignoring everybody, Marta says, all right. Now that you've snapped out of your trance, a broken bar, it's nice to meet you. I'm their elder sister. She chuckles at Ricard's reaction. I'll agree to have a duel with you after seeing how much you've struggled to get this chance. But only because my little sister asked for it, so you should be glad. Not everybody can fight against me. I've even changed my usual champion to this weak angel, who should have the same stats as your champion, so we can fight on equal terms. No, a broken bar. This can't be broken bar. Anthemia, broken bar. My chance at Gloria, broken bar. Nobody told me about this. Ricard's shout echoes in the large arena, but we all ignore him. Fighting against a better player is a great chance to improve. Take this chance to learn how they move. Observe what decisions they make in every situation, how and which attacks they evade, and which ones they don't, how they position themselves and how they use the terrain, when and how they use their skills. And if it's a fight with support mobs included, don't miss how they command them around, as this might be the most important of them all. Combat experience is a very important factor in this game, and the fastest and easiest way to get it is to learn from a better player. A tip from a professional DMA player to newer players. I thought we were friends, says Ricard. You're a traitor. How dare you say this to me? I retort. It isn't my fault you didn't believe us. We told you many times our sister was a pro player. He heavily exhales. How a broken bar, you're right. But I always believed you were bragging to me a broken bar right after the tournament. I thought it could be true, but the more I thought about it, the less I believed it. After all, it makes no sense you're both lacking so much in basic game knowledge if you can ask your sister for anything. A broken bar, there are broken bar reasons for it. What can I say here? That we were in a strained relationship and barely did anything together? Even if he's my friend, I don't want to go into so much detail. We aren't that close yet. I raise my head to look at Marta and Clara, who are talking excitedly close to us. Laura is sitting on the ground with us, but she isn't saying anything, with a pensive look on her face. From time to time, she sneaks a glance at us. I'm sure she thinks we don't notice, but I sure do. The fastest way to get fully healed and recover all EP and MP is to exit and re-enter the dungeon. But Marta said it would take too long to reach a suitable place for the duel if we did. She also said it was easy for us to die in any other place than this training path. It's understandable. She didn't plan for the duel because I only told her today. So, right now, we're sitting on the ground, right next to a healing fountain. We're in a room beside the arena where we fought the Colossal Angel. For some reason that I don't want to imagine, in case they would become true, she put a healing fountain here in case it was needed. We're waiting for Ricard to recover all his stats for the duel so he can get his ass beaten in a fair match. It'll be a short break. It won't take long for the healing fountain to do its work. I thought that, even if you were telling the truth, your sister would, at most, be a good player. Maybe in a higher ranking, but certainly not one on the top seats. A broken bar. But it turned out your sister was Anthemia. The Anthemia broken bar. What am I going to do now? Well, maybe you were a little bit too arrogant for your own good. Do you think so, broken bar? A broken bar, you're right. I wanted to show you my good side. That I'm a good fighter too, and not just a walking encyclopedia. Absolve myself from all my previous errors. Well, a broken bar. Look who's conscious about his own lackings. I never expected him to be the first to say it. In fact, I was expecting Laura to explode and tell him one day. Clara and I actually made a bet about it, and I lost it, so broken bar, I'll have to do Clara's bidding yet again. I hope it isn't something I'll hate. A broken bar. I'm sorry for not believing you, Andreu. How a broken bar. I'm so useless. A broken bar. The only thing I can do right is spout random things about the game, and be a decent frontliner. I always make mistakes. A broken bar. I brag about how much knowledge I have, but I'm incapable of putting it into use. A broken bar. Well, a broken bar. I'm going to regret this so much. A broken bar. In fact, I already regret it, and I haven't spoken yet. A broken bar. But I must say it for Ricard's sake. You know, a broken bar, you aren't that bad. You know, a broken bar. Please, don't encourage me with empty words. It's better if you stay silent. No, number. I really mean it. Deep down, very, very deep down, all of us appreciate your vast game knowledge. It's thanks to you that we've survived on a lot of occasions. Do you, a broken bar? Do you really think so? I do. It's just a broken bar. You can be a little bit too enthusiastic about your explanations. You're also too proud around weird stuff. Like, why do you act like a jerk when teaching us something? Do you think we enjoy it? I'm sorry. Yeah, broken bar. He pauses for a moment. From now on, I'll do my best to stop doing those things. And thank you for not leaving me after all my mistakes. Oh, come on, who would throw away a friend for something like that? Haha, broken bar. Thanks, bud. You're welcome. I swear, if this wasn't a game, Ricard would be spilling a tear or two now. Me? Nah, this is an allergic reaction to telling the truth and acting like an adult. Finally, Ricard's previously glazed eyes return to normal. He then raises his head and stares at Marta. I'm sure he's preparing mentally for the fight to come. It doesn't take long for Marta to turn to us and say, "Are you ready? You should be in tip-top condition now." Instead of answering, Ricard turns to me. Is this necessary? I was too full of myself. There's no way I can win a fight against your sister. A broken bar. What are you saying? We both know it's a good chance for you to improve. I push his back, forcing him to stand up. So, go there to get your ass beaten. Ha ha ha, okay. I'll go get my ass beaten. He smiles at me, his previous expression gone from his face. Alright, let's do this, Anthemia. Please, don't be too hard on me. HMPH, who do you think you are? Did you really think I would go all out against a weakling? The duel would end in a blink of an eye, and I wouldn't enjoy it. I'll go easy on you, but not because you asked for it. A broken bar. Why can't you just agree like a normal person would? You know, something like hey, it's fine, I was planning on going easy on you anyway. Haha. Broken bar. Ricard laughs awkwardly, scratching his head. I'm ready. Before we start, says Marta. I'm not sure if I've told you before or not, but I'm using an angel as a champion, which has similar stats to your Death Knight, to make this fight fair. I'll also put a handicap on myself, I won't fly. She raises her sword. Now, give me your best. If you can't hold out for at least a minute in these circumstances, you should stop playing DMA and go to some other game instead. Alright. A broken bar. Here I go. The fight starts with Ricard making the first strike, which Marta leisurely parries to the side. It's like watching David vs Goliath. A broken bar. If David had 0 chances to win. Godzilla against an ant. God against an inanimate grain of salt. A broken bar. Okay, I'll stop. I'm sure you know what I mean. Poor Ricard. A broken bar. He's in for a beating. Which reminds me, a broken bar. Where did I put theme? A broken bar. Oh, shit. I forgot to bring my virtual popcorn with me. What am I going to do now? Their fight continues as I despair at my lack of preparation. Ricard tries with a barrage of strikes, but when he realizes none of them hit my sister, he decides to switch tactics and use whirlwind instead. It's a good idea. Whirlwind is a skill, and one with a continuous effect, so it isn't easy to avoid and it isn't possible to parry it either. But this doesn't mean it can't be avoided. As soon as Marta sees the first animation frames of the skill, she jumps backward to get out of the skill's area of effect before it activates. He then chases after her, with whirlwind activated, and she runs away. When he realizes they have the same speed and he'll never catch up, he stops and uses Dark Grab instead. Dark, shadowy tendrils launch forward from his hand, entangling Marta and dragging her to him. Dark Grab is one of those skills that's impossible to avoid. It has an auto-locking function. Though not everything is free, because, for the damage it deals, it's very expensive. Also, forcefully dragging the enemy into melee range isn't always a good idea. Ricard takes this chance to swing his sword again, and Marta takes the first hit, unable to evade it on time. Good job, Baldy. I cheer him. You landed one strike more than I expected. If you continue like this, you might even win. Ha ha ha. Marta's brows twitch after listening to me. She sends me a glare, and, for the first time since the fight started, opens her mouth. Did she get angry? Good job with the combo. But you still have a lot to learn. A broken bar. Once you have the initiative, you should follow up instead of rejoicing on your feet like this. It's true that Ricard missed a chance there. While Marta was recovering from being dragged, he should have attacked her a few more times and he might have landed a few more hits. He lost his chance, and it might be the last one he gets in this duel. True to her words, Marta starts an unrelenting barrage of sword strikes. They're fast and accurate. Ricard struggles to evade them or block them with the shield, but he's hit from time to time. In fact, about a third of the attacks hit him, and every time he tries to step backward, Marta sends 1 or 2 flying strikes at him, forcing him to move and the way she wants to. Didn't she say she would go easy on him? Asks Laura from my side. She's going easy on him, I answer. If you had seen her in serious mode, you'd immediately notice the difference. How am I so sure? Because she was serious when she was training me. There's a stark difference between her current attacks and those ones. I shiver. Is that so, broken bar? Yes, she's going easy, confirms Clara. If she was attacking seriously, he would be dead by now. She's unstoppable. He. Yeah, ha, broken bar. I agree. I'm sure she's waiting for him to try something else. In times of despair, it's when you grow the most. At least, this is what our sister likes to say. Laura shudders. I see a broken bar. A pro player's skills are really terrifying. I don't think I'll ever be able to do what she's doing now, And you say she's going easier, broken bar. I nod. You're right, I feel the same. For her, this is more like a drilling session than a duel. Look at the annoying geek's face, can't you see he's smiling? I'm sure he realized it too, and is having the time of his life. Ah, you're right. I was too focused on Anthemia and didn't notice it until now. Then, there's no need for me to worry. Nope, there's no need. I agree. Come on, Baldy, do something. Do you want to die like a pathetic worm? Shouts Clara, taunting him. Marta grins at him, taunting him even more. All right, he shouts. Let's see how you avoid this. Letting her hit him for a moment, he forgets about defense and uses dark grab again. At first, I think it is to force her out of a comfortable position, but I'm surprised when, immediately after, he uses whirlwind. What a fool, a broken bar, I mutter. A fool? Laura asks, not understanding anything. Didn't he achieve what he was looking for? No, you'll soon understand. He made the worst mistake. He. Marta, who can't run away on time from the whirlwind since she's dragged right next to Ricard, starts taking damage. But soon, she recovers her posture, and instead of doing anything, she stands there, with her arms crossed and the corners of her lips tilted upwards. She calmly observes him, disdain etched on her face. A light film appears, covering her. Even as she stays inside the whirlwind, she doesn't take too much damage. I have no idea what skill it might be, but it's clearly effective. I'm sure Ricard did this because he knows they both move at the same speed, so she shouldn't be able to run away once she's inside the whirlwind though. The problem is he didn't take something even more important into account. Something that'll make him lose this match. Soon, what I was expecting becomes true. Whirlwind cancels on its own and Ricard falls to the ground, not expecting it. The duel is over, I say. Looking at him from above, Marta admonishes Ricard. You made the worst mistake. Do you know what's the most important thing in a fight? He looks at her, grasping for air, incapable of answering. It's keeping track of your stats. Do you know why you lost? You lost because you overused your expensive skills and ended up running out of EP. A broken bar. But, at least, I managed to put you in a difficult position, didn't I? He asks, grinning like a fool. Do you really think so? Marta uses blink and appears a few meters away. I could have run away any time. But the match was decided when you decided to use those expensive skills, so there was no need for me to humiliate you anymore. Ricard's mouth opens fully, but instead of despair, I can see his eyes glowing in excitement. He stands up and lowers her head. Anthemia, thank you for this match. I learned a lot. HMPH. As long as you acknowledge my favor, a broken bar. She turns her head to the side. But you're too green, you're not worth Please, can I be your pupil? He interrupts. Can you teach me everything I need to know to improve? It would be an honor to learn from the best of the best. A broken bar. Marta looks around, troubled. Yeah, broken bar. Can I call you teacher? Or do you prefer great teacher? Great sage, maybe? Of course. I'll adapt to anything you say, so feel freer. Absolutely not. And stop bothering me. Marta cuts him. Look at this. The one that's obsessed with trying to get others to call him a teacher, willing to receive instructions from somebody else. He grabs Marta's arm and starts pleading. Please, please, please. I'll be the best pupil in the whole world. I swear. Yuga broken bar. She turns to look in our direction. Can one of you do anything about this? It's a broken bar. Annoying. Sure, I answer. Clara, go and pick up our stupid teammate before he puts himself in an even more awkward situation. Okay. She flexes her tentacles. It's time for the grappling queen to shine again. I dismiss her with my hand. Yeah, broken bar. Go have a nice time. It's funny to see how Ricard, who's almost as disgusted as I am of the Abyss units, struggles to stick to Mark II as Clara starts pulling on him. Hey, mad rat, broken bar. Shouldn't we help, too? Asks Laura, still sitting with me on the ground. Huh? Why? I send a glance at my horrifying little sister, pulling on the even creepier Ricard, and my elder sister, about to explode in a fit of anger. Why should I bother with that mess? There's no way I'm getting close to that. Not too long after this, a new member would join Anthemia's fan club. In time, that person would become one of the most devout followers, not missing a single one of her matches. But that's a story for the future. Alright, so Broken Bar, what do you want to do now? Ricard asks as soon as my two sisters leave to go play together. Laura gives him a stern look. What do you mean? Didn't you say you were going back to studying after this? That's a broken bar, you know, a broken bar, he stammers. Now that I'm here, we might as well play some more. A broken bar, his voice trails off, intimidated by our stares. You know, it won't hurt a little bit longer, right? Are you kidding? For some reason I can't understand, I feel as if Laura's indifferent tone is hiding hostility. Are you willing to risk your grades for a few more minutes, or play? No, this ice a broken bar, I mean, we can't a broken bar. Just accept it. I give him the last push, patting his back. Why don't you focus on the important stuff instead of fooling around? We can't a broken bar, I don't know. Have a gaming marathon once the final exams are over? How about it, huh? I don't know why, but I have this weird feeling I have to convince him to leave before things go south. Yes, why don't we do that? Adds Laura. You leave now, and we spend a whole day playing DMA when the exams end. A broken bar, Ricard exhales, an awful expression on his face. Is it just me, or does he look way worse than somebody conscripted for war? Alright, I'll go study now, a broken bar, but it's a promise, we'll play once we're done, okay? At least for a full day. I don't mind it, in fact, I would do it anyway, so I of course agree to it. Yes, let's do it. Also a broken bar, I'll keep track of your account, to make sure you don't sneak into the game. I wasn't going to do it. A broken bar, but maybe I could play a little. A broken bar, we sent him a deadly glare at the same time, forcing him to stop. I understand, I'm leaving. Stop looking at me like that. See you on Monday, I say, before he disconnects. Yeah, see you. Laura waves him goodbye. With a grim face, Ricard's figure disappears from our view. Now that he's finally gone, the usual smile finally returns to Laura's face. What are we doing now? She asks. You wanted to go capture more monsters, right? I nod. That was my plan. There's time for one dungeon invasion before I have to go back to study. Maybe two if they're short. A broken bar. But isn't this the only thing you've been doing the past few days? Aren't you tired of it? Well, you're right. To a broken bar, do you have a better idea? I don't know. A broken bar, she puts her finger on her lips in thought. Have you ever tried the 2vs2 dungeon battles? No, I haven't. How does it work? Is it similar to the 1vs1? Apart from those fights against you, I've tried it a few times, but I'm not the best there. My units aren't very suited for dungeon battles. I haven't tried either, but I know how they work. It's the same as the 1vs1. Except we can use units, traps, etc. from both of our dungeons. We use our champions to attack the enemy team. The win condition is also the same. The first team to destroy the core wins, or the ones that survive if the enemy team dies. So it's the same but with two players instead of one. I imagine the two of us fighting together against a short dungeon specially designed to kill us as soon as possible. It isn't such a bad plan, isn't it? Alright. Let's try it. A broken bar, do you have good units we can use? Because mine suck. She slaps me on the back. Ha. Don't worry. Not all of them suck, you just need to use them properly. Is that so, broken bar? Yes, with my plans and your dangerous monsters, I'm sure we can achieve victory. Imagine what deadly combinations we can create. We'll bring insufferable pain to their bodies, and then we'll crush their souls too. She grasps the air and squeezes as if she were crushing somebody's heart. She looks really into it, doesn't she? So, she's proposing me to create the deadliest dungeon we can imagine. Deadly traps, impossible encounters, dangerous monsters. A broken bar, bringing despair to our enemies. A broken bar. When are we starting? Foo. Ha. As soon as the process of creating the dungeon for the dungeon battle starts, Laura asks me. Andreu, do you have everything ready? Yes, I do. You're lucky I captured a few spares in case I wanted to create some more monsters. A broken bar, but I only have 3. Will it be enough? She thinks for a while before answering. It would be best if there were at least 5, but it should work. Did you give them the skills I asked you? Laura makes a serious expression and asks again. this time with a serious expression on her face. But I can clearly see her smiling eyes. She's planning something. I don't know what, but I'm sure she is. You didn't give them any weird skills, right? Of course I didn't. Who do you think I am? She smirks, seductively tilting her head. Aren't you a mad scientist? She's doing this on purpose, to laugh at me. But I won't fall for her. You just need to take a look at all the weird and useless monsters that fill your dungeon to understand what I mean. A broken bar. Yeah, broken bar. I want to counter her argument, but there's nothing I can say. All right, you got me. A broken bar. I raise my hands in defeat. I can't argue against it, can I? Of course, you can't. Foo-fa-foo. You little demon. A broken bar. Oh my, thank you. She starts acting coy. I never expected you to compliment me like this. Come on, keep on going. You really a broken bar. For my own sanity, I should change topics. Let's stop wasting time and focus on the dungeon creation, okay? Why? She asks. Are you getting flustered? No, I'm not a broken bar. I cross my arms in annoyance, and she immediately returns to her usual serious expression. It's fine. It's fine. She waves her hand. Let's pretend you didn't get flustered. I didn't. And return to the topic, about those monsters. You gave them the reduce skill as I told you, right? I nod. I did. As for the attack skill, I gave them the toxic spit one because I already know how it works. A broken bar. I'm not sure I remember that skill. Damage, cost, and most important, range, low poison. Low cost. I'd say between short and medium range, about 5 meters maximum. It's good for its cost, and it also fits the theme. I see a broken bar. I'd like something with a longer range, but it should be enough. If you say this skill is good for them, I'll believe you. I'm sure you're wondering what the hell are we talking about right now. You see a broken bar. When we were brainstorming for ideas, we came up with one that we both liked, but for it to work, we needed some monsters only I could create. Luckily, I had some spare bodies in case I wanted to add more tunnel mimics or another Siam. Otherwise, we would have had to change our plans. So I went back to my dungeon and quickly created a monster following Laura's specifications, a basic chimera that's half tunneler and half cockatrice. I'll keep the explanation short because you already know both units. But these new monsters can burrow through impassable terrain and petrify enemies that stay in their field of view. And since I also gave them the reduce skill, instead of being worms twice as long as a human is tall, they're now about half a meter in size. They're stone worms with a chicken's crest on their heads, a pair of diminutive wings in the central part of their body, and chicken legs close to the tail. As you might expect, I gave them the wings and legs because of how ridiculous they look with them, as any perfectly sane and normal human would. Then, I named them Come Here You Motherfucker, because I'm sure more than one player will get enraged because of them. Ha ha ha. Well, no, I actually didn't. I was tempted to, but I recovered my senses and named them Spitters because they actually spit poison at your broken bar, but most importantly, because they spit at you and your chances to have a normal dungeon invasion, appearing from impossible places and keeping you on guard against the danger of being petrified at a critical moment. Yeah, ha, broken bar. I'm sure I'll put a few of them later on my dungeon. In fact, I might put a few more than just a few. Alright, so here is what their stat block looks like. Laura asked me to keep them at level 2 so they don't cost too much. In dungeon battles, every CP counts, and the spitters already cost 130 CP to create, 140 after the first level up. Spitter, LV2, HP 148, 135, STA 11, 10, SU 9, 9, EP 148, 135, MP 99, 90, STR 15, 14, Com 13, 12, AGA 12, 11, SPI 9, 9, Will 12, 11, Dex 4, 4, SPD 5 INT 3 Com 0 Skills active, Toxic Spit. Passive, Reduce, Eternal Pain, Innate, Petrifying Eyes, Innate, Tunneling, Innate. Reduce, Passive Skill, reduces this unit's size by a considerable amount. This skill also reduces all base stats by 10%. It's funny that the enlarge skill only gives an extra 10% health when the reduce one, its counterpart, takes away 10% of each stat. But it's easy to understand if you take balance into account. Smaller means harder to hit and spot. If you want your monster to be smaller and abuse its size, you'll also take a stat reduction with it. But we mostly want the spitters for their innate passives, so who cares about the stats? I like a lot how the spitters turned out, but do you really expect them to kill the enemies? I ask. I think they fit more my type of units than those used in PvP Broken Bar, and with my type of units, I mean annoying, unexpected, and random. She smiles. As I've told you before, it isn't about the monsters themselves, but about how you use them. We'll use them as distractions and as a failsafe, so they're perfect as they are. Okay, fine by me. Both Ricard and Marta told me to avoid random stuff in PvP battles if I want to win. But it's not like I care about winning, I simply want to enjoy this match as much as possible, and I'm sure Laura thinks the same. The next step is to create the dungeon itself. For this step, we both work together to get the most complex labyrinth we can design. The idea for this match is simple to understand, but very difficult to execute properly: a hard to traverse and extremely complex path, hanging over an endless abyss. If the enemies fall, it's an instant death. If they don't, they'll have to find their way through the treacherous labyrinth, filled with traps, as hordes of ranged minions harass them from afar. There are lots of places to take cover that both sides can use to avoid taking damage. But if the other players do so, they'll waste precious time we can use to beat them in the match. As you might expect, the weak point of this strategy are the flying enemies, which can ignore the whole terrain and go straight to the end. Here's where my spitters will shine. If you get petrified, unless you're in a very dangerous position, it generally won't spell your immediate doom. But it's a whole different story if you're flying over an endless abyss of Broken Bar. My monsters are indispensable to stopping the enemy players in case they bring flying champions. This isn't very common because most factions don't have them, but they're a lot more common in PvP matches than you might expect. We hide the dungeon core in a secluded cave, to prevent the purple light from revealing its position. And, last but not least, the whole dungeon is inside a low-ceiling cave, allowing my spitters to appear from the ceiling, anywhere they want. Most of the terrain we're using comes from Laura's dungeon. I've never invaded it, but it makes me wonder what the hell is her dungeon about. She has a sea of lava, which we used in the tournament, a labyrinth on an abyssal crack, and I also remember the lavishly decorated banquet hall, from when we had our first dungeon battle. How the fuck do you connect the three into a single dungeon? Or did she create a dungeon construction toolkit so she can create any dungeon she likes? Well, a Broken Bar, I guess it's better if I don't know a Broken Bar. Blissful ignorance. Do we have everything ready? I ask, impatient to see the enemy players' reactions. I think so. Now we only need to fill the dungeon with the monsters and traps. Do you think 10.000 CP will be enough? Or it's better to go with 20.000 CP. She's asking me about the CP limit for the dungeon battle. Other than the terrain used to create the dungeon, we can only use monsters, traps, etc. up to that amount. This includes both the cost of leveling the units and our champions. Of course, it's the same for the enemy team. 20.000 CP. The more the merrier. I answer, not doubting it for even a second. I want to make the enemies have the hardest time of their lives. Ha ha ha. I'm sure you know it'll also make it harder for us too, right? I don't mind. I don't care. I just want to see them suffer. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Alright, 20.000 it is. With a smile on her face, she starts planning everything we're going to use. What do you think if we put this here, and then a Broken Bar? When you create your dungeon, you should focus on making it enjoyable for your invaders. In PvP, however, the only thing that matters is winning, so feel free to put into practice all the devious schemes and traps you didn't dare put into your normal dungeon. Basic DMA knowledge every player should know. As soon as the dungeon battle starts, we find ourselves in what looks like a dilapidated corridor, with wooden doors on each side. The crumbling walls, the spider threads hanging from the ceiling, and the dust that flies everywhere as soon as we take a step show that this place was abandoned a long time ago. The lack of light makes it impossible to see the corridor's end, if there's one. Overall, this place gives me the creeps. This place here broken bar, I mutter, keeping my voice as low as possible to avoid alerting any possible enemy. Do you think we're against an undead player? Laura nods. It could be, or someone pretending to be one. Keep in mind that we're against 2 players, so it could be undead and something else too. Ah, you're right. I almost forgot. Well, as long as there are no abyss monsters, I don't mind if this place is spooky. We'll just need to keep our attention high, as this kind of place makes ambushes a cinch. Monsters could pop out from behind any door when we least expect it. Usually, you would know what team you're against before starting the match, but we intentionally set it to hidden. It's to prevent the other team from knowing what we have prepared for them. Most DMA players know that playing against the flesh monstrosities is hard and they raise their guards. We want to avoid it. I start inspecting the area but don't notice anything out of place. Do we start moving? I ask. Wait a moment. I want to check the other team first. All right. It isn't like we're really pressed for time. Although in dungeon battles time is very important, rushing ahead is the worst decision you can make. Laura manipulates the menu to show the other team's progress, an option exclusive of PvP matches, where you can't interfere with the other team once the match starts. If you're striving to reach the top rankings, or simply take the dungeon battles seriously, it's a very important feature. It not only allows you to see what parts of your dungeon work and those that don't, depending on how the other team plays, but it also allows you to keep track of the other team's progress. For example, if you see your opponents are about to reach the end of your dungeon, you have a chance to rush ahead in a do-or-die fashion and hope for the best. It's a broken bar. Those bright blue eyes. A broken bar. It looks like an undead. You were right. And the other player is an angel. He looks dumb and extremely noob. If I compare him to your sister, a broken bar, it's easy to notice the difference because I've just met her. I take a peek at the screen that appears in front of Laura. Ah, you're right. But won't this make them break through our dungeon easily? We created the spitters for this exact reason, but the petrification, it's still a random chance. It could happen that the flying player is never affected and can safely scout ahead. I don't think so. I believe in your spitters. She takes a look at my expression before continuing. Are you thinking about the random chance? Don't worry. As soon as they realize there's a chance the flying player falls to his death, I'm sure he will stop flying around. You mean their mobs are broken bar? I understand what you mean. It's psychological warfare. She nods. You're right. What she means is that we don't need to petrify any of the players for them to stop flying around. As soon as one of their support mobs is petrified, which has a higher chance of happening because they usually have lower stats than the champions, they will know it can happen to them too. And then, to avoid an instant death scenario, they can only stop flying around. I take another look at the screen to watch their actions and inspect their team. They have 8 support units with them, so their team is composed of 10 units. There are 3 zombies, which I'm sure they'll use as cannon fodder, a pair of skeletons 3 touched, which are the Divine Blood's basic unit and aren't that different from a human, with a glowing rune on their forehead, and 2 units I don't recognize, walking on 4 legs. No specters. A broken bar, I comment. They didn't bring the most annoying unit, so it's good for us. Wait, specters hover in the air. A broken bar. Now that I think about it, it would have been horrendous for us if they used specters because they hover instead of flying, which means they don't fall when they are petrified. They could use them as scout units without any punishment. We exchange a knowing look. She's making an oops face. What a hole in our epic plans. Laura, weren't you in charge of making the plans? How could you leave such a hole in them? But as I said, they didn't bring any specter, so everything is fine. That was close, Lily, I say. If they brought any, we'd be in a lot of trouble. I know. A broken bar. She lowers her head in shame. That was my oversight. What a huge blunder. A broken bar. Don't take it to heart. Everybody makes mistakes, especially me. I pat her back. If I were the one to plan everything, I'm sure there will be errors everywhere. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I proudly pat my chest. She smiles. You silly broken bar. The enemy team is also inspecting us. I'm sure of it because of their postures, sticking together to look at a small screen. Information is key, so it isn't unusual for this to happen. Even if we chose to start the dungeon battle without any knowledge about the enemy's faction, this doesn't mean he can't try to grasp as much information as possible. Oh, yeah. Regarding our units, we brought 2 good followers with us, 4 imps, and a hulking mass of flesh and fat called Glutton, from Laura's faction. Because of the CP limit, we had to keep our expenses to the minimum, so we brought the minimum indispensable with us. The imps are, as Laura likes to call them, sacrificial units. They have different resistance skills, and we will use them to scout and identify possible lethal traps. The good followers will be our frontline. Since they synergize well with me, they were the best option. And the Glutton is our hidden card. Well, not exactly a hidden because it's impossible to hide something so large, but you know what I mean. This 2.5 tall humanoid is as wide as it is tall, with a humongous belly, and an equally big extra mouth in it. It surely makes you wonder how is it capable of standing and running around. If this were real life, I'm sure this guy would weigh well over 400 kilograms. The Glutton is a demon with an innate skill you might already be expecting. It's called Gluttony. Gluttony, active innate skill, cost, 30 EP, 30 MPU, store 5% of all damage received and dealt as energy. When the skill is activated, release all the energy accumulated and deal equal physical damage to a single enemy. Gluttony is a completely useless skill in short fights or dungeon invasions because you need time to charge it. But if you make sure the unit survives, and give it time to charge, it can literally deal an infinite amount of damage. This is also the perfect example of the gluttony sin well understood. Most people believe gluttony is only about eating, but it isn't. Of course, wanting more food is a part of it, but the true essence of gluttony is overconsumption. About always wanting more to consume that which you don't need, leaving those in need without whatever you're consuming. As you might expect, the other 6 capital sins also appear in the Wicked Legion: lust, sloth, greed, wrath, envy, and pride. Then, if the capital sins exist, why don't succubus and incubus have the lust skill, you ask? This is because only the avatar units do. Succubus and incubus are normal demons that are influenced by one of the sins, but they don't represent it. And the glutton, as strong and imposing as it looks, is only the lower tier of avatar units, which are in the 400 to 600 CP range. The actual avatar of gluttony is a stupidly strong unit on the same ranking as the dragons, elder gods, and similar stuff. So, as I was saying, I do have a tendency to cut myself with stupid thoughts, don't I? The gluttony skill makes you want to accumulate as much damage as possible before releasing the attack. Should I use the skill now, or wait until I consume more? I'm sure this is the question most players ask themselves when dealing with the gluttony skill. By the way, yes, you're right. When using the gluttony skill, the glutton opens its belly mouth wide open before biting the enemy. We're bringing the glutton with us because we don't know what we'll encounter, and both I and Laura lack single target focus damage or broken bar, something the gluttony skill can fix pretty easily by itself if given enough time to charge. Leave it to the Wicked Legion for wicked and dangerous innate skills: a broken bar, charming eyes, opportunist, gluttony, broken bar. So far, the only one I know that isn't like that is my mana core, a broken bar, but you can argue it's actually the most wicked one. After all, fast MP regeneration allows you to do a lot of nasty stuff. The two opposing players start discussing between themselves. They must be talking about what they see on our side. It's clear Laura and her glutton are from the Wicked Legion. The same goes for the imps, as we didn't disguise them at all. But when it comes to me and my units, it isn't so easy. In this dark place, I'm sure they're having trouble properly identifying my 2 good followers, since I made them wear hoods that hide their faces. As for me, I look like a rat except for the claws and tail. Of course, my champion has normal feet, but it's hard to notice because of the shoes, and my hands actually look like claws, only extremely dark because they come from the shadow. If they don't pay proper attention, they might not notice the lack of a tail and think I'm an actual rat from the Wild Ferals faction, which is exactly what we're aiming for. When they realize I'm from the Flesh Monstrosities, it'll be too late. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. The lack of light, which I'm sure was designed to work against us, might end up working in our favor. Eat this, you fuckers. Ha ha ha. I can envision their despairing faces. Wiener broken bar. Are you ready? Laura snaps me out of my delusions. Why yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Forward, to adventure. But I can't advance as she grabs my robe, forcing me to stop. Don't rush ahead. Did you forget we don't have the champion's buff? Oh shit. I forgot. Oh of course I know. Who do you take me for? Ha ha ha. She stares at me with a skeptical face. Come on, believe in my lie. Before turning around and starting to walk away. Well, whatever. Let's go. I chase after her. Hey, aren't you afraid of ghosts and scary stuff? Huh? No, I'm not. Also, this is a game. Why would I be scared of a game? I guess you're right. A broken bar. Here goes my chance to feel something bouncy and soft when she got scared. A broken bar. Well, it isn't like I was looking forward to it that much. So broken bar, do we check every door in our way, or do we ignore them and move forward? Let's start by checking them first. We'll decide depending on what we see. All right. I immediately extend my hand to grab the closest door's doorknob, but when I'm about to pull on it, our broken bar, my hand disappeared. I shout. What? Surprised, Laura turns around and sees that half my arm is inside the door. She opens her eyes wide and runs in my direction. I start laughing at her reaction. Ha ha ha. You fell for it. It's just an illusion. I move my hand in and out of the fake door to show her. You jerk. I thought it was dangerous. She punches me. The next time you do it, I'll leave you alone. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I had to do it. Your reaction was so funny. Ha ha ha. But maybe this is the good path to the core, so we should investigate it. I put my hand inside the illusion one more time, but this time, when I try to pull out, I can't. How weird. My hand is locked in place. See a broken bar. I turn to Laura, but she sends me a dangerous glare. I'm not falling for your tricks again. No, but this time it's Rhea. Whatever is grabbing my arm pulls me inside the door's illusion, taking me by surprise. Save me. A broken bar. She won't abandon me, will she? Broken bar? I really hope she doesn't. Another important thing you must always remember is the unit tiers. Although it isn't something as relevant as it is in other games, it's hard to beat a unit from a higher tier than you because of the stat difference. The game also blocks you from using units from certain tiers until you reach the level to unlock them. Andreu's faction kind of goes around this since the Flesh Monstrosities can create units using bodies from any tier, but the units they can unlock can't be from a higher tier. Although one thing is being able to use them, and another completely different thing is having the CP required. A broken bar. These are the ranks, basic units, also called trash units by the players because of how weak they are those that cost up to 250 CP to create. Advanced units, the tier we all are in right now, are unlocked at level 6 and comprise units that cost from 250 CP to 500 CP. If you remember the tournament, there were a few players using champions from this tier or higher, like myself, although the rules said we couldn't use stuff from higher than level 5. This is because the DMA staff made an exception to this rule for the champions only, because of several complaints in the previous tournaments, but I won't go into detail now. The middle tier, the heroic tier, has units between 500 and 2.000 CP, is unlocked at level 11, and is where the bulk of units used in competitive play come from. They're strong enough to dwarf basic units and beat the advanced ones, but cheap compared to the two following tiers, making them the perfect option. A step higher at level 16, you have the legendary tier, where most iconic units from each faction tend to be, like the Undead's Lich, the Human's Paladin, or the Orc's Warlord. These units range from 2.000 CP to 10.000 CP, a cost so high that even higher-level players avoid mass-producing them. And then, if you reach the last level, level 20, you finally unlock the mythic tier. This is where the ridiculous units appear. Stuff like dragons are just the common mob of this tier, which ranges from 10,000 CP to the highest cost in DMA, and is filled with the strongest and the most awesome creatures you can think of. The Kraken, the avatars of sin, the Gaia tree, the higher tier angels, the elemental incarnations, the elder gods of Broken Bar. I'm not sure how far this tier goes, but I believe the demigod unit costs about 200,000 CP. Now, as for the reason why unit costs rise exponentially while the stats only do so linearly, a Broken Bar, it is for balance reasons. And also, to prevent players from farming zombies to create dragons, for example. Since you get only a part worth of the unit's CP cost you defeat as a reward, defeating a few dragons is enough to create one of your own. But if you want to farm zombies, you need to kill thousands of them instead. As much as I like to farm weak and tasty humans for their souls, it's more efficient to do it the other way around if you're aiming for CP. Fragment of one of Ricard's random main knowledge drilling sessions. I hit something hard, forcing me to stop. I have no idea how far I traveled. It could be a few meters or a few hundred. As soon as I crossed the illusion, there was barely any light for me to see, and since I was spinning around uncontrollably, it was impossible for me to keep track of anything. My surroundings are dark. If there were a few candles illuminating the passage before, now there's a single hole from which a ray of light comes in, leaving everything else in darkness. Yuga Broken Bar. This was rough. I stand up and look around. In this dim light, I can only see shadows everywhere. Wait, Era Broken Bar, they're coming closer. Fuck. Where I am. What's going on? I step away, sticking my back to the wall I hit a moment ago. The shadows get closer and start swinging their limbs at me. One of the shadows is sent flying with an electric flash when my lightning shield triggers. Enemies. And those groans are Broken Bar. Zombies are Broken Bar? So it's just zombies are Broken Bar. Why was I so scared? You fuckers, trying to scare me with your meager strength. This. I cast chain lightning, and soon, all the shadows fall to the ground, paralyzed. Their zombies' innate skill, usually feared for their resilience, doesn't do shit against my build. A 30% chance to survive physical hits with 1 horsepower is supposed to stop me? Isn't it funny? Even if they have the skill upgraded to work against all damage types, it still wouldn't bother me. After all, I never kill them with my chain lightning, leaving them at 1 horsepower. Now that I've grown used to the lack of light, I can see the zombies' bodies on the ground, though not very well. First, I'll finish them off. I'll think about what to do from here on after. So, after deciding my plan of action, I start another session of Whack-a-Zombie, creating crunching sounds every time I swing my staff. Ha ha ha. How long has it been since I last did these? A Broken Bar. Are the other players still competing for who reaches the highest score? A Broken Bar. I guess not. It's been a long time. As soon as the last zombie dies, I dust my hands. I wait for a while, listening to any noise. That should be all of them because I can't hear anything. I'm glad this is a game. If this were reality, I would be covered in a zombie juice right now. A Broken Bar. Not a very pleasant thing, if you ask me. Alright, so Broken Bar, what do I do now? I look around. It's hard to see because of the dim light, so I'm not sure about it, but I'd say I'm inside an underground room in a church. What makes me think so? The fact that everything I see is made out of stone, and the style reminds me of a necropolis. Also, there are corpses all around, and I'm not talking about the zombies I just defeated. The little light in this place comes from the space between 2 stone slabs that don't align properly. This means there must be a room right on top of this near Broken Bar, but I can't move through stone, so there's nothing I can do about it. I can only look for another way to reach it. Forgetting about the impossible, I stare at the 3 passages that lead to this room. A Broken Bar. Which one did I come from? I have absolutely no idea. Did I come from the one in front of me, or from the one at the back, or maybe from the last one? Because of the darkness and the dizziness of being dragged away, I have absolutely no idea where I came from. The logical action would be to stand still and wait for Laura to find me, assuming she knows where I am. Of course. But we're here to have fun, so I'll do the exact opposite. choose a random passage and hope for the best. After thinking for a while, I choose the one in front of me because it looks more important than the other two. Exploring alone in the darkness, broken bar. Since there's nothing else to do and nobody to talk to, I open the screen that shows the other team's progress. It should distract me for a while. Two players have their heads close to each other, watching a screen in front of them. It's the demons and the shape chainers, right? The one with the wings on his back asks for confirmation. The other player, the one with the glowing blue eyes, frowns. I'm not sure a broken bar. There's no problem with the demons, but for some reason, I feel like the rat is missing something. A broken bar, though I can't put it into words. It's hard to see it because it's so dark. This is why I told you we should add more candles in the first area. But you were like, no, it's important to keep it dark for the theme. And didn't listen to me. Now, do you understand why I wanted more light next to the entrance? Yes, you were right. A broken bar. The blue-eyed player shrugs, signaling defeat. Are you happy now? It feels good to hear you admitting you were wrong. Ha, laughs the winged player. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that rat. You're paranoid. Look at that head and the claws. A broken bar. It's clear it's a shapeshifter. I know. A broken bar. There's been an increase of the flesh monstrosities players recently. A broken bar. What if it's one of them? Vandy, you know as well as me that the game forces the players to use body parts of the two units so that it's impossible to confuse them with the standard units. Do you see anything out of place? It's too dark to see properly. A broken bar. The blue-eyed player mutters in a low voice. Vandy, the winged player, puts a hand on his ear, and asks, what did you say? I can't hear you. A broken bar. I said that it's too dark. And whose fault is it? A broken bar, taunts the winged player. It's my fault. Arg. Broken bar. Everything's my fault, okay? The blue-eyed player crosses his arms and turns around. He furrows his brows and his expression slightly warps. The other player laughs, patting his friend's back. Ha, that's more like it. Let's go. We'll assume they're from the demons and shapeshifter factions, so keep your eye out for random animals. If we're on a broken bar, we'll cross that bridge when the time comes. Fine. The two get ready to start the dungeon battle. Before leaving the entrance portal, the angel player takes a last look at the screen and chuckles. Watch this, Arat. This guy's so dumb. He got caught by the first trap we set up. Oh, you're right. But why is the girl standing there with her arms crossed and an angry face? Why isn't she helping her teammate, who knows a broken bar? Vandy shrugs. I guess our worries were useless. We have this match in the bag. Ha. Arat, the blue-eyed undead, tries to calm his friend. Let's not celebrate yet. Who knows what might happen in the future? Don't be such a spoil sport. Can't I enjoy our advantageous position? Sigh. Do whatever you want. You'll do it on away. A broken bar. That's more like it. Ha. They continue watching the screen until the succubus finally realizes that something must have gone wrong and starts investigating the area where her teammate disappeared. We should move too, says Arat. Even if we hold the advantage, we can't lower our guard. The angel player smiles with confidence. Sure, don't worry. I have everything under control. The tunnel ends and the two players find themselves in front of a narrow natural stone passage. It goes up and down, it splits up, and then reconnects again. The irregular terrain and cave ceiling make it impossible to see which is the correct path. It's a pure natural labyrinth, as difficult to traverse as confusing. And as if this wasn't enough, on both sides of the path is a deep, hollowed abyss. Arat gulps. A single misstep and he's done for. However, it isn't the same for his friend Vandy, who can fly. Vandy starts laughing. Ha, we're so lucky today. Not only the enemy team self-destructed early, but we'll have an easy time here too. I'm sure they didn't expect us to have flying at our disposal. Don't be hasty. There might be traps designed to stop you. Why are you so fearful? Even if there are some, and I trigger them, what are the chances I'll instantly die? I can fly. After all, I can think of a few right about now, says Arat, extending his fingers to start counting. First there are the instant death traps, but they're too expensive. Then, something that cuts your retreat path, forcing you to fight countless enemies. There's also a chance you're charmed since this is a demon's dungeon on a broken bar. Alright, stop, shouts Vandy. Let's say you're right and I can die. Even so, it doesn't really matter if I die. The guy on the other team is also done for, so it'll turn this into a 1vs1 match. I have confidence in your skill. Thanks. I guess a broken bar? Arat spins his eyes around in disgust. Anyway, I don't want you to throw this match, so will you behave? Vandy makes a pained face. I don't think we need to be so cautious, but fine, a broken bar. I'll stay close to you and only scout ahead when needed. I'll also support you with my spells when enemies appear. Thanks. The two players, with their support mobs, advance through the treacherous path. Vandy flies around, scouting ahead and providing support when needed, while Arat controls the mobs and gives instructions to the former. He makes a zombie walk in front of the group to trigger any traps. The dead hounds are so useless in this terrain. A broken bar. If we knew, we could have brought more skeletons or touched instead a broken bar, complains Arat. But if this was an open space, they would be invaluable assets. A broken bar, so we couldn't leave them behind. Don't frown so much. You'll get wrinkles. You know this is a game, right? You'll get wrinkles in real life too. Vandy chuckles at his joke. And why do you complain? We have the upper hand in this match. You're right, a broken bar. I should relax a little. What's that? The ground shakes. The scouting zombie falls to its death as the narrow path crumbles, falling into the abyss. Luckily for them, the only one to fall is that zombie. Arat turns to his teammate with an angry face. Weren't you in charge of scouting ahead? And I did. There was no sign of traps. What a scout you are, that the first trap we meet kills one of our units. We can't keep losing zombies like that. A broken bar. Arat calms down from the initial shock and starts thinking. There must be a valid path from the entrance to the core. And traps like this falling bridge are expensive. A broken bar. There shouldn't be a lot more of them, but they're still dangerous. A broken bar. Hey, what if I check every suspicious place? Since I can fly, I can survive even if the passage crumbles. You should have been doing this already, complains Arat. It's your job as the scout. Vandy scratches his cheek. I didn't think about it before. A broken bar. Sigh. Walking alone in the darkness, this rat shows his madness. La la la. A broken bar. I swing my staff around as I sing. I've taken a peek at our opponents and they seem to be doing fine compared to us. They only lost one zombie so far and didn't encounter any of our monsters. But that angel guy, he's so careless. Doesn't he fear falling to his death? Not like he knows about our plan. But still, a broken bar. I'm looking forward to the time he gets petrified. I want to see his screaming face. Ah, no. Shit. I forgot that when you're petrified you can't move any muscle, so I won't see it. Our broken bar. Well, who cares? I'll enjoy it anyway. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Alone, lost, and restless, this rat. I stop in the middle of my awesome song. What was that? A broken bar. I make as little noise as I can, listening to the noise. It sounds like a broken bar. It sounds like a woman's voice. Mad rat. A broken bar, says the voice. Mad rat, are you here? The voice comes from the front, though I can't say how far exactly. Lily, is that you? I ask. Maybe I wasn't dragged as far as I initially thought. Mad rat, are you here? The voice asks again. It does sound like Lily's voice, but it's weirdly distorted. It must be because of this place's structure. Yes, it's me. I'm here. I shout. I'm coming. Don't move, okay? I start running in the direction of the voice. It doesn't take long for me to reach the end of the passage. I find myself in a small room. Compared to the places I've been until now, you could say this one is brightly illuminated, though it actually isn't. The light comes from the top of a staircase. Other than that staircase, the only entrance is the one I came from. Where are you hiding? I'm sure she's angry at me right now, so let's say some random stuff to calm her down. I'm sorry, I was fooling around, Lily. Thank you for not abandoning me. I was so lonely. A broken bar. Where's Laura? I can't see her anywhere. Broken bar. I inspect the shadows, but I see no sign of her. Also, I can't hear her anymore. What's going on? Am I imagining things now? It wouldn't be the first time it happens. A broken bar. Somebody touches my shoulder. Mad rat, she says, blowing cold air next to my ear. I jump, scared at her unexpected actions. How would you react if you were in this dark place, just having come out of the necropolis? Why are you doing this to me? I know I was wrong, but there's no need to go so far with the jokey. A broken bar, this isn't good for my broken bar health. A broken bar. My voice trails off as I break into a cold sweat. The hand that's grabbing me isn't Laura's. This hand is white, almost transparent. Sometimes, the best traps aren't those that deal damage but those that split up the other party. Splitting the enemies is more effective when you have limited resources available. Though keep in mind the other players won't enjoy it. Use it sporadically, or reserve it for dungeon battles. A tip from a professional DMA player to newer players. My manly shout, about as high-pitched as a little girl's, echoes through the dark tunnels. Get away from me, you monster. I forcefully break free and run away, falling to my butt in the middle. I scurry away on my fours to take as much distance as possible. Then, when I feel there's enough distance between us, I pick up my leaking courage and look at the other party. It's a broken bar. It's a beautiful woman. Her translucent body is as white as the snow. She's floating above the ground and is smiling at me. Madrat, are you here? She says, again. The fuck's going on with you? Why do you sound like a broken bar? Oh, I see, a broken bar. Now that I've got some time to calm down and think about the current situation, I can finally understand what's happening. Right in front of me, this woman, a broken bar. I'm sure she's a ghost. Ghosts look similar to specters and banshees but have a significant difference in their combat ability. While specters are resilient and strong, and banshees have the powerful whale skill which can cause a TPK by itself, ghosts are a lot trickier. Ghosts aren't suited for combat, but this doesn't make them any less lethal. They have a very high intelligence, and their skill makes them invulnerable to everything. Incorporeal, innate passive skill, you can't deal or take damage and can move through any kind of terrain. Your skills can't affect units without this skill. While incorporeal makes them utterly useless in combat, their strong point is elsewhere. They can give orders to other units while being invincible. They can scout without any consequence. A broken bar. A broken bar, and the nastiest of them all, they can play tricks on the players. If you ask me if they're suitable to invade other dungeons, the answer is clear. No, they aren't. They're utterly useless against AI-controlled mobs. Since they're only useful against players, I'm sure you all are thinking the same. Who would ever want to create one of them? Am I right? How wrong you are. A broken bar. Oh boy, if they can be troublesome against players. A broken bar. Take this ghost as an example. I'm sure this ghost recorded Laura's voice calling for me after we were separated. Then, it came to me to play with me. I've been lucky this game didn't include any deadly trap, or I'd be done for. And the worst is that I can't retaliate. I can do absolutely nothing to it. Impotent. Anger starts filling me. My fists tremble in rage. I swear it's because I'm angry and not because I'm scared. It also doesn't have anything to do with the shame I feel after releasing that shout. Absolutely nothing to do with it, I swear. Stop pretending to be my friend, you dumb AI. The only reaction of the ghost is to continue smiling and repeat the same sentence. Madrat, where are you? Aga broken bar. I said shut up. It seems the only purpose of this ghost is to annoy me. A broken bar. Then, the best I can do is ignore it too, and move on. See you never again, and don't you dare follow me. I run up the stairs, only stopping when I reach the next floor to take a peek behind me. I can't see the ghost anymore. It didn't follow me. Wow. I'm saved. A broken bar. The last thing I want is to be haunted for the rest of the dungeon battle. I'll forget everything that happened in that room. What do you mean by a ghost? What ghost? I was dragged away from Laura, and then I fought against some zombies, immediately after I found the stairs and climbed them, and now I'm here, on the upper floor. Nothing happened in between. No ghost. No nothing. This upper floor is brighter. There's white light coming directly from above, through small holes in the ceiling. For broken bar. I can't see what's producing this light because it's too bright. The strong light creates equally deep shadows. Everything looks even darker than before except for those places that the light directly touches. Similar to the other rooms, Most of what I can see is made out of stone. Shit. I come out of a dark place perfect for ambushes only to end up in another that's even worse. Broken Bar, who designed this dungeon? Did they expect invaders to enjoy war? Right. This is a dungeon battle. Haha. Broken Bar. There are 3 exits, 4 if you add the staircase. I have no idea which one is the correct one, so I'll have to inspect them first. These are Broken Bar. What's this sound? Before I start my investigation, I hear some chants. They come from this passage here. Broken Bar. Let's investigate. It's the only thing that stands out, so I might as well follow the sound. A Broken Bar. What do you mean by a look for clues? PFFFT. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. Looking for clues is for losers. I only agreed to do it because there was nothing else. But now I have a lead. True adventurers A and crazy scientists say go with the A. What looks more interesting rule? There's nothing that catches my attention other than these chants, so I must follow them. The passage continues for a while, turning left and right semi-randomly. As I continue, the light grows brighter and the chants grow louder. By now I should reach another room. A Broken Bar. Here it is. Right on time, the passage ends and I enter a circular chamber. Right in the middle, there's a light beam, coming from the ceiling. Or at least this is the first impression I get, because as I get closer, I notice it isn't a simple light beam. The light comes through a circular iron grid in the ceiling. A Broken Bar. How weird. A Broken Bar. I get even closer, stepping into the illuminated area until I can finally see where the light is coming from. A light orb. And it somehow looks a Broken Bar sacred. Floating a few meters over the iron grid, there's a floating orb of white light, shining so brightly I can barely see its shape. Taking into account the distance, the orb must be about 2 meters wide. The chanting comes from above too. See, this means there must be another level on top of this one. There must be some stairs somewhere. The problem is where. Broken Bar. I return to the dark area and start looking for another staircase. This bright light, the chants are Broken Bar. The undead and angel players are Broken Bar. If I'm right, there must be some kind of ritual ongoing right above me. I'm sure the dungeon core is close to that place. If I can find the way there. Broken Bar. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Can I win a 2vs2 match by myself? It'd be legendary if I pull it off. Or Broken Bar. My chuckles echo in the empty chamber. It'll be Broken Bar legendary. Foo fa foo. Ha. In the middle of my epic laugh, someone grabs my shoulders, forcing me to stop. A chill makes me shudder as I remember what happened not so long ago. Their hands grab my neck. It's cold. Mad Rata. Broken Bar whispers a familiar voice next to my ear. Mad Rata. Broken Bar. I got you. A Broken Bar. It says, blowing cold air on my neck. A Broken Bar. Is it the same ghost? I try to run away, but I can't. Whatever is grabbing me isn't as incorporeal as that ghost. A Broken Bar. Is it something worse? Kaya, release me, you monster! I shout, wildly swinging my staff around, in panic. Why is everybody pretending to be Laura today? Stop it! I hear somebody shouting, but I can't understand what it says because I'm shouting too. Finally, when I take a breath to scream some more, I can hear what my aggressor is saying. Stop hitting me, I said. Huh? This voice here. Broken Bar. Lily, I say, sounding like an idiot. Is it? We're Broken Bar? The really we're Broken Bar? My aggressor releases me and I take some distance. She looks at me with a smiling face. Yes, it's me. But why did you start attacking me? And what do you mean by the a real me? A Broken Bar. I'm not sure. A Broken Bar. How do I know it's you and not a monster? How do I know? She imitates me. Have you ever held a conversation with an AI-controlled monster? All right, a Broken Bar. I'll believe you, I say, still looking at her with distrust, to which she frowns. So Broken Bar, what brings you here? I try to change the topic, but she quickly catches up and stops me. Stop asking stupid questions. I was looking for you and I heard a loud woman shout. I thought it was a banshee, and you might be fighting against it, so I followed the cry. A Broken Bar. But I didn't hear anything else after it, so I decided to follow the chants instead. A loud woman's cry, like a banshee. A Broken Bar. It can't be, can it? Nah, I'm sure it ain't a Broken Bar. When I saw you talking to yourself in this dark place, I thought a broken bar wasn't it the perfect time for payback, foo-fa-foo. She then makes the evilest of smiles. You know what, a broken bar, your reaction was so funny, a broken bar. I think I'll save this replay and share it with everybody, foo-fa-foo. No. I release a scream that's objectively worse than those from the banshees. My honor, my dignity. I can't let anybody know I was the one who made that cry. How dare you do this to me? Anything but that, I plead. If you do, I'm not going to see an end to the mocking from my sister's a broken bar. If I'm lucky, she will think I'm talking about the current scene, but I'm a lot more worried about the one with the ghost. She puts the index finger on her lips and slightly tilts her head to the side in thought. All right, she agrees, but only if you agree to one demand. A broken bar, one demand? Why does it sound familiar? This kind of situation makes me feel like I have no choice but to accept the deal, a broken bar. I don't know, but I feel like I've been in this situation before. One demand, a broken bar? What kind of demand? I ask. I won't tell you until later, but I promise it won't be difficult for you. If it won't be difficult, it means it'll be easy, right? Then, what am I hesitating for? It's fine to accept it. I'm sure I won't regret it later. At least, there's no way I'll regret it more than I would if everybody saw the replay. Fine, a broken bar, I'll accept the deal. Why do I feel like I've made a huge mistake? Nice choice, foo-fa-foo. She laughs with the same evil smile as before, making me shiver for some reason. There's a dangerous light in her eyes, a broken bar. Alright, so now that we've reunited, let's share information. I change the topic. So far, I've only seen a few zombies, one ghost, and a lot of dark places. Oh, and I'm also almost sure the dungeon core is close to whatever is happening right on top of this place. And you? Only a few? Why are you always so lucky? I've been fighting against the zombies and skeletons most of the time. If only you were there, it would have been so easy. I've missed you a lot, foo-fa-foo. She sends me a flying kiss before continuing. There were so many that one of your good followers died. No, my poor baby. I fall to the ground, my hands raised up high. He was so young, a broken bar. In the middle of my grieving, I notice Laura staring at me with a dead face. I quickly stand up and feign ignorance by coughing. KHM. Sir Broken Bar, did you see any stairs to the upper floor, a broken bar? I didn't. But they must be close. She answers but keeps staring at me with the same dead expression. Why do I feel like sheet a broken bar? A broken bar then. I guess we'll have to search this area until we find them. Sure. While you search, I'll take a look at the other team and check their progress. But I want to watch them suffer too, a broken bar, I complain. Is she still angry at me? Fine, a broken bar, but stop fooling around. I don't want to lose you again because of your own stupidity. All right, foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. All's well that ends well. Don't you agree? Did you know there's a bug in DMA that allows you to get free CP before breaking the dungeon core? If you crouch like this, put your hand behind your head, and then walk like a chicken, you'll double the amount of CP you'll receive. Yes, like this. A little bit lower, a broken bar, put more enthusiasm into it. Feel the chicken inside you. All right, keep it like this. This is perfect. False rumors used to troll noob players. The veteran players then shared the videos between themselves and laughed at the poor fools. We're leaving them behind. At his blue-eyed friend's decision, the winged player furrows his brows. What are you saying now? I can make 2 trips and bring them up. There's no need to abandon them here, only because of a small obstacle, broken bar. Don't you see it's better to have more units with us, Arit? No. It's you who doesn't understand, Vandy, says Arit, turning around and starting to climb the 2-meter cliff. The dead hounds are a liability. They're useless in this terrain, and they can't climb cliffs. We already lost a few precious minutes the last time it happened. We can't be wasting time every time there's another cliff. I'll make it quicker than the last time. No, you won't. We're leaving them behind, so forget about them. The undead player reaches the top of the cliff. Following him, the remainder of their support mobs, with the exception of the dead hounds, which can't climb vertical surfaces, start climbing the rocky surface. But won't we miss them later? There might be somewhere ahead where they can shine a broken bar. Don't get me started on missing units, a broken bar, says Arit, fury seeping into his words. Do I have to remind you the reason we lost our last zombie? The reason why I have to use my skeletons as scouts? And this is without having fought any monster yet. A broken bar, everybody makes mistake. He's a broken bar. The same mistake, 3 times in a row? Arit's shout echoes in the empty abyss, an army of voices repeating the word arrow for a long time. You allowed all our zombies to fall to their death because you didn't properly check our path. Vandy scratches his head. Well, I was distracted, a broken bar. Yeah, sure. Distracted. Don't you mean overconfident? Sire, broken bar, what a scout you area, broken bar. HMPH, says Mr. Perfect, the one who never makes mistakes. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. You do make mistakes, like making the entrance too dark to see the opponents, as if my mistake is comparable to yours. Just admit it. The undead player stops in the middle of his sentence, when he sees a spell being fired at them. Enemy attack. I'm sure they came because of your shouts. Ha ha, how funny you are, counters Vendy, his voice filled with sarcasm. It was you who shouted the loudest. Stop, shouts Arit, forcefully finishing the argument. Focus on the battle first. With their faces still contorted with anger, they duck behind the closest rocks. From there, they observe the trajectories of the attacks, trying to locate their aggressors. A mix of arrows and spells falls upon them, most of them stopped by the rocks they're hiding behind. They're hiding in that crevice. Arit analyzes the situation. We'll need to go all the way around to get close. We can't allow them to play a stalling game. Shit. I knew fights would be hard because of this damn terrain. Vandy snorts. The terrain? This is nothing to me. Watch me, I'll solve this by myself, he says before flying toward the place where the enemies are hiding. Stop. What if there's a trap? Ha. There are no traps here. Instead of coming back at Arit's warning, Vandy beats his wings with more force, gaining velocity. Yuga, broken bar, you fool, a broken bar. What if there are more enemies than you can handle? Broken bar? Left behind, the undead player has only one option left, to chase after him. He starts running, followed by the remaining support mobs, using the passage hanging over the abyss. He orders the touched, the only ones who have healing skills, to make sure nobody dies to the ranged attacks. The path twists and turns. As expected, Vandy, who can fly, engages the monsters before Arit and the support minions can reach a quarter of the distance they need to cross. Fuck, will we make it on time? A broken bar? Not again, a broken bar. In front of him, there's one of those places where the path might crumble, but he doesn't stop, hoping for the best. Luckily for him, the bridge stands firm and nobody falls into the abyss below. Arit keeps a close eye on the fight, trying to get as much information as possible. You don't have the champion's buff. Stop fighting alone, Arit shouts in a last-ditch effort to change Vandy's mind. But the only thing he achieves is to further fuel his ego. I don't need it. I'm the king of the skies. Such weak monsters can't stop me. Ha ha ha. True to his words, the angel player is avoiding most attacks, while flying around and attacking with his own. Thanks to his superior mobility, the enemy can't use cover effectively. But he's against too many enemies. If reinforcements come, he won't survive. Arit massages his temples to calm his frustration and takes a look behind him, to make sure all the support mobs are properly following him. It's then that he notices one touched, the Divine Blood's basic unit, is missing. Did it fall off or broken bar? No, it's there. What's it doing? He sees the missing touched standing still, some distance away. He squeezes his eyes, trying to grasp the situation. Paralyzed, a broken bar? No, it has a grayish tone. Petrified, then. Petrified, a broken bar? But I don't remember the demons or shapeshifters having easy access to it. A broken bar. Arit shakes his head in denial, decides to leave the petrified touch to its luck, and resumes running. Now that he's about to reach the halfway mark, he can finally see the monsters Vandy is fighting against. Some look like the standard demons, but 2 of them look like a 2-headed imp and goblin monstrosity. I knew it. The flesh monstrosities. Why didn't Vandy warn me? A broken bar. No, I'm sure he did it on purpose. He immediately looks around searching for any sign of hidden enemies. They could be anywhere, as the flesh monstrosities have almost infinite possibilities. Wait, if they have a petrifying skill, this means a broken bar. Arat opens his eyes wide at his realization. They've been lucky so far, but if there's a chance to be petrified, Vandy could fall to his death at any moment. Vandy, stop fighting and come back immediately. It isn't safe, he shouts. Vandy stops flying around for a moment to turn to look at him. He crosses his arms in defiance. Ha, I won't. You want to have all the glory to yourself. Ugh. He's so broken. Arat strongly squeezes his fists and increases his speed. At least, stop flying around and stand on the ground, please. He pleads one last time. So you want me to die? I never expected you to fall so low. No, this isn't at our broken bar. Knowing it's useless and he won't change his mind, Arat lowers his shoulders in defeat. You fool, a broken bar. If we lose this because of you, I swear a broken bar. Arat starts running at his maximum speed. Now he's moving so fast that a single misstep will make him fall to his death. Please, I need to make it in time. A broken bar. If I'm near, I can at least grab him with my vine snare before he falls. A broken bar. Due to the increased speed, one of the touched makes a mistake and falls into the abyss. One skeleton soon follows it. Shit, this is so bad. A broken bar. Arat despairs at the current situation. At this rate, never mind Vandy, all of us might have broken bar. Unaware of Arat's worries, Vandy continues to laugh and fly around. At this rate, I'll have finished before you get here. Arat, ha ha ha. Who's the useless scout now? Huh? My contribution to this dungeon battle is a lot higher than a. But before he can finish his sentence, his champion turns grey and he falls, still wearing the same smug expression on his face. Arat observes Vandy's petrified champion fall with anguish. The recently created statue crashes on the cliff. There it slips, getting closer and closer to completely falling off, before stopping. Wow, it's a miraculously broken bar. The undead player releases all his pent-up emotions in a sigh of relief. Now I'll save him. And right at this moment, one of those imp and goblin monstrosities kicks the statue, making it fall from the cliff's edge. The monster then looks indifferently at Arat, as if to mock him. Anu. Arat extends his arms, reaching for Vandy's statue, but he's way too far away to reach it. He grabs his hair and starts pulling. If this weren't a game, he might turn bald after this day. Where's the fucking monster that did this? He shouts. Before the battle ends, I must find it. I'll have my revenge. The first thing we see after climbing the stairs is a large, white shining ball of light. Weirdly enough, now that we're closer to it, it feels like the light is less intense than before. Must be because the surroundings aren't so dark. The chanting voices are also louder. There's no doubt they come from the hooded humanoids standing in a circle around the shining sphere. I'm sure this is the last fight, I say. Laura nods. Me too. But why are there sacred elements all around? Weren't the undead the main theme? This looks like a temple of some kind. Maybe we're in a desecrated temple, or maybe it's an evil cult. A broken bar. It makes sense. A broken bar. Anyway, let's get closer first. We get closer to the creepy ritual, making as little noise as possible. We don't want to alert them before we're ready. There are 2 rows of hooded figures, standing a few meters apart from each one. The smaller circle is composed of about 10 silhouettes while the external one has at least 30, maybe more. That's a large number of enemies, I whisper. It might get messy. You're right. A broken bar. Laura scans the enemies standing in front of us. The ones in the outer ring are touched, aren't they? They shouldn't be that strong. But the ones in the central ring are another story. I ponder for a while before giving my opinion on the matter. They look like touched, with the glowing rune on their foreheads. And the others are broken bar. They should be in the 200 CP range. How do you know? Did I miss something? She tilts her head to the side, asking me to explain what I saw, and she didn't. It's just my gut feeling. At my answer, she sends me a killing glare. Why? I shrug my shoulders. We have no other info about them, so my gut feeling is better than nothing. Don't you think? Broken bar, still feeling her uncomfortable gaze on me. I decide to follow up with something else. You know, a broken bar. I should be able to take care of the outer ring by myself, though I'll need some time to finish them off. Do you think you can deal with the inner ring until then? Seeing that I don't intend to fool around anymore, she recovers her usual neutral expression. A broken bar if they're indeed at the 200 CP range, she says, sending me one last glare. I should be able to deal with them with the help of our support mobs. A broken bar, I think. Nice. Then, let's get rolling. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. We move ourselves into position and I start casting chain lightning. As soon as the spell is completed, I shout out loud, "Eat this, you creepy cultists. Fuck you all. I'm going to make sure there's not a single one of you damned cultists alive." Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. You can't imagine how good it feels to shout this. I've been accumulating too much stress thanks to some stupid cultists. A broken bar. It's a shame I can't go and get rid of those cultists, so the ones in front of me will have to do. A broken bar for now. As soon as the first spell comes out, I start casting a second chain lightning, and a third. I don't want to risk them splitting up, so I better secure my win while they're still in formation. Here goes all my mpa. Broken bar, I comment, watching my status screen. It'll take some time to recover my MP, even with the mana core passive. The first spell hits the closest touched, and the lightning starts to spread. Due to their sheer numbers, it stops quite soon, and only 6 or 7 touched fall to the ground. When the second hits, the shared voltage and the battery upgrade start doing some work, incapacitating almost all the remaining ones and leaving only the furthest ones standing. As for the third chain lightning, a broken bar, let's say there should be enough excess damage to one-hit kill most units. Unfortunately, there are no more infinite lightning chains, so it just goes to waste. Yeah, broken bar. The third one was a little bit overkill, but I didn't want to risk it, so who cares? It's cleanup time. I make a round, circling over the shining sphere and finishing off all the paralyzed enemies. Wah, hayek, pam. I make weird cries every time I swing my staff. Why? Because I can. It's similar to the Whacker zombie game, but not quite as good. Whacker touched. Doesn't it sound weird? Whacker zombie sounds a lot better, and also makes a lot more sense, since zombies come out of the ground, like moles. At about the halfway point, the paralyzed enemies start awakening up, only for the closest one to me to hit me with a melee attack, triggering the lightning shield, and starting the chain again. Thanks, bud. You made my life easier. I end my killing spree and swipe my non-existent sweat. You for broken bar. It was hard. Too much exercise. I calmly observe Laura's fight against the 10 elite monsters. She's doing pretty well. So far, the only casualty is one imp. I can see its corpse from here. Broken bar. If you're finished, I would appreciate your help. She shouts. Who is she talking to? I look around in confusion. I already did my part, so she can't be talking to me, right? Stop fooling around. I'm talking about you, mad rat. Her voice sounds a lot angrier than before. Haha. Broken bar. One chain lightning coming up. My MP has recovered enough for me to cast another chain lightning. Finishing off 30 monsters isn't as quick as it sounds. As soon as the lightning hits the first enemy, it starts a chain reaction. Hey, how ironic for a spell called chain lightning to start a reaction, don't you think? Spreading to the other elite monsters. They aren't as tightly packed as before, so only 4 are affected, but those that are reduced to ashes. A broken bar. I mean, to 1 horsepower and paralyzed. My intervention is good enough to secure our win. See, I'm helping too, I say, preparing to sit down and relax while I watch the show. Now that there's no way Laura is going to be defeated, I can finally rest assured. A broken bar. Or I should be able to, because I'm sure she knows what I'm thinking. Before I can sit down, the little demon calls for me again. You're right, and it would be amazing if you keep helping me. Sigh. I'll write. A broken bar. Why do I have to keep working? Can't I take a break while you fight for me? This is rat exploitation. I'm going to denounce you to the Animal Rights Association. Reluctantly I ready my staff once again and prepare to join the melee. The fight progresses as I expected, and we start overwhelming them now that they don't have the numerical advantage. I help too with a few spells and staff attacks until, finally, The last elite monster falls to the ground. You are broken bar. Laura exhales. This was intense. But now we should be finished here. Broken bar. No. Why did you have to say this? Don't you know this is the best way to get yourself killed? You should never raise death flags. But I don't have time to shout out my complaints because immediately after, the shining sphere starts pulsating. White spheres come out of the dead units, allied and enemies alike, and start floating to the big, shining, and now distorted sphere. See? I was right. We observe the orb's transformation. It grows darker and darker until it looks like a black hole. We exchange a look. We both have the same scared expression right now. I'm not sure if she's scared of the unknown, or if she knows what's coming. Buta broken bar. I sure am afraid of what'll happen next. Because I do know what comes next. Oh, shit. I say, covering my face with one hand. I know what this is. Isn't this Baldy's favorite broken bar? I anxiously check our surroundings. More than 40 corpses. If we sum all the CP costs, it should be at least 5.000 per broken bar. It's just a quick approximation, but in any way I look at it, a broken bar. Yep. We're fucked. The best part of this dungeon battle was watching the replay from the opponent's side. There was so much bickering and complaining that they barely achieved anything. The suffering at the end, when one was dead, criticizing everything, while the other was alone, was exquisite. We're fucked. Well, we're not done for. There might be a tiny chance we can overcome what comes next, but it won't be easy. Ricard's favorite. Laura turns to look at me. Her expression clearly shows she doesn't know what I'm talking about. What do you mean a broken bar? I grab her hand and start pulling. There's no time for explanations. For now, we must run away from here. Oh okay, a broken bar. We can't afford to feed more souls to that thing, even if by accident. The best course of action is to take some distance and assess the situation once the monster emerges. Since we didn't have time to explore this area yet, I choose to return to the stairs that lead to the lower level, the ones we used to come here. Laura and our remaining support mobs follow me. How much energy has your glutton accumulated? I ask her. I hear her voice from behind. She isn't sure why I'm asking, but it's a very important question. It might be our only chance to defeat that thing. A broken bar? A broken bar. It's about 400 damage. Wow, that's more than half my maximum HP. If I were to receive the glutton's bite right now, I would die. Buta broken bar. It won't be an OU for broken bar. I bite my lips. We'll need more than these. A broken bar. I stop when I reach the stairs and turn around. All the monsters' souls have already disappeared inside the dark hole, so IT is about to emerge. Don't misunderstand. The glowing orb that turned into a dark orb is irrelevant. It's just a visual effect to make everything look amazing. The real trouble and the reason I'm scared is because of what's hidden inside of it. Laura grabs my head and forces me to look at her. I don't understand what you're talking about, mad rat. What's going on? If you don't explain, I can't help to plan our next move. It's a broken bar. That thing's a soul eater, I say. Laura opens her eyes wide in shock. A soul eater? Isn't these a broken bar? Isn't this the monster Baldy always talks about? A broken bar? Yes, it is. I nod. He has shown me a lot of videos about its eating process, and I'm sure we're against one. But then, with so many dead units, a broken bar. She shivers. So this is why there were only small groups of zombies and skeletons in the rest of the dungeon. They were planning to feed the cultists to it. A broken bar. No. More importantly, how strong do you think it'll be? I don't want to think about it, but she deserves to know. I'm not an expert like Baldy, so I can't say for sure, but it should have about 3 to 4 times my stats. A broken bar. Or maybe even more. No way. A broken bar. How can we deal with it? No. Do we even have a chance? Laura quickly understands how fucked we are. I don't know. A broken bar. We're pretty exhausted after finishing a long and taxing fight. In comparison, the soul eater that's about to appear will be as fresh as a daisy. Furthermore, it'll be stronger than all of us combined. We observe the dark hole disperse with an explosion, and a dreadful creature appears from within, illuminated by purple light. Shit, the core is right on top. A broken bar. It was inside the glowing orb all along. I curse. I was hoping we could avoid a fight, but we have no option now. A broken bar. If we want to end this dungeon battle, We have no choice but to defeat the Soul Eater. Otherwise, we won't be able to break the core. By the way, the reason we couldn't see the dungeon core's purple light until now is that we didn't defeat all the enemies yet. Otherwise, even if it was inside the shining orb, the game wouldn't allow the opposing team to hide the dungeon core. After all, you can't make it impossible for the enemy team to know where it is. The maximum you can do is hide it behind a door that opens when you defeat the monsters, which is the same as what happened with the glowing orb. Sorry. I'm sure you don't understand what's going on, so allow me to explain. The Soul Eaters are one of the weirdest units in DMA because they don't spawn as most of the other units do. For them to spawn, there must be a certain condition that must be fulfilled. It's similar to the triggered skills, but the trigger condition is decided by the player who places them in the dungeon. For the one in front of us, I'm sure the trigger was the death of all the cultists. But this isn't the weirdest thing about them. The weirdest thing is that they have all stats as 0 by default, and obtain them by consuming the souls of other units thanks to the Soul Conduit skill. Soul Conduit, triggered innate skill. When this unit spawns, it absorbs 10% of the stats of every dead unit within 10 meters of it, up to the maximum. After killing an unallied unit, it absorbs 10% of their stats. Soul Eaters have all stats capped at 300. HP, EP, and MP are capped at 3.000. Okay, Broken Bar, I know what you're thinking. Absorbing stats? Isn't that up? Well, a broken bar it is. But the circumstances and requirements for the Soul Eaters to spawn are so limited that it's extremely hard to use them. It's possible to feed them all your units when they spawn, but it isn't the best idea in dungeon battles, where you have a CP limit. Who's the fool that feeds them lots of units only to get another unit that's weaker than the sum of all the sacrificed ones? You're right, this doesn't apply in the normal dungeon invasions, but there's no need to rely on this kind of stuff to kill your invaders. There are too many ways to exploit the game if you desire to do so, so you don't need a Soul Eater. Not like it's recommended to do so. The best approach is to make the players enjoy the experience or you'll get bad reviews. So, in short, Soul Eaters are op, but they aren't. Yeah, Broken Bar, I'm sure you understand what I mean. If only we decided to lure the cultists somewhere else instead of fighting them here, Broken Bar, the Soul Eater wouldn't have had anything to consume and would have died as soon as it spawned, giving us a free ride to our victory. It's a shame we played right as the other team planned. One of the most famous unit names in the entire game, the Reaper, is a higher version of the Soul Eater. I won't enter into much detail, but imagine a Soul Eater that starts with high stats, even before the Soul Conduit first triggers. Ridiculous, don't you agree? And the reason why Ricard loves Soul Eaters so much, despite them being difficult to use, Broken Bar, do you remember how much he loves farming souls to raise his undead army? He loves farming souls, and the Soul Eaters consume them to grow stronger. 1 + 1 is 2. There's no way he wouldn't like them. They're destined to be together. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to create a Soul Eater named Matilda or whatever and marry it. So, what are we going to do? Do we run away and hope for the enemy team to get killed? Laura snaps me out of my delusions. Thank you very much. I couldn't stop myself from imagining the scene of Ricard marrying a creepy, deformed entity with a dark hole inside its mouth. A Broken Bar. If you hadn't stopped me, I'm sure I would have nightmares today. Aha, Broken Bar. I refocus on the Soul Eater, standing right below the dungeon core. It doesn't have any intention to come in our direction. Well, that's an option. It isn't moving at all, but I'd rather act than wait. I knew you would say this. Foo. She grins, a mischievous glow inside her eyes. Do you have any idea what to do? I don't see any way we can defeat it without risking a wipeout. A Broken Bar. She's true that, in a straight fight, we have a high chance of losing. Feeding it 1 or 2 more deaths, even if by accident, would spell certain doom for us. The current balance is too precarious to risk it. A Broken Bar. When have I ever done anything in the proper way? I try to hold my smile and display a neutral expression to make myself look more smart, but I'm not sure if it's a success or not. Ha, who am I kidding? I'm sure I'm showing a nasty smile right now. Did you give your glutton any skill to avoid death? I ask her. I did. I gave it God's intervention. It'd be a shame if it died before being able to. Perfect. I interrupt her before she finishes. It might be the best skill you could have given it. It's perfect. If we do it this way, I'm sure we'll kill the Soul Eater. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. You going to tell me the plan or not? She looks mildly annoyed at me for not explaining anything and starting to ramble, so I stop in the middle of my epic laughing and explain my plan to her. Hey, you undead shit. Do you think of yourself as important when the only thing you did was eat the souls of all the garbage we worked hard to kill? You're nothing. Nothing but scum. I'll show you how stuff is done. I point my finger, accusing the Soul Eater of all the random stuff that comes to mind. But as expected, it isn't easily swayed. It stays right below the dungeon core, staring at me. Scared. Ha ha ha. So weak. If you're not coming, then I will. Eat this. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. A burst of ice explodes right next to the Soul Eater when I finish casting Cold Blast, immediately followed by a chaotic beam. Then, finally, it makes a disgusting roar and comes at me. Right now, my objective is to get its attention. It's aggro, if you prefer. It's the first step of our plan, which, up to this point, seems to be proceeding smoothly. I swap between casting more cold blasts and randomly swinging my staff around, though my main focus is on evading its attacks for now. I don't use more powerful spells because I need to save some MP for later. Phase 2. I shout, as soon as I'm sure the Soul Eater won't attack anybody else. Laura casts Hellfire and both I and the Soul Eater start taking continuous damage, plus the damage from the initial burst. At the same time, she sends the glutton to help me in the fight. She doesn't join the fight because it'll be too dangerous. The glutton comes inside the Hellfire range and unleashes a barrage of attacks on the Soul Eater. For how big and slow it looks, it's surprising it can move around so fast. The dark aura surrounding the Soul Eater added to the Hellfire is draining my HP incredibly fast. I make sure to keep a close eye on my stats. I don't want to die due to a mistake. I wait until my HP goes below 150 and then activate my grand finale. The 3 seconds of invulnerability start and I start shining as light condenses around me. 3, 2 broken bar. Since the Hellfire and the Soul Eater's dark aura are obscuring the area, I shout the countdown for Laura. 1. Now. This is the critical moment. The moment that will decide if we win or lose. A slight delay and the Soul Eater will kill me and the glutton, right after the explosion, and absorb our stats. Then, it'll get too powerful for the rest of the team to deal with. The grand finale finishes charging and the light explosion covers the area, momentarily hiding everything inside, including the other area effects. At the same time, I hear Laura shouting, "Glutton, use bite, now." A broken bar. Use bite? Why does this sound weirdly familiar? A broken bar. No, Andreu, no. Focus on the battle, leave the weird stuff for later. As the light disperses, I see the glutton covered in a white film and opening its stomach's mouth. The Soul Eater swings its arm at me, but before can kill me, the glutton bites it. A disgusting crunching sound happens, and the Soul Eater makes a cry. Then, it explodes in a cloud of dust, leaving nothing but a tiny mountain of ashes to attest to its existence. Yes, yes, I shout, jumping around. We did it. My plan worked. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Laura is too late to cancel Hellfire, so I die and continue celebrating in my phantasmal shape. Ha ha ha. I knew it would work if we timed it properly. A broken bar. Good job, Lily. Amazing timing. Laura runs, stopping in front of my corpse. She's wearing a smile, but at the same time, she looks kind of sorry. You are ups. I'm sorry, I forgot about Hellfire and you ended up dead. A broken bar. I know she can't see or hear me right now, so I continue celebrating as if nothing happened. I don't care that I'm dead. The only thing I care about is that my plan worked flawlessly. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. We achieved the impossible. We're unstoppable. My broken bar. I can't see you or hug you to celebrate. Buta broken bar. Good job, Mad Rat. You know what? This is really awkward, so I'll destroy the dungeon core and we can celebrate outside, okay? She reaches for the dungeon core and breaks it. I ignore the victory message and continue celebrating. What was our plan, you ask? It was really simple. No, I'm not kidding. The only problem is that it was hard to execute. Delaying any of its parts would allow the Soul Eater to survive and start killing us one by one. The plan was this: accumulate as much damage on the Soul Eater and feed the glutton at the same time. Then, I'd blow myself up, dealing a large amount of damage to the Soul Eater, and feed the glutton a part of the damage. Instead of dying, the glutton would receive the invulnerability, and with the gluttony skill fed as much as possible, it'd go and finish the Soul Eater before it killed me off. Hey, now that I've calmed down a broken bar before teleporting outside the dungeon, Laura says, Wouldn't it have been easier to feed the glutton as much as possible before the fight, and have it finish the Soul Eater with a single attack? That's a broken bar. My brain stops working. Why didn't I think about it before risking everything on this crazy and stupid plan? Maybe a broken bar, just maybe a broken bar. No way a broken bar. Do I actually enjoy blowing myself up? The best part of this dungeon battle was watching the replay from the opponent's side. There was so much bickering and complaining that they barely achieved anything. The suffering at the end, when one was dead, criticizing everything, while the other was despairing, was exquisite. Hey, wake up. Did you hear it? Did you hear the latest news? A boy shakes up his friend to wake him up from the desk he was sleeping on. They just finished the class they were attending, and he's ready to use any excuse to forget about it as soon as possible. And what could be a more juicy target than the latest DMA news? You am a broken bar here? Here what, a broken bar? The other boy sleepily raises his head, drool still on his cheek. This is why you're always struggling with your grades. You're always sleeping. The sleepy boy makes another yawn before retorting. How is this any worse than what you do? Don't you spend all classes reading random stuff on your mobile? If they catch you, you'll have trouble. A broken bar. The boy laughs and scratches his head. You got me a broken bar. Anyway, what did you want that you had to wake me up? I hope it's something important, or else. He shakes his fist, menacingly. Oh, how scary. The boy feigns being scared in a clearly exaggerated way before bursting into laughing. Ha ha ha. Everybody knows you'd rather die than exercise. I'm sure your punch hurts less than a mosquito bite. The boy reluctantly lowers his raised fist. TSK. If you don't have anything relevant to say, I'll go back to sleep, then. No. Wait, don't you want to know the latest DMA breaking news? At the excited boy's words, the still sleepy one finally looks at the other. He notices excitement on his face, so something big must have happened. So, what is it? He asks. A massive banning. A massive what? A broken bar? The sleepy boy doesn't understand what his friend is talking about. A massive banning. There was some problem in the forums and people started to write dangerous stuff. The things escalated until the admins had to go there and ban everybody involved. Can you imagine? More than 50 people got banned in a single day. Well, most of them only got muted for some time instead of completely banned because it was their first time. But still a broken bar. More than 50 players, all at once. Okay, this might be the biggest ban I've heard about. A broken bar. He yawns, starting to show interest in the matter. But isn't similar stuff always happening? I'm sure somebody posted something about how ugly elves are yet again, and things turned a broken bar. New, huh? You're wrong. It wasn't a faction war this time. It was something about a rat slab or something similar. A broken bar. I don't know, but it was about a single dungeon this time. This sure sounds interesting. A broken bar. The sleepy boy's expression finally clears up as the sleepiness gives way to excitement. So, why did they fight? I'm not sure, but we can find it if we search. They said the posts have been deleted, but I'm sure we can find somebody who made screenshots. The tension between two-player factions kept escalating due to the persistent and almost fanatical actions of one of those groups. Tired of them, the players decided to take action, and all hell broke loose. Since the dispute wasn't properly resolved, due to the DMA staff intervening, the leaders of the two factions decided to have a personal match to decide who was right. Of course, this match couldn't be anything else than an invasion into the Mad Rat's lab itself. The fight broke out. Ha, ha, Ha. Today's the day I'll beat this dungeon again. I'm sure of it. I can feel it. My muscles are twitching in excitement at the prospect. For how long are you going to kiss your biceps? It's gross. This damned, stupid, and annoying fanatic of Broken Bar, how dare he interrupt me in the middle of my sacred ritual? Who does he think he is? I can barely stop myself from caving in his face with one of my punches. Shut up, you dumbass. If you're disgusted, you can start by yourself. Go and get yourself killed somewhere so I can't see your irritating mug, chicken face. In response, he starts shaking, filled with anger. Ha, my taunt worked. Fuck you, dumb bastard. Don't dare you insult me, his most devout follower. We're inside his exalted dungeon. You should be paying me the respect I deserve as the representative of the great Madra. Yeah, ha. Broken Bar as the representative of the sick kids with delusions of grandeur. I rudely interrupt. He's so stuck up about this shit that the best way to make him angry is to dismiss it as kids' foolery. You're great. The great king of the idiots. Ha. Broken Bar. He grinds his teeth together and growls. Look. He's turning red. Ah, no. I'm wrong. His uselessly ugly chicken crest had this crimson color from the start. This stupid and annoying prick dared to declare he was the best expert about the Mad Rat's lab, and I had to tell him otherwise. As a result of our fight, I won't be able to write in the forums for a while, but I don't care. Nothing will stop me from writing my amazing guide. But it was worth it. Now I can beat him in this dungeon invasion and make him eat his own words. Ignoring his ramblings, I flex a little bit more, I stretch a little, and kiss my biceps one last time. Alright, I say, we can start now. I'll show you who knows this damned dungeon the best. Ha! How dare you belittle me, his most devout follower, yet again. It's me who will win our match. I know every single corridor and monster that populates his dungeon. There's no way I'll lose. As if the only thing you know how to do is dying a Broken Bar. Blasphemy. He glares at me with his weird chicken eyes. I'll be the one to clear this dungeon. I'll watch you struggle and despair, and I'll teach you how to enjoy it. As the representative of the great Mad Rat's cult, I'll beat your ugly mutt to a pulp. And then, you'll join us. Ugly mutt? I counter, ignoring his last sentence. Haven't you seen yourself in the mirror? Like this, we start yet another fight about our appearances. It's clear I'm the best at this too. You just need to compare my handsome orc tusks to his ugly, pointed beak, to know who's more handsome. Ha. This is funnier. Broken Bar. The madman a Broken Bar. No, madman isn't good enough to define him. The king of all crazy people, the winner of the Madman Cup, the leader of the worst cult ever to exist. That man a Broken Bar, that a Broken Bar thing, is currently in the middle of combat. As I watch him from afar, he's making a weird dance, trying to avoid the multiple laser beams from several turtles. Their area Broken Bar 6 of Thema Broken Bar? I'm not sure. Aren't you going to help me? He shouts, clearly angry at my passiveness. Why did they all show up at the same time? There's no way I'm going there. I've had enough of laser turtles for a while, a very long while. Huh? Are you asking me to help you a Broken Bar? I say, picking my ear. Why should I? Didn't you say you're the one who knows everything about the Mad Rat's lab? If this is true, then you shouldn't need my help, a random nobody, right? I make sure to remain properly hidden behind a rock to observe the spectacle. So noob. He calls himself an expert, but he can't deal with this much. Also a Broken Bar. Didn't you say you enjoy these situations? Why are you complaining now that I'm giving you space so you can enjoy yourself? These a Broken Bar, this ice a Broken Bar. Preposterous. How dare you question my beliefs? He starts trembling in rage. Of course, I'm enjoying this situation. The despair, the feeling of impotence. He grabs his shoulders, moaning between phrases. Disgusting a Broken Bar, but this and that are different. I can't allow myself to die like this. Today is different. Today I must survive and beat you. Good luck with that. I dismiss him and hide behind the rock once again. I'll leave the turtles to you, the Broken Bar. You dare, scumbag. Coward. I furrow my brows and I feel my biceps twitch. Coward. You can't win in a straight fight. So you hide behind a rock and let the others do all the work for your Broken Bar. My biceps twitch again. Ooh, look at this. You were talking so much bullshit in the forums, But when the time comes, you're a wimp. Ha. So much for your honor. I can't see it anywhere. Did you lose it before we started the dungeon invasion? At this point, my whole body starts shaking. How do you dare poke at my weakness like that? I won't stand this. Wah! I shout, jumping out of my hiding place and rushing in the direction of one of the laser beams. Nobody calls me a coward, and I'm not scared of any fight. It's a shame I can kill him right here right now because I'd lose the bet. But I swear I'm itching to slam my great axe into that ugly chicken face. It seems I'll have to teach a weakling like you how to fight, I add, before leaving him behind. You're like a dancer, moving around like that. A horrible one. Shut up. I'm doing this because I enjoy it. Yeah, sure. I too utterly believe you a broken bar. Instead of bashing his face, I release my frustration into the turtle. A broken bar, were they always this weak? So pathetic. We've only crossed the first area and you're already in shambles. Ha, ha, ha. We've finished our fight against the turtles and are now in the tunnel area. After the initial fight against the 6 of them, we didn't find any other problems except 2 pairs of goblimps, which I quickly dealt with. If only I could ban them a broken bar annoying pests a broken bar. However, I didn't find them as annoying as usual. It must be because this stupid prick is worse than them. To think the day when I thought of the goblimps as a mere nuisance will come. A broken bar. Should I thank this prick? HMPH. Just to be clear, I did it on purpose. I couldn't stop myself from yeah, ha, broken bar, whatever you say. I wave my hand in dismissal. Moron, stop interrupting me. Allow me to finish. At least I don't see any reason to listen to your bullshit. A broken bar. I leave him behind and take the lead, to make it clear I'm the best player. Yuga broken bar. This muscle brain is harder to crack than I expected. A broken bar. I hear him mutter something, but I ignore him and continue walking. How would a straight fight against him be? I'm itching to try. The longer I have to suffer his stupidity, the more I feel like doing it. I only agreed to this match because, as the owner of the best guide about the Mad Rats Lab, I couldn't ignore his comments. But what I want is a fair duel, with our honor and lives at the stake. I want to crush him with my fists and enjoy the victory, standing on his corpse. Huh? Why is the light growing dimmer? A broken bar. I turn around and watch as the entrance to the tunnel closes. Is this a tunnel mimic? Why is it here? The tunnel I just entered was a fake one, it seems. But I swear I memorized all the tunnels just for this match, so how could it be? Don't tell me a broken bar. Did the evil mastermind predict this too, and adjusted their behavior to pose as the real tunnels too? This isn't fair. Allow me to have a fair match against this annoying prick. At least a broken bar. I'm fine with your obsession with humiliating me, but not today. TSK, TSK. Ska broken bar. The fanatic clicks his tongue and makes the typical A. How can this be? So pathetic pose. To think you call yourself the greatest expert, only to fall to something like these. A broken bar. The signs were clear, and you missed them. A broken bar. I saved your ass before, and now you laugh at me? What signs? The tunnel mimics don't leave any sign when transformed. Don't make up random stuff, you fucker. The worm's mouth closes in between, so he might not have heard the last part. I won't be defeated by this. I clench my teeth and start swinging my axe around. As usual, it takes about 10 seconds for the worm to die. I'm sure I'll appear in a random area of the dungeon, away from the rest of the team. In fact, this is a good thing. We didn't bring any support mobs with us, to make it easier to see who's the best. So if I end up in a random place, it means I won't have to see that guy's face anymore. Not everything can be bad. I won't have to see him anymore nor help him to avoid losing my honor. He can't complain if he dies when we aren't together. Isn't this the best way to show our skills? Happy times, here I go. The game pushes me out of the ground, making me drop into the closest tunnel. This is the worst part. Last time, it dropped me right on top of the tunnel's nightmare and I was affected by its fear, making me run away and fall into the river, which dragged me to the entrance. Gave a broken bar. I also eat a lot of poison. Where I am? I look around, and the first thing I see is the annoying prick. He's looking at me from above, disdain etched in his face. It took you less than I expected. Don't you enjoy being eaten? It's a sublime experience you must have at least once in your life. Why? I shout. Why did I appear next to you? When this happens, the one who's eaten always appears in a random spot, far away from the rest. So how come I've dropped right next to you? He tilts his head to the side in confusion. Far away, a broken bar? You're wrong. It's random. The worms might or might not go away, and it took you so little time to kill it, so of course, there was a high chance you would appear right next to me. A broken bar. This is why you aren't such an XP. Lies. Don't spout any more bullshit. It's clear the evil master Mia. Stop interrupting me, Damus. Damn it. You never allow me to finish. Oh, look at that annoying prick, daring to interrupt me. Ha, ha, ha. He has finally grown a pair. As I said, the worm's movement is random, so who knows where you might appear after? Then why did it never work like this when I was there? Stop with your wrong assumptions. This proves I know more than you. I forcefully finish our argument. Then, I stand up and dust my clothes. Yuga broken bar. I will a broken bar. He starts muttering some incomprehensible things, but I ignore him. Rule number 1: to keep your sanity, never listen to a crazy person's ramblings. Otherwise, they might start to affect you too, slowly corroding your sanity until you fall and turn into one of them. This is how they propagate themselves, like an infectious plague. As he keeps rambling, I kiss my biceps once again. Yes, I can still feel it in my muscles. Today's the day I beat the mad rat slab once again. I'm sure of it. Rule 2: don't mention the evil mastermind, the mad rat's cult, or all shall despair. If you do, you will summon them to the forum, and your post is finished. Rule 3: never believe any of their lies. Sometimes, what they say will be true. But first, contrast it with other, more reliable, sources. Rule 4: be careful of posts without a distinguished or anonymous author behind them. The author might be a cultist camouflaged as a normal person. Manual for publishing and reading posts about the Mad Rats Lab without risks.